Good morning and welcome back after that late night gala that went on quite nicely till the end. So hope you all got some sleep. And some of you are coming in fresh this morning. So welcome to the third annual Indo-US Bridging Rare Summit. And we are at the Hilton Performing Arts Center, a fantastic venue. And I invite my co-host, Dr. Amy Adams here. She's the director of Institute for Biohealth Innovation and building a biotech ecosystem while anchoring that at the George Mason University, which is one of the largest enrolling university in the state for undergraduate education and probably nationally. So it's been an honor to collaborate with Amy, as I am affiliate faculty in the School of Systems Biology as well as for the last 13 years. With Amy's collaboration, we have been able to leverage the resources and this beautiful campus you saw on the Gregory Hall yesterday at the gala as well. So I invite Amy to give a warm welcome to all of you this morning.
Thank you so much, Harsha, and what a beautiful gala last night. This is such an exciting 3 days. I want to welcome everybody to George Mason University. As Harsha mentioned, we have over 40,000 students, the most diverse in Virginia, with students from 130 different countries, all 50 states. And innovation and collaboration is truly at the heart of everything that we do, which I know is directly aligned with your vision and what I know everybody hopes to accomplish over these next 3 days. I want to wish you the best in the conversations that we have, both hearing presentations on the stage and those that are happening outside in the lobby, et cetera, right? The conversations as we bump into one another and think big is where the true intersection happens and we advance science. And so I know there will be discoveries that will happen that will emanate from bringing so many intelligent, motivated individuals together from different backgrounds. This is such a special conference, seeing the view from patients, from their caregivers, from industry, government, and academia. And so, again, I welcome you to the SciTech campus, home of our new innovation district, where we will be growing companies and we will be growing the talent here to solve things just like you're talking about this week. Harsha, again, thank you so much for everything you have done to put such a lovely agenda together, and for the steering committee and your board for your dedication to advancing rare disease research and cures.
Thank you so much, Amy, as well. And please don't miss the Biotech and Beer that Amy and Jocelyn will be hosting later today from 4:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. Right across the street at Mum Thai restaurant. That's just across. So let's move on with the program that we have for the next 2 days. After that fantastic gala that we are recovering from yesterday night, I want to remind everyone that we are here with a spotlight on the 6 pillars for accelerating inclusive and accessible patient-centric clinical research for rare diseases. That's the theme for the next couple of days as we all immerse ourselves in these panel discussions and topics over 10 sessions focused on the 6-pillar framework, which is patient advocacy, policy and legislation, influencing or working with the executive branches of the government, such as NIH, FDA, and CDC, data standardization, as we look at not just national but international data standards. It becomes important that we have the ability to exchange and share data across borders. Technological enablement. Without AI, nothing can work anymore. And so we'll look at our session focused on AI and global epidemiology-based research and prevalence and incidence of these rare diseases, which is so different in different parts of the world. And so we'll be starting off with that as our first session in a moment. And then there is later today, before we break for the Biotech and Beer, we will have a working group discussion among 4 working groups, among all of us here. We will split the room into 4 parts, and we will have a focused brainstorming session on how we can develop US-India blueprint for rare diseases. What are the complementary resources? Where are the challenges and barriers? What opportunities exist in a cross-functional teams that we are here from industry, academic research, patient advocacy groups, and government policymakers, immersing ourselves in figuring out how we can advance the cross-border collaborations between US and India. So those are the 10 key session topics that we will go through in the next couple days, besides the working groups. And tomorrow, we will have John Crawley come in for a fireside chat along with Frank Sasinowski. So we'll have that fireside chat tomorrow morning at 10:30. So please plan to be there for that one, for sure. Unfortunately, in the morning session with the FDA, we had a last-minute pullback. They were all confirmed, and we're planning to deliver a talk until Friday. And then suddenly we got over the weekend, and so the co-chairs of that session have come up with a plan that will still make it very productive for us to use the time for something that we can all benefit from. So please be here again tomorrow morning, but tomorrow as soon as we walk in, we'll grab the breakfast and get inside here so we can have breakfast while we get started as well. And then we have planned a few sessions tomorrow of these 10 sessions, and then there's a Pitch for Rare contest as the final session, which startups addressing unmet needs in rare diseases are going to pitch their solutions to this group, and we will see if we can use the morning time so that we can all wrap up by 3 p.m. If you all cooperate, we can make that happen. All right, so with that, I'm really excited to say we have people from 13 countries here, either physically or on the virtual platform. And so excited to see what we can all accomplish in the next 2 days. So with that, let's move into our keynote talk of the opening session this morning. And for that, I invite Dr. Isaac Rodriguez Chavez to introduce our keynote speaker. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It is a true pleasure for me to be here with all of you here today. I have been honored with the trust that Harsha has put on me since the beginning of this conference to work and help out with the event and to finding and identifying leaders in the field that can actually share their knowledge and insight with all of us. The truth is that right now it is a true honor for me to introduce a friend and a colleague who is an avid leader in the field of digital transformation. Victoria, Dr. Victoria, is a person that is passionate about clinical trials, passionate about patient centricity, passionate about data and the good use of data from clinical trials that can be utilized in a meaningful way to expedite medical product development. She has many accolades, and I have been working with her. I had the also honor and pleasure of working in a project with another colleague and friend of ours in which we are leading. It's called a digital transformation for the industry, and it's about 30 to 40 companies, global companies, and we're trying to develop a blueprint for companies and the field at large to utilize the digital tools in a meaningful way to have clinical research. Victoria is one of our leaders and major participant in all of these efforts. So she is a PhD in statistics, biostatistics. She has a bachelor's degree in mathematics. She did the bachelor's degree, the master's degree in record time of 3 years, and personally, she's a great friend. She likes fruits. She likes puff pastry. She is a mom. She's a mentor in NYU, and she's a teacher at times in Columbia University. She has a lot to say. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Victoria, please.
All right, so I'm going to have the slides pulled up. So I really wanted to set the stage for today and really think through with the group here and set some tone to how can we bring together across those themes that you saw Harsha share. And so the goal for today will really be around that, but also to connect it to some of the words and themes that you hear all over the place. So hopefully we'll get the slides up and running. But one of the big questions that I often get and that I often hear is, we want to do AI. How can we leverage AI, right? This is a big theme and a big concept that comes up in the work that I do and in the things that I hear. And yet that may not always be the best starting question. One of the things that I would say is most important and most exciting about this community here today is that we're really looking at how can we bridge between the technology and the novel opportunities and the methods and the data to actual problems, whether they are business problems for the organizations that we serve, whether they're patient challenges, right? We need to become obsessed and really invested in solving the problems in order for us to be able to move ahead. So it looks like my friends back there are looking to pull up the PDF that I uploaded. So with that in mind, I'm going to continue on my track, and maybe we'll skip through and flip through some of the slides as I have them committed to memory. So this is really the big question of how can we leverage AI? And yet at the same time, I often say to folks, we need to start off with a strategic view, right? We need to ensure that we have the right problem identified, and therefore, once we have the right problem identified, we know the patient population, right, the group that we're solving the problem for. We also then know what is the data we need. We also then know what are the analytical methods that we need. And so this is a really interesting challenge for us to think about. What is that data and analytics strategy that we should be working on? And so this is what I will be talking about today. So this is me. If you would like to, I guess my video is right over that, so you can't really scan it, but feel free to reach out and connect. I have, as Isaac said, a ton of information and ideas around the topic today, but I only have a few minutes here, so I would love to continue the conversation throughout the day with you and, of course, subsequently. Now, again, as I had said, we want to build an AI model, but we need to make sure we are starting with a very strategic lens to that. And so this is what I will be talking about today. My hope is to give you some very tangible things, independent of whether you are a patient advocate, are part of a larger or a smaller organization. I really want to have some key takeaways, things you can go home today at the end of the day and think about. And so I'll start by talking a bit about this diverse data ecosystem that Harsha mentioned in the introduction. I'll then talk about the evidence we need, because it's the evidence that will help us make the right decisions. And then we'll talk about, once we know what evidence we need, what problem we're solving, how to get the right data analytics, and ultimately to pull it all together and give you some tangible ideas of how to bring all of that to life. I thought this picture was such a great representation of the things that we are talking about today. This is a photo of a hospital, but it's actually one of the many seaside resort homes and mansions that during World War I was converted. In this particular scene, this is actually for Indian troops, and it was converted, as you can see, into a hospital. And this is what the journey is about when you talk about rare disease. It's about transformation and evolution, pushing beyond the bounds of what we see and what we know to really take it to that next next step and next phase to solve the challenges. But it's also, at the end of the day, so much so about patience, and it's about celebrating more birthdays. This is really where we get to the crux of a challenge we have, which is we need to make sure that we have reliable information and reliable data, because if we have unreliable data and unreliable information, the impact can be detrimental. We have an ecosystem of patients, caregivers, clinicians, researchers, payers, providers, right? It's a complex, especially in our US ecosystem, a very complex environment. And if you make sure that the decisions are made on unreliable data, you have a big problem. So we need to really ensure we have good knowledge of the methodology and good knowledge of the data and any biases. And that's what we'll dive into. So, in many ways, that means that the data is really critical to the challenge that we want to solve. And in today's day and age with AI, if you've heard about LLMs, whether you're looking at language models that are large or small, and I'll chat about both, it's really important that we have both data and the context of that data. Those are critical components in order to ensure that the correct insights are being pulled out, that we're using the right data to solve the right problem and we're applying the appropriate analytical methodology. I've heard many people since the LLMs, which started, by the way, less than 3 years ago, right? If you remember that, we had none of this, and now it's on your phone and everywhere, and recording and transcribing me speaking, right? LLMs are helpful to predict the next word based on word context. But that would not be an appropriate model I would choose as a statistician for predicting or forecasting analytical output and information. And so there's a lot we have to learn so that we can appropriately use, direct, and question with critical thinking the information that is out there. I wanted to share this example with you today. This is one example where I really believe, again, from the unreliable to what makes it actually reliable, what makes it good, this concept that we can, by linking together a variety of data sources or across borders, right, information, let's say it's claims data, maybe medical records data, when you bring it together, you can do other things. And this would be important to link that data and that information when, let's say, for example, you want to understand and assess impact of various initiatives, precision medicine being a critical one when we're also talking about the rare disease community. And that then allows us to really assess and create things like the appropriate policies, to ensure that we have cost-effective treatment and other similar problems. So with the right focus, we can really have profound and amazing impact. What we've seen more than ever is that this data ecosystem is so rich and it is so broad, right? We have a variety of different data sources. One lens to that ecosystem is what you see here. We have electronic health records that I mentioned. You would have claims billing data created for the claims and billing data purposes. You might have also disease registries. You may have then also data from at-home generated devices. You would have mobile health devices, an Oura Ring, an Apple Watch, and anything else, right, that you could think of. And then when you talk about the research needed, you would also have the trial data and the operations data to ensure that the right medicine is at the right place for the patient who needs it. This is a very diverse, very broad ecosystem. And so we have a variety of strategies. You have your clinical strategy that helps us figure out which data we need in order to solve the clinical research challenge. The operations data that allows you to ensure that things are moving, that you have sites up and running for the moment in time when the patients are there. But then you also have to really think about what to do with this other data. And my background sits a lot in real-world data, and this is all of that other data that happens in our day-to-day lives, the things that get recorded and calculated as we're moving along. More than any time before, we are generating a huge amount of that kind of data. And the question becomes, how do we piece these pieces together so that we can really have an impact to our ecosystem? But as Harsha very rightly pointed out at the introduction, this is a moment where we also have a fragmented data landscape. And so as this community steps in to think about how can we best serve patients with a variety of, let's say, rare diseases and conditions, how do we support this community that we're here to discuss today? We want to think about what is a data model so that we all know what we say when we mean a patient, what we say when we mean type 1 or type 2 diabetes, so that we can really use that information to solve a lot of different challenges rather than having to recreate things for every problem or challenge we see. And so I wanted to give you a lens here of what it means for such holistic evidence to be generated. The way that I think about this, and hopefully this helps you and as you go along through the conversations today, is that at the top, we have at the top of this funnel a variety of different data sources that I mentioned on the previous slides. Excuse me. We want to bring those in through that funnel, and we need to ensure that that information goes to create insights through advanced analytics. Whatever is the right method to solve the problem that maps to the correct data. And it is through those insights that we start to generate evidence, and it is through that that the evidence becomes some tool and resource that will in fact allow for information and to inform healthcare decisions. And that is ultimately what we seek. Not insights or evidence for the sake of evidence, but to actually change and move the needle on where the decisions are made to get the right treatments to the right patients. And that is one lens to holistic evidence. And so we need to ensure that we are becoming data and analytics evidence-driven, right? And evidence is really incorporating also technology into drug development. I love this quotation from some time back that talks about how really the pace of innovation has been so quick. And it is so important because that is and allows for a huge window of opportunity. As technology and this pace of innovation is fast, what it allows is disruption. It allows for change in how we've done things. And that opens up, in my opinion, a huge window of opportunity for communities like the rare disease communities that we see to really have a profound change and impact in how things are done. You may have seen a variation of a slide like this in the past, and so I drew this one to help us go through the conversation today. What you see here at the top is what happens in drug development. But I'm adding on a lens of data here, where I'm thinking about data defense and data offense. Let me define those terms and how I see them. When you talk about drug discovery, that's our first step, right? We seek to find a molecule. Then you go through typically 3 phases. You may have the benefit to condense that, but those are where you do the explanatory. You try to understand the safety, toxicity, efficacy of the molecules in clinical development. And then you get to a point where you have a hopefully positive approval by regulators and market access kicking off, which then leads into your more pragmatic real-world phase of seeing how the compound that's being researched is studied. Typically, our data defense position happens in those earlier phases. This is where we are looking to defend, to use the word very simply and directly, the ability of a particular molecule or a compound to have an impact, hopefully the impact we hypothesize. And so we collect evidence to really understand and defend that space. And yet, you think about topics like drug repurposing. We were talking over breakfast a little bit about that. You think about maybe an adult molecule to be explored in a pediatric population, right? There's all of these data offense, optimization of novel opportunities that may also happen. And that oftentimes happens at various parts in the life cycle. We need to bring those data defense, right, and data offense layers together. And I hope that with innovation and that opportunity to disrupt, we can really see this having a positive impact. Now, in the past 5 years, right, I've seen statistics go to data science, and now everything is AI. I've also seen a different pivot in how we think about data. In the past, there's been a lot of talk about big data. I need big, big volumes of data in order to really do anything or run the right models. But actually, smart data may be more of where I would encourage this community to think going forward. If you haven't read a book by Bernard Marr, he's a prolific writer in the space of data science and somewhat popularizing it for your maybe less statistician, more average readers and researchers. Take a look, but he talks about this concept of smart data that it really resonated with me, and I wanted to bring it to you today. He talks about how in order to reap the benefits, you don't necessarily need large volumes of data in a database. What you really need is to be obsessed with the problem, really hone in on what problem you're solving, and then you can really ensure you're getting the right smart data, the right data in your database that will help you solve that problem. And this is a huge shift, especially as we think about communities like this. So let's start moving towards the solution. And part of the solution is this fit-for-purpose data. I wanted to share with you an opportunity that I've had over the years. So a few years ago, and if you look me up on a Google Scholar, you'll often see some of the top publications from our collaboration between Boehringer and Duke Clinical Research in the space of what was then considered rare disease, but now has really high numbers. We were looking to explore idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. And at the time, there was not a diagnosis code for the condition, nor was it really well studied or well known or well understood, because by being idiopathic, it was typically a diagnosis that was given after ruling out other things, right? And that was the patient journey. But we really wanted to understand, as we had a hopeful candidate molecule, what that might look like and where in the patient experience and the patient journey we should look at. To do that, there was no data we could find to purchase. There was not the right data that we could find to help us address the challenges and to give us a real lens onto that real-world patient experience. So we designed a disease registry that was exactly intended to look at how our patients cared for in the real world. I was the lead statistician on that study, and this is really where the principles came into play, and maybe something that your organizations and your communities could really benefit from thinking about what it would look like to have a registry or to leverage registry data. Again, we have to think fit for purpose, and that is what we did. And so there are publications you could look at, and I'm happy to talk with you later today. But really, it was around also making sure that it wasn't just insights collected for the sake of insights. We got things into peer-reviewed journals. We got the information to the right decision makers and to the clinical communities so that more information and more knowledge was disseminated, making sure that patients would be more readily, quickly diagnosed if that was in fact the right journey for them. Now, my reality is, unfortunately, not this beautiful, clean library, right? In many ways, I wish that our data was so well organized. Everything had the Dewey system, was perfectly labeled. It was pristine. You could practically eat off the floor of that library. I mean, I wouldn't, but you probably could. My reality, and I think ours in the rare disease community, is actually much more like this used bookstore. And I love to read books, but I've been in plenty of bookstores where they say, oh, you know, that's the general section of this, but you might find a book somewhere else. There's probably a cat walking around the store, right? And so the reality is that the data and the information we work with is not yet well organized, but if we say data is king, we need to ensure that we are aware of the context of the information. So I really encourage and urge and caution you to have that understanding and transparency of the data. Now, I love this anecdote from Alice in Wonderland because it shows so well and so precisely the need for strategic thinking. I'm going to turn sideways so I can read it for you. Alice says to Cat, "What road do I take?" Cat says, "Well, where are you going?" She says, "I don't know." And Cat says, "Then it doesn't matter. If you don't know where you are going, any road will get you there." And I think this is fundamentally how sometimes we start research and we stumble around a bit. And yet, it would be important, again, if she had an obsession with getting to this point, even if it wasn't the wrong point, the right point, and we needed to pivot in an agile way, nonetheless, having a sense of this is an initial place that I'm going to go, this is the problem I'm going to solve, this is for whom I'm going to solve that problem, is at the core and foundation of innovation and disruption for the right solution. This is also so critical because there are so many places where a variety of biases can leak in. And in the rare disease community, one of my hypotheses is that observational bias is a challenge that we deal with. This is, again, another illustrative cartoon of that, where the gentleman lost his wallet. The police officer says, "Is this where you lost your wallet?" He says, "No, but this is where the light is." And this is actually what observational bias often is about. You only look in the data you have. But there may be undiagnosed patients in the community, right, who have a different journey. There may be information in other pockets. And so it's so critical that we think about real-world data and other data sources. We can now scrape things like Twitter and X. We can look at other places. They come with their own problems. Nothing is problem-free. But they can continue to build up evidence around the picture and the problem we're trying to solve. And so this is where we talk about the opportunity to have and to really bring together holistic information and evidence. Again, like I said at the beginning, it would be great if we had a common data model. That would be so incredible and impactful. But at least as you go forward into doing the research, think about and ask those questions of what does and what do different components of the data that is being collected to either create evidence for patients in your life or that you are participating in and are a part of. And all of this, in my opinion, is so critical now, even more than ever, because when you have data with the right context, the biases are things that you are aware of, and the data is curated and organized to be able to solve the problem, that is what enables algorithms to scale. Let that sink in, right? With dirty data, we hear garbage in and garbage out. You have the lack of ability to scale. You are able to solve maybe one finite problem, but you can't solve it and repeat it and go over and over. And so this is going to be critical because when you talk about rare disease, you have this, this, and this. And yet, if you just focus on solving only one piece of that puzzle every single time, think about the momentum and the energy you need to really sustain that. It's tough, it's hard work. But from a data and analytics lens, there could be so much power in really thinking about how to bring that data and analytics together so it can scale. So we need to ensure we are understanding evidence needs. And so one of the things is that you have to ensure that we're not just capturing evidence of things that are going to happen. We need to also understand what was tried in the past, why it did and did not work. So there's an urgent need to be very systematic in how we collect that evidence and how we understand it. I would also encourage you, and I could talk about this for hours, so I'm going to go quickly through it, the need for governance of the data, of the analytics, and of the solutions. Just look here at the bottom. The point is that you have this need for governance in order to mitigate risks, to make sure we're preventing what I started with at the beginning, that unreliable data spread. And with that governance, it also allows us to have the validity of findings. Transparency, reproducibility of scientific information is critical, especially if numbers are small. It allows us to have robustness. It allows us to make the right decisions. So what can we do? We need talent, technology, and we need techniques. These are the things that I think are being taught here at George Mason University, which is incredible. We are making sure that we have the right technique to solve the right problem. We need the right tools. And we need to make sure that it's not just a data and analytics talent, but also that we know the domains, we know the disease that's being studied, and we become, like I said, obsessed with those problems. We also have to start with the why. That is just so important because I've seen and mentored many, many startups, and those who do not have a impactful why story are really the ones who don't gain as much traction. I would encourage all of you to think about what good looks like and what we have as an opportunity to make sure we're asking those critical questions on low-quality data. In the age of LLMs, this is so important, right? Things hallucinate. You've got to be able to use critical thinking. As I wrap up, I have just a little bit left to say. This is me. Please connect. Please reach out. I would be more than happy to engage with the community. If there's any advice or information I can share with you, I'm happy to be a resource. It's been great to be here. I speak around these topics all the time, and I deeply, deeply believe in them. So, some takeaways for you for today. It's about smart data. Some of the biggest challenges we're going to see are going to be around data interoperability and quality. Think about that as you're doing this kind of research. And let's make sure we're pushing the dialogue from smart data to those insights and to that value, because it's really the value that we seek at the end. Like I said, it's all personal here. I think we're all here because it is profoundly meaningful to us. And I'll leave you with this last quotation. It just resonates so much with me and I think with what you're doing here today as you go about the next conversations. Hiding within those mounds of data is knowledge that could change the life of a patient or change the world. And that is what I think we are here to do today. So thank you.
Thank you so very much, Victoria, for this insightful presentation. This presentation is open for questions from the audience here and online. So I have Harsha checking the online access to see if there are any questions. And while you are all warming up, and we need to keep on going with the program. Say that again? Okay. So she will be around here, and if there are questions, we can catch up with the questions online. Can you please comment before you go? We talked about LLMs, and we're talking about data. We have about 11,000 rare diseases for which only less than 5% or so have, or 700 to 800 have the first line of defense or therapeutics. This conversation and this presentation was instrumental because it's all about the data, the quality of the data. We don't have data to prove safety, efficacy of many of the drugs that we need to develop for all of these rare diseases. So when it comes to data and LLMs, now the trend in the industry is the implementation of AI agentic tools. And who owns the data? Two things for you.
We need more than 5 minutes for that. But let me take a first pass at that. So who owns the data, I think, is a really critical question for industry and people to have. In fact, actually, I don't know about you, but if you have visited a clinician or a healthcare system in the United States, I have now a collection of maybe 5 letters that my data has been breached through a healthcare facility I've been to. And so data breaches in the healthcare space are one of the biggest. And yet when you apply, for example, for insurance, they seem to know a whole lot about you, much more than my clinician does. Right? And so it's a very interesting aspect of what would a healthcare marketplace look like? Can you, and where do you have your own data? I like, personally, to have the most line of sight into what my conditions are. But that means I have to go to multiple different medical record systems. I have to figure out what was in the claims data. Even getting that on my dogs, right, is practically impossible. So it's an excellent question that maybe even we'll get a chance to talk about in some of the workshops this afternoon.
AI agentic tools?
Yes. On the topic of data flow and AI agentic tools. So. Yeah, in real time. Oh, he's just throwing words to see, how long I can talk. So what I would say is that LLMs are the right tool to predict language. They help you understand what is the next most common word. But there are a few challenges with that. If you think about clinical research, women were not involved in clinical research in the US until 1993. And if it's taking and studying a breadth of data, it will give you a lot of biases. I recently did a little a play experiment, and I asked DALL-E to create an image of a conventional CEO. It was a white guy in a suit. I then said, create an unconventional CEO. It was a white guy in a rainbow suit. And so that was really interesting to observe because that's based on the breadth of literature that it has. So we have to ensure that the data is fit for purpose. When you talk about agentic AI, again, it has to solve the right problem. What's the first part of the challenge? Understanding the workflow. You have to understand what is the job to be done at the end of the day, right? If we think about Clayton Christensen and some of the work done at Harvard, and you have to understand what are the steps. And then you can think about what is the right tool, agentic AI, et cetera. But I think we're getting ahead to play an experiment, which I love to do also. But when it comes to the value, you have to figure out the problem first.
Thank you so very much, and please join me in thanking Dr. Kammerman for her presentation. Back to you. Back to Harsha to continue with the program.
Thank you so much, Victoria and Isaac, for this wonderful keynote. I think that sets the tone for the rest of the day and the rest of the summit. So let's have the next keynote joining us from India, from Tata Institute for Genomics and Sciences, Dr. Rakesh Mishra. He's not able to join us in person, but he has kindly sent us a recording of his presentation. So can we have that, please?
Good morning and good evening. First of all, I would like to thank Indo-US Rare for inviting me to speak in this very important meeting. It's my privilege to be part of this summit. And my apologies for not being able to come in person. And I hope we'll have better chance next time. So I'm going to talk about efforts that are going on at TICS, the center where I work, and some summary of what is happening in other places in the country. So I'm going to talk about a variety of things that we are doing for the rare genetic disorders. That is from the cutting edge science to the policy which is required. And I'll try to cover the landscape of RGD in this context in India. Before I do that, I would like to just introduce very briefly the Tata Institute for Genetics and Society, located in the Bangalore Life Science Cluster, which is in a large campus of University of Agricultural Sciences, where 4 institutions, NCBS, INSTEM, CCAMP, and TICS, are located. TICS is a unique initiative of the Tata Trust to support application of cutting-edge science to solve societal problems. It's a program-driven organization with collaborators and stakeholders on board from the start. And as our name suggests, our solution programs are focused on finding solutions to societal problems which are socially acceptable and economically viable. So our mission is to take the solutions from lab to society, and we have chosen to work on 3 different programs, and RGD is one prominent one of them. And we have supporting platform technologies, tech implementation, and the community engagement team that support these efforts. So there is a tremendous acceleration of the RGD research. It is changing scenario of RGD research and development in India. And that is largely due to the lots of collaborations, funding resources, and advances in AI and genome technology. The Government of India has come up with now a policy, national policy of rare genetic diseases. There are national centers of excellence recognized by the government and operating through their funding. There is a national fund for rare genetic diseases, which is for the patients. ICMR, which is Indian Council of Medical Research, has a special research funding for the RGDs in terms of significant amount of money that supports the research on therapy, diagnostics, and patient registry, and so on. Department of Biotechnology is a major player. They have a mission program on pediatric RGD involving 15 institutions across India. And there are many breakthroughs coming through entrepreneurs and startups driven by genomics and AI technologies. At TIGS, we have a strong team of many scientists, as you can see here, and we focus on diagnostics and screening as one of the verticals, therapeutics as another vertical, and disease modeling and prevention. As we are aware that India has a large population and therefore a significant number of RGD patients, 90 million by some estimates, and we have 1 million births with such disease conditions every year. So in our diagnostic efforts, we have a comprehensive approach of making a AI/ML enabled platform using digital PCR technologies, LCM, SMS, long read sequencing, CRISPRs, and modern technologies like that. So for example, for SMA, which is a very complex disease, depending on various mutations and copy number of SMN2, the disease can be classified into different ways based on its severity and onset. So we have now designed a digital PCR-based method to detect not only the mutations in SMN1 and the copy number in one single tube in one go. And this has been now tested with the patient groups, thanks to Cure SMA team in helping us, and CDFD Hyderabad for the sample. And as you can see, we can detect in one go whether it is a normal with respect to SMA or it is a SMA patient, and the copy number and so on. Similarly, we are taking a novel approach of detecting metabolites which can appear in presence of disease mutations. This we are focusing first on the 13 primary rare genetic disorders classified as a monoamine neurotransmitter metabolic disorders. They are caused by defective enzymes or cofactors in the transporters in biosynthesis pathway, and their symptoms significantly overlap. So our approach is to use dry blood spot and do LCMS for diagnosis, screening, and prognosis. Why LCMS? Because it is a very sensitive, a very short turnaround time, and you can do simultaneous detection of a large number of metabolites. We are at a very advanced stage. We are now in the process of handing it over to the diagnostic centers for the trials. This will replace the current method of lumbar puncture and make diagnostic tests simple and affordable. We are also making a comprehensive and complete database for all aspects of rare genetic disorders in India and, of course, other places. So this first version of the genetics is out. I request all of you to have a look. And here is the pipeline of how we make this database. And our next step is to integrate multiple data points to derive meaningful insights in the disorders and associated genes, pathogenic variants, clinical symptoms, prevalence, and gene information of various kinds through this. And we presume it will be very useful for clinicians, researchers, and even for patient groups to understand and take desired steps. One of our main activity in the therapeutics is the mRNA technology-based approach. mRNA technology is a very, very powerful approach, and large number of disease conditions are being addressed. It's a technology that can help in providing therapeutic proteins, in vivo antibody generation, in vivo gene therapy, immunotherapy, vaccine, which is very well known outcome of this, and of course personalized cancer vaccine and so on. So this is a broad technology. Advantage is that depending upon the target gene, you can actually design the assay, keeping rest of the steps the same, which is mRNA purification, quality check, LNP formulations, and so on. So this makes it a very highly desirable approach for rare genetic disorder, where otherwise numbers make it difficult as far as affordability is concerned. So we have established a custom-built microfluidic device in which we make lipid nanoparticles using the mRNA of our choice with appropriate modifications, and we estimate the size, surface charge, encapsulation capacity, etc. So as I was mentioning, we have worked on as a technology platform where we have now standardized the steps that are required for making mRNA therapeutics, various modules, what is required, what kind of timeline it has. And as you can see, in a matter of a year and a half or two, we can reach the process where we can think of third-party evaluations and clinical trials and so on. And at present, we have reached the proof of concept level in several diseases and also in gene editing approaches. And this is highly supported by ICMR, DBT, BioE3, and many patient advocacy groups. The other approach we take is to make cellular animal models for facilitating pan-India research on rare genetic disorders. We make biobank, we make iPSC cells, and use CRISPR technology to make mouse models. And whenever these things are ready, some of the already in place, they are freely available to researchers and industry partners. So similarly, like mRNA technology, we have now established a platform for making human pluripotent stem cell models, where the timeline and the steps involved is already established. And we are in position to deliver iPSC-based drug testing or screening platform in 12 to 18 months of timeline. And several diseases like Pompe, many other myopathies, osteogenesis imperfecta, EB, these are the iPSC-based models that are already finished or in the finishing stage. It's very important to understand the disease because it's a very, there is social aspect to it, and the national policy on rare disease emphasizes it that there is an immediate need to create awareness among the general public, patients and their families and doctors, and training of doctors for early and accurate diagnosis. So TIGS has taken a comprehensive step of covering many of these aspects, and similarly bringing multi-stakeholder engagement and policy advocacy, which is very, very important for accelerated diagnosis and treatment of this disease. We have an annual event, we call it Redress. So here this is Redress 23 description. Our next event, the fourth one, is going to be in end of this month, where we bring medical fraternity, researchers, pharma industry, policymakers, patient groups, entrepreneurs in one platform. And this is supported by, co-hosted by ORDI and ICMR, which is the Indian Council of Medical Research, is our knowledge partner. It is a very successful and powerful catalyst for multi-pronged approaches in uniting stakeholders. That was just very brief summary. We are doing several other things about RGD through interactions, through collaborations, like cost-effective diagnostic kit for imprinting disorders, diagnostics and therapeutics pathways for Friedreich ataxia using known approved drugs or new mRNA therapeutic approach, and pharmacogenomics and non-invasive newborn screening, prenatal screening, and so on. These are things which we are in different stages of implementation. Our efforts are always aiming large societal impact. And by what we are doing, we are already reaching out, for example, for a public database where pathogenic variants are validated and cataloged alongside clinical data. Open sense natural history models, which are generating for myopathies at the present in collaboration with NIMHANS, which can allow clinicians to predict disease progression and design trials and so on. Cost-effective diagnostics and mRNA-based biomedicine, which I just mentioned. And then vertical integration of genomic, clinical, and prevalence data and facilitated this for the health policy decisions. Acceleration of clinical trials for bringing respite to Indian patients. We are very actively working with all relevant agencies and patient advocacy groups to make this a reality for our patient community. Patient-derived induced pluripotent cell lines, which I just mentioned, they are freely available for academics and for industry, and we make these models based on our plan, what we want to work, or also based on the demand by our collaborator. Similarly, we are making mice models to make it available for us and for the industry partner. And I hope with these efforts, with the collaboration and with cooperation of various agencies like government agencies, patient advocacy group, we will be able to make a difference of much needed intervention in this disease conditions. While this is a complex situation, but at the same time, we have tremendous progress in the genomics and AI and many other cell culture technologies, genome editing technologies, and there's a certainly bright future ahead, which we want to reach faster and make it more affordable for the larger population, which might otherwise not be having access to such interventions. So thank you again for your time and giving me this opportunity, and very happy to answer if there are any questions. I'll try to be available online and hopefully be able to answer some of these questions. Thank you again, Indo-US Rare, for this opportunity, and look forward to working together more. Thank you.
So what's really striking about this particular organization and the talk is there is the word society in the name of the organization. As much scientific and genomics oriented it is, genomics and society. I think that connection with the community and the society is the core focus of this Tata's vision. So I'm grateful for Dr. Mishra to extend his collaboration with all of us here, so we can explore how we can work together. So let's have our presentation back again. So I can remind everyone there is a sheet in your swag bag that you got when you registered. This is the working group sheet. There are 4 working groups. As you get through the day, you may have already decided which group you want to be part of for today's discussions in the afternoon. But keep thinking about those groups as we get through the day. So we are running a few minutes behind, and we'll see we can make up the time. And as the slides come back up again there, I like to thank our sponsors of the summit, without whom we could not be organizing this event. So thank you all the sponsors that are listed here, Soleno Therapeutics, Entrada Therapeutics, Bridge Bio, And we are currently standing here in Prince William County, and so we are grateful to Prince William County for their support. They have been part of our journey since the beginning when we started 3 years ago, as well as Fairfax County that have also extended their support this year. So we welcome Fairfax County. And we are excited in general. As I mentioned yesterday at the gala, Virginia has attracted close to $10 billion in investments for drug manufacturing from Eli Lilly and AstraZeneca just in the last month that our governor announced it. So we are very excited that we are having a growing biohealth ecosystem around us in this capital region. You will see and meet some of them in the evening today. So I'll use this opportunity to thank all our speakers who are here. I think we have over 60 speakers yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And every speaker has been fantastic, and we are looking forward to all the perspectives that will be shared here. The 4 working groups, and one of the working groups has led to publication in DIA Global, the working group on regulatory and policy. Co-chairs Isaac and Matthew are here. They led this, and we are very excited that our interns and students were also part of contributing towards this article. And these are the countries that are represented in our speaker faculty and our attendees at the summit. Obviously, United States, we have 169. And India being the next follower, given the geopolitical climate, travel across countries and the visa is not easy right now. But hopefully we'll have more in-person engagement in the next year. So that's the Biotech and Beer this evening. And I'd like to thank all our planning committee members that are here and who have supported for the last 6 months in getting this programming going in both the core part of the planning committee from US and Indian side, but also advisory panel members that have contributed in many ways. And the secretariat with both George Mason and Indo-US Rare that made this happen. So thank you all sponsors. And our extended partners, many nonprofit organizations, clubs, and BioHealth Capital Region, too many to read through, but you will see, and they are also on a website and engaged on social media, so encourage you to reach out to all these partners who are committed to this cause. So as we are here for Indo-US Organization for Rare Diseases with the mission of empowering rare lives and bridging nations, 2 grand challenges inspire us. 95% of rare diseases have 0 treatments, no approved treatments yet. And there's 11,000 named rare diseases in databases. The second problem is, for these rare diseases, many of them are in clinical trials and drug development, but 90% of those clinical trials will be run in 10% of the world's population that may have a chance of participating in these trials. But the rest of the world is not engaged, so we are only scratching the tip of the iceberg. And to make progress, to accelerate drug development and access, we need to engage the large populations that are left out in this. And that's just good science and also the right thing to do. So towards that mission, we are addressing these massive inequities with various patient-centric programs, and we heard from several patients and families yesterday at the gala, and we will continue to see that being the core focus with epidermolysis bullosa and other conditions that were on stage yesterday. And so all our programs are centered around this aspect of patient centricity, and we measure our impact through the number of patients that we are able to support for their care navigation through the patient concierge platform, in assisting patients with undiagnosed or diagnosed conditions through their care navigation, connecting them to the right resources anywhere in the world, and participating in events and making sure our voices are heard in the right venues with industry and policymakers, as well as publications in scientific peer-reviewed journals, but also connecting with society and community who don't necessarily access the scientific literature. And we are grateful to our Patient Alliance members. We have over 66 now and growing. So if there are patient groups here who are getting involved for the first time, I invite you and encourage you to get involved as a member and collaborate on our quarterly meetings and ongoing conversations so you can influence the policy and next steps. So these are our Alliance members, and we are thankful to all of them, working towards advancing several, over 500 rare diseases represented by these organizations. Some of them are specific to a single disease. Some of them focus on a category of diseases. And some of them are more broader, addressing common challenges that impact all rare disease members. So we have had in our last 5 years 12 publications in so far, and the last 5 this year. And some of these came through grants from our partner organizations like the Rare Disease Diversity Coalition, and some of them through industry grants for advancing global prevalence, incidence, and engagement cross-border. So you'll see in the first session that will follow soon some of that in play. So we have already been recognized for the impact we are having with the Rare Givers nominee. We have Crystal, who flew in here from California, and grateful to Crystal for her recognition and collaboration. Incredible Inc. 50, that we were recognized as the fastest 50 between US and India small enterprises. Rare Disease Diversity Coalition Caregiver Rise Honoree, Times 100 Health Innovators, that our board member, Dr. Anish Bhatnagar, was recognized, and the Rare Voice Award nominee as well. So these are just encouragements that we can expect for a small but mighty team and effort as we continue to pool resources that we can. And some of these accomplishments you can catch up as well as we share all the publications that we have so far. So I know there have been some questions about Wi-Fi. There's a free Wi-Fi called Mason in your Wi-Fi list. And I think there's a way to request passwords. So please reach back to folks near the camera there who can help if you have any questions on how to connect with Wi-Fi. I'm a faculty here, so I was able to easily connect, but I know that may not be the case for all. So request all of you to participate actively throughout the day, and when you make a comment or ask questions, we want everybody to participate, but keep it brief, to a minute at most. That's the general rule, 60-second rule, and on point. And share widely. Feel free to tweet, LinkedIn, whatever, so we can amplify our voices. So with that, let's move into our first session of the day on global epidemiology and inequities in rare diseases. For this, I invite on stage our speakers, Sarah Tilosky from Pharmacon Global, Tina Ashwini Omprakash from South Asian IBD Alliance. Please come on stage. Mohammad Duklef from Epidermolysis Bullosa from the Center for Orphan Drug Research at University of Minnesota. And Professor Huma Chima, who will be joining us from Pakistan, Lahore, online. And if you can please have her on screen, that would be great. So let's get started. So I know there are microphones.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Yeah. So let's get started with introducing our esteemed speakers today. So Sarah, let's start with you. What motivated you, and what's your role and involvement in rare disease?
Thank you so much. Well, I'm more involved in clinical research overall. My passion is more in the Latin American market, which you know. That represents 660 million people, of which 50 million are undiagnosed with rare disease. My husband lost a daughter to bacterial meningitis several years ago. She was 21, and at the time, there was no vaccine. So that was a motivator for me to get into the vaccine side of, and Latin America is known for its vaccine therapies and research. So that was a motivator. Since then, we have helped 3 companies go to market with rare diseases in liver and in kidney, mostly in Latin America. It's just an area that just gets underlooked.
Yeah, Mohammed.
Hello, everybody. So, as I mentioned yesterday, I have a rare disease called epidermolysis bullosa, the recessive form, along with 3 of my siblings. So this is I get my life with rare disease, my entire life, through my siblings. And I found myself really interested into this world because I noticed that as a patient, that many people, either clinics or anywhere, like you go, you feel like rare disease is still rare, like you are not recognized, you are not seen. You go to the hospital, like they don't know how to deal with you, or if you try to advocate, you feel like you're not being listened to. So I feel like there's something must be done, and so this is my biggest interest, and I decided to go to pharmacy school for that reason, to be in the field. And thanks to Dr. Rina Carta, she's still my advisor and mentor. So I had to get my master's at the University of Minnesota, and mainly the focus with them is the Center of Orphan Drug Research, where these discussions are always discussed there, and it's always valuable. And you see people from all over the country bringing new ideas and topics about rare disease. So, and it's my privilege to be here to see a new perspective about rare disease from outside the U.S. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mohammed. So let's welcome Mohammed to the stage. Yesterday, as we heard, those who may not be very familiar with EB, the last thing you want to do with Mohammed is hug him or shake his hand like you normally do, just so the condition makes it really hard. So it's very inspiring what Mohammed has done by participating in clinical trial and contributing to advancing therapies, but also benefited from having participated in clinical trial. So thank you, Mohammed. Tina.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tina Aswani Om Prakash. First of all, I would like to thank Harsha for the privilege and honor of having me attend today and speak. I am a Crohn's disease patient advocate. I have been living with Crohn's disease, which is a form of inflammatory bowel disease, or IBD, for nearly 2 decades now. I've had over 20 surgeries, live with a permanent ostomy bag. This is an extremely stigmatized condition that used to be considered rare, both in South Asia and the United States. I am also the founder of the blog Own Your Crohn's, which led to the formation of the nonprofit that I co-founded with other patient advocates and gastroenterologists, called South Asian IBD Alliance, also known as SAIA, S-A-I-A. We recently expanded our mission in just the last week to culture and GI. So now we are still known as SAIA, but we are known as the Strategic Alliance for Intercultural Advocacy in GI because we've received so much demand from the Middle Eastern, East Asian, Hispanic Latino communities in terms of cultural sensitivity and the growing burden of GI disorders around the world, including rare GI disorders. It is my pleasure to be here today with you all, and I can't wait to speak with you all.
Thank you, Tina. And now we have Professor Huma Chima from Pakistan on the call. If we can have Professor introduce herself.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I audible to you? Hello? Have I been muted from your side, maybe? Can you hear me? I'm talking, but can you hear me? Can you hear me? I think you can't hear me, I guess.
They can hear you, ma'am. You can start.
Okay, right, because I wasn't getting any signal whether you could hear me, right? So to introduce myself, I am Professor Huma Arshid. I'm actually, I trained as a gastroenterologist and a hepatologist, and when I came back to Pakistan, we were seeing a lot of patients referred with hepatosplenomegalis, and they were not really having primary liver disease, but were having Gaucher disease, or they were having other inborn errors of metabolism. So that was in 2020, not 2020, 2000. And the year 2000, we realized that we don't have any way of testing them. And there was no therapy at that time, so we didn't have any genetic testing available. But we were seeing in the children's hospital where I'm based, it's a big children's hospital, and the University of Child Health. It's a 1,300 bedded multi-specialty children's hospital. So almost all the specialities here, be it neuro, be it my department, be it the endocrine, everybody was seeing a lot of genetic and rare disorders, but we weren't having the ability to test or treat them. So gradually, with the help of our colleagues and partners, international partners, people I'd worked with, we started gradually to set up this facility, and we now have a very large rare disease center. This is only one in Pakistan where patients have access to free diagnosis, treatment, which is on charitable access, and prenatal testing. Lots of limitations still regarding treatment, but at least we are somewhere. So we diagnose a large number of rare diseases because, as you're aware, Pakistan has almost a population of 234 million. And if you look at the prevalence data and try to calculate how many patients of rare disease we would have at a given time, probably 14 million. So, but access to therapy is a challenge. We get charitable access, but government's rare disease policy still, I mean, I think India has gone ahead and they have framed it out, but we are still struggling for it. But the other big challenge, as you mentioned very rightly, is access to treatment through clinical trials. Only recently have we been able to access some, but really with limited therapies available, and even those limited ones, even for instance, very expensive gene therapies or even other expensive therapies, the new therapies, we don't have access to them. We are able to treat some, and as one of the gentlemen here who's got epidermolysis bullosa, we have a large foundation which we made for epidermolysis bullosa patients in Pakistan. But even for the dystrophic type where the gene therapy is available, we don't have access to any therapy. And at the given time, in the Rare Disease Center, we have 200 patients of epidermolysis bullosa, and we have no access to therapy. So, but there are patients of Gaucher, Pompe, Fabry's. We do get therapy for them, and then we are making sure that we do prenatal testing to prevent future children having it, because the biggest issue in Pakistan is the highly consanguineous marriages. So 80% in some provinces there is a consanguinity. Which makes the burden of rare diseases extremely high in Pakistan.
For joining us, Huma. So let's move to the next segment. In rare diseases,
I can't hear you. I can now.
Can you hear us now? Yeah. So thank you, Huma. So moving to the next topic, prevalence and incidence of rare diseases. most of the databases like the NIH, GARD, or the Orphanet do capture prevalence and incidence more from a Western European population perspective. But from a global prevalence, not all rare diseases are equally distributed or equally prevalent everywhere. It's not homogeneous. And so what diseases within the rare space do you see here? Sarah, let's start with you in Latin America. Are there some examples that you could talk about? And let's also hear from the panel on your own disease that you're focused on. How is it distributed from a geographic perspective?
I hope you have my slides, because I do need those. That one slide that I provided, if you could put that up, please.
Is there a slide? Yeah. Not sure. Do we have slides from Sarah? There are 2 slides, it seems. Let's move to Mohammed while we get the slides up. Mohammed, can you tell us about the EB prevalence?
Yeah, so as really about with any other rare disease, especially in economies, developing economies, it's the main issue that, at least for epidermolysis bullosa, the lack is the screening or the genetic testing. Right now, mostly, at least in the region where I'm from, like the Middle Eastern region, diagnosis is really based on observations of the symptoms of the patients, like the manifestation of the disease, like, okay, this is epidermolysis bullosa, but what type of it really needs a genetic testing, and this is a main issue that faces a lot of families where either they don't have the facilities or the clinics or labs that they can go to for testing, and they have either to travel outside. And that's the main issue. I think many patients or many organizations will share the same thing, that the issue with diagnosis, which is a big issue for rare disease in general. But in terms of epidermolysis bullosa, it's a sample that faces these families, and without the proper diagnosis, you don't know what kind of treatment you can look for, or also how to understand the patient, like in terms of life expectancies, or what kind of medication you need to be on or not. So that's my takeaway on, at least from the epidermolysis bullosa perspective, is the testing is the biggest issue there.
Yeah. So Tina, what do you see for IBD?
Thank you, Harsha. So with regards to IBD specifically, which includes Crohn's and ulcerative colitis, in the United States, we are seeing a prevalence of approximately 1% of the population at this time, so about like 3.5 million people living with inflammatory bowel disease that have been diagnosed. Worldwide, it is said to be about 10 million and counting. Specifically in India, we have seen recent numbers. Now, this is a very interesting study that was funded by the Helmsley Charitable Trust out of AIG in Hyderabad. So they sent out mobile vans throughout the country of India in rural, urban, suburban areas of India. And they scoped, meaning did a colonoscopy on folks with any kind of GI symptoms. And a lot of us would think that it would be very prevalent to have a GI infection. Unfortunately, out of the 34,000 people that they scoped, about 5.4% of those individuals had inflammatory bowel disease. We also just recently published in The Lancet on sort of a scoping review of inflammatory bowel disease in South Asia versus the West. This was the first study to show that the disease is now just as severe as the West, and industrialization is pointing towards that severity. So this is, like we say in The Lancet, a ticking time bomb for pharmaceutical companies and CROs to seriously consider bringing medications and clinical trials to the region, as IBD is resulting in significant morbidity and mortality in the region. Thank you so much.
Yeah, if we have the slides up for Sarah. Okay, great.
Yeah, I mean, Tina and I were talking last night. I love a raise of hands. This is a subject that's related. How many of you are concerned about ultra-processed food in your rare disease groups? Raise a hand. I mean, you know what that is, right? Of course. Yeah. This is a huge problem. This is a huge problem. So we were talking about that because if you look at Latin America, places like Mexico, #1 in the world per capita for diabetes, #1 in the world for obesity. Why is that? It's a lot of because of the processed food that our beautiful country has sent down south. So in terms of the rare disease specifically, most of it's liposomal, there's Huntington's, I can read that, cystic fibrosis, Gaucher. We had a little story that I wanted to tell about a Duchenne project with a pharmaceutical company that I won't name right now, but it was for getting those patients enrolled, which we know is a challenge because if you don't have the data, where do you find them? We had one of our PAG people that works for us really literally went out into the field in Mexico and was able to get those last 5 patients that made a difference to get that product approved. And now we're doing the compassionate use trail. But what was interesting to me is that, you know, back to Victoria's point, to get that data of where those patients sit was not easy. And I think in these emerging markets, this is a general problem of why so much of the studies are done more in the US and in Europe, of course, the whole market access piece. But back to the genetic patterns and founder effects, we're finding that big countries like Brazil have a lot of data, which is why so many projects do go down there. They also have good laws. But Mexico, Argentina, Chile, even down in the Central American regions like Costa Rica, there's a number of diseases that are mostly genetically based, but then some of them are also enzyme related, liposomal type based. Can you go to the next slide? And so what that means is that there's a huge opportunity. There's about 30 to 50 million undiagnosed patients sitting in Latin America. It's a country, as I mentioned before, 660 million people. And that's a big chunk of people, and it's right next door to the US. So there's a number of treatment-naive patients, very good clinical research data, all accepted, ICH accepted, and that's very important too. We get that pushback sometimes from biotechs and pharma. Well, Anvisa, Cofepris, the other regulatory agencies are very well aligned with the FDA. There's a lot of modernization taking place in the regulatory landscape. And so it's just a great location for clinical trials to really tap into these rare disease patients.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. So, when we look at the prevalence and incidence, we had an opportunity to conduct on 10 rare diseases represented by our member organizations in the last couple of years, and that got published, and it's one of the 12 publications that I listed earlier, where we saw there is heavy reliance on a patient registry to assess the incidence of a rare disease, right? So if, depending on the number of patients in a national patient registry, we extrapolate and say this is the prevalence or incidence in a given region. And that's the best data that we could have, but not many diseases yet have a registry. And so what's the importance of these registries? Do they exist in the regions and for the indications that you're focused on? And how has it helped, or how could it help if it doesn't exist?
We've talked about this, you and I, Harsha. So one of the challenges, and again, Victoria also alluded to it, is who owns the data? And is it federated? And we don't, as the United States, or as pharmas and biotechs, want to take advantage of those patients. We don't need another Holocaust. So I am concerned, very concerned, about how these patient registries are put together. And in our world, in Latin America, we have found that the patient advocacy groups are the best way to deal with that data, because they know who their people are and they know where to find them. The problem with that is, as to your point, how do you publish that? How do you go to a biotech or a pharma or whoever is studying those new molecules and say, hey, you need to come to India, you need to come to Latin America? You have to show some kind of data and proof, and that's not easy. But at the same time, we have to be very careful the way we do those registries.
Tina?
No, these are great points, Sarah. I just want to add, it's very difficult to publish on this data, especially in today's climate, especially for diverse groups. Something that we did as SIA earlier this year is hosted a clinical research roundtable, and we brought together 10 Pan-Asian patients plus myself as a moderator, as well as physicians in the room and our sponsors listening in. And we had some serious discussions and conversations around what patients need, what are the unmet needs, and what are the cultural barriers to joining clinical research and trials. We are waiting for the publication to be accepted from this, but this sort of set up a room with dynamics of understanding from these patients who, you know, I worked with personally on 2 separate sessions to explain how clinical trials and research work in case they weren't familiar, and then think about it for a couple weeks, talk to your families about it, and then come to this roundtable to bring your ideas. So it's not quite a patient registry, but it's a forum, like a focus group almost, that's allowing sponsors, which included pharma CROs and charitable trusts, to really understand why we need to include historically excluded or underrepresented populations in some of this research, and what, from the horse's mouth, are the reasons why they're not joining.
I'd like to add to that, and Harsha knows this. We started something called RARE DM, which stands for DM is coming from Carpe Diem, which is obviously seize the day, but DM stands for Diseases in Emerging Markets. So we've now created an alliance within our company that we might have to go nonprofit with you there. But the point is that these diseases in emerging markets are not being fully addressed for the reasons we talked about. So we're doing a yearly online event to bring in the entire region of Latin America. They can't afford to fly up from Venezuela to Boston, you know, to go to a conference. So by having it online, that creates a lot of opportunity. We cover patient advocacy groups, we cover patient data, which you were part of, we cover industry, we cover diagnosis, which is still a big problem. And how can we address that? And then, of course, market access is a huge problem because of the governments that we all know that are a challenge. And how do you cover these costs of these medications? So that's one way in which we're getting those discussions out there, and we need to have more of them. But again, I'm concerned about who owns the data. It's super important.
Yeah. So can we switch the slide back to the session, please? And Huma, would you like to share the status of patient registries in Pakistan?
Okay, so we are part of the international registry for the LSDs, for lysosomal storage disorders, but the national registry of other diseases we keep at the Rare Disease Center. LSDs are our most common diagnosis at the Rare Disease Center, and thalassemia, for instance, may be considered rare in other countries, but we don't even consider it rare because it's so common in Pakistan. And then again, Wilson's disease from the liver viewpoint may be rare in other countries, but it's not so rare in Pakistan. But among the rare, our registry data reflects, for international registry, we have the LSDs which we participate in. So Gaucher is at the top of our list. And then comes the MPS, various types, and the Niemann-Pick. Niemann-Pick of all sorts, be it A, B, and C, they are very common in our population. Then we have the Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. Among the muscular dystrophies, Duchenne's and various muscular dystrophies are very common. Neurological various disorders. So the registry is local for the rest of them. Only the LSD, we are part of the international registry. So up till in the past 5 years, I can give you an example. I was looking at our registry data. Now, in the past 5 years, we diagnosed 321 Gaucher, 237 MPS, and some 68 Pompe's. And then there is, looking at the data, there is more than 100 Niemann-Pick. So that's the registry shows a large number of various. So then there is a lot of hematological immune deficiency disorders. So every kind. Talking about the genetic testing, which Mohammed was, I think, talking about, it's difficult, but then the good thing is that our center offers it free of cost to the ones who can't afford. and the other ones for them they have subsidized. So here we don't talk about just clinical diagnosis or diagnosis based on biomarkers. We do biomarkers, but we do the genetic testing as well. So we know our exact mutation types. The very, very rare mucolipidosis or Wallmans, so we have patients of those as well. So the registry includes all but the top would be LSD, the inborn errors of metabolism, then the coagulation disorders, the Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and then, the other various diseases. So that's the kind of data, but the data, we are putting it up actually online to align with we have a collaboration with University College London, with UCL. They were interested that we should have just the mutation data, which is visible, so that collaboration, if international collaborators are interested in a particular, we don't put in patient details, but we are putting in the mutation. So that applies to neurological diseases, developmental disorders, inborn errors, and we just recently started doing that for visibility. But we don't put in patient data as such. So that did make some kind of a dent. And then there were interesting data from the secondary genomic findings that we had. We published a paper on that as well, that the most common secondary genomic finding, because when we do the whole genome, then we take a constant for telling them the secondary findings that we have. And the most common secondary finding in our population in Pakistan was related to cardiac risk. So arrhythmogenic ventricle or hypertrophic cardiomyopathy or lipid cholesterol abnormality gene. So it was linked to cardiovascular risk. And the total number, the percentage was so high in the publication, it was 69% had the secondary finding related to an early cardiac death possibility, which, as we all are aware, is already high among the Asians. So that was interesting data from our genetic center too.
Thank you so much, Huma. So, as we have seen, there is this registry is like the gold standard for estimating the prevalence and incidence. But many times when they do not exist, there are other alternative methods to estimate the prevalence and incidence. And so there is a publication that we put out on a decision tree on what is the best way to get to a prevalence incidence in a given geography. So do take a look at that, and would welcome all of your inputs and comments on that. And we are happy to work on additional diseases, as we applied that on 10 diseases as a starting point. And yesterday at the gala, our team was mentioning that setting up of one patient registry is about $10,000 for a rare disease, as the volumes are low and the estimates are relatively less in number. And at that rate, there are 11,000 rare diseases, and majority of them do not have a registry at all anywhere in the world still. And those that do are mostly US and Europe based as of now. And some of these registries have expanded to make them global registries. And so when such a registry does exist, it does cost money, effort, and resources to put a registry like that. And so we encourage patients to enroll in a registry if it exists already. And if it does not, we should pool resources to stand up a registry. And having a registry will help investors and pharmaceutical companies to invest in a disease to find a cure and a therapy if we have access to the natural history of the disease, the heterogeneity that may exist among patients. And so having a registry is certainly almost a prerequisite, or definitely helps if we can have that in place. So with that, I think we should wrap up this session with closing comments from each one of you. So why don't you take maybe 60 seconds to make your closing remarks?
Sure, I just want to make a comment before I do my closing remarks, Harsha. One thing that's also happening in Brazil and Mexico mostly, is that there are now, and because those companies, those countries have money, they have good resources, There is a movement to start biotechs or have a partner biotech. Let's say that there's a company, the Crinetics, I can tell you the name of the company, that started in San Diego, and now they have offices in Brazil. And they did that because they found all the patients they needed out of Brazil. So another idea is to say, okay, where are the prevalence? There's a piece of the prevalence. And are there investors in those countries and or investors here that would like to establish that kind of relationship? Because I think, in essence, and you know this well, Harsha, for clinical trials, there's still a huge, huge, huge mistrust of the data coming from emerging markets. And you and I have talked about from India, from Mexico, you name it. Any country that's not the US or not Europe, they don't trust it. China. You know, so this is a problem, and I think one solution is to have these collaboratives with some, like through your sponsors, to think about what kind of countries can we collaborate with investors to get those companies to see the value of coming into those countries as an investment.
I just want to add to that. Thank you, Sarah. You know, as a patient that's been in a clinical trial and that really struggled to go into one and needed to get to near death to finally get into a clinical trial, I want to second what Sarah just said in terms of mistrust. There's mistrust, you know, that we learned about in a roundtable dating back to colonial times of Asian countries and, of course, other emerging markets. But there's also mistrust of the data that we're seeing that's Western, Eurocentric, you know, Caucasian-type data. We want to know how this data is and how these drugs are performing in our populations. I often speak about my clinical trial journey a lot so that I can encourage patients in other countries to join. The thing that I did want to highlight today is I know we often complain about drug prices being too high in the US, but if you look at drug prices in some of these emerging market countries, some of these biologics are costing patients, you know, their entire year's salary, something they can't afford to be on. Clinical trials are a real opportunity in these countries to provide access and to help patients live fuller lives. And I think, just to close here, one of the things that's of greatest interest to the nonprofit I work with is precision medicine. I think in order for us to understand rare diseases, treatment options, as well as diseases that are not so rare anymore, is by making sure that we have participants from the emerging markets and make sure that these patients have access so that we can understand phenotypes of these diseases better and make sure that we have appropriate treatment options for patients of different races, ethnicities, cultures. Thank you.
I want to add to what Tina and Sarah mentioned about the clinical trials. I think this is a very important point, participating to several clinical trials. I feel a privilege, honestly, to have the ability to really go to, even I have to travel to states, but I have been reached like several times from patients outside the US. In so many countries, they are really willing to travel anywhere in the world to just participate in clinical trials. And so if those countries or those patients have the opportunities for the clinical trials to move to these countries, it will be actually, I think clinical trials will be really rich of details or data, because I here in the US, I hear from, at least from epidermal bullosa perspective, providers struggle with recruiting clinical patients, which is very difficult, but I feel the interest in countries outside the US that really want to be joining these trials. Another thing I want to mention, I know the focus a lot about treatments or cure for these rare diseases, but there's another thing that I feel is always missed, which is patients don't have the time to wait for these therapies to come, so there are more like interventional procedures or care that patients need immediately, surgeries, procedures, and these in countries like I'd say, at least where I am from, even these are not available. Yeah. Like procedures, you have either to travel to a neighbor country or maybe to Europe to get to them. And so just focusing, I feel like, on treatment itself it's very kind of limit the focus on what the patient need right now, tomorrow, because they might not even live until these get approved and then move, come to their, where they live in. And so organization like Indo US Rare really, I have the dream one day maybe instead of like we have NORD here in the US, will be something like globally, where joins all these organizations that focus on several rare diseases and patients anywhere in the country. They can look up, where is the nearest organization or where is the nearest country that have a clinic that specializes in this or a provider specialized in X disease. So I really enjoy or like this collaboration because it provides a new perspective to patients in need in countries where this is not available for them. So thank you.
Thank you. I think those were fantastic comments from all of you. And I'd like to say, Mohammed, that we, in fact, have taken the first step in the direction that you just shared your dream about in setting up the Global Organization for Rare Disorders in India. As Indo-US Rare is a US-based nonprofit foundation, we needed a base in Indian side as well to reach the Eastern Hemisphere. And so we hope that that will be the platform working with all the existing organizations and leaders and pioneers in the space already to provide yet another platform to bring everybody together with the theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, as we shared yesterday, which is whole world is one family, and especially in rare diseases, couldn't be more true, right? And so if we can all work together and get beyond the tip of the iceberg and get the whole picture and not just the shining edge of it, that can help accelerate drug development. So my key takeaways from this session is, to Sarah's point, for the mistrust, we had Congressman Suhas Subramaniam yesterday at the gala, and our ask of him is, can we have a committee report from the Congress to have FDA be more accepting of clinical trials that are conducted outside of US, anywhere in the world, and so that makes data coming from various parts of the world, and if FDA can be more accepting of that, still applying the same rigor in terms of data integrity, quality, and all that, but be more trusting of the data with the guardrails, that will really get us the more research happening in the rest of the world, and that can accelerate this. So with that, Huma, are you still there? Do you have a closing remark from Pakistan?
Yeah, just a little bit that I'll give you an example that when Sanofi wanted to do a trial on eliglustat, they were looking for GD3 patients, and in 1 year in US, they could hardly get 8 patients. But then in Pakistan, when the team came to at the Rare Disease Center, they had 48 patients on the first day to choose from, and they realized that it's important, as it was said by Sarah as well, go where the disease is. So for instance, Pakistan has the world's highest number of type 3 Gaucher disease. The mistrust will automatically get less, because it's like saying you can't do a liver transplant because you don't have a good ICU, but the learning curve of the ICU develops when you do the surgery. So once you go there and you start doing it, and not only is it beneficial that you get the numbers, but it is also cheaper to do a drug trial, to do any clinical trial in the emerging markets. So I think the emerging markets are gradually going to understand that they have to go to where the patient is, where they can have less money spent there. And since they're there, they can look at the data and get better kind of trust. And as you said, have the guardrails. We look at all the nitty-gritty of the way FDA wants it, and each and every little thing which is followed. We are doing presently an FDA-approved trial. And there is tiny, tiny things, some we may agree with, some we may think, but we are doing it. So I think there has to be a time when, as you rightly said, they had asked me to send the patients to where and I refused it, because this is so unethical that I put in a bunch of 30 patients in the plane and tell them to go on the site. Yes, the desperate patient might have gone, but then actually they came and they started the trial there. So I think we have to try to make a case of that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think with that, we can conclude this session. So I'd like to thank all the speakers for sharing their wonderful perspectives. Are there any questions on Slido that we could take? Or in the audience here, anyone has a question, quick question? Yeah, one.
For compassion use of the life-saving therapies, and it was I would say pretty frequent, and we've seen patients. And now 20 years later, while I was at Thermo Fisher, and difficulties to find patients to recruit for sponsors, and anytime we suggest let's do cross-border travel, it's like, oh no, we might be find patients in the United States. What I actually urge, Mohammed, you've been completely to the point that we still need, if it's too far from Mexico to Boston, there is a Baylor Genetics. So please put your pressure, I would say, to the advocacy group, to CROs, and to the sponsors still to extend invitations and to pay for the travel and to accommodate. I understand maybe it should not be, as Huma, thank you so much for this Sanofi example, it should not be like enrolling in the large masses, but to give patients an access to patients who have limited lifespan, I think it's absolutely important. And I'm sharing my insights that I've seen now less of that. And I don't know why, maybe cost, maybe put on side politics, but still, I think it's extremely important. We cannot wait when another biotech company will invest in Puerto Rico or Costa Rica, but we need to have more pressure on CROs and to the industry to invite patients and maybe to help them to coordinate such efforts.
Just a little comment on that, Galina. We talked last night, but one of the challenges that we all face, even with, who's the doctor that's the AMA guy? I forget his name. Bobby, yes. We have an aging population of sites in the United States, and that's actually true in emerging markets, but there's a huge opportunity to bring more sites online, and that means more training. And sponsors have not been willing to fund new sites. I mean, years ago, I worked at Forest, and we did a whole Hispanic outreach in the United States. It was about 15 years ago when I first got started. We found 5 sites that were Hispanic doctors, which are really Latino doctors. The point is, if we could get the sponsors, because they're the ones with the pockets, or the investors with the sponsors, to fund new sites, that would be a huge difference, because going back to the trust, going back to the data, you need more sites. They get inundated. And these rare disease trials are extremely difficult. They're very complex. We have one doctor in Brazil, who's a KOL for Brazil. She has like 20 rare disease studies going on. There's no way. There's just no way. So that's one solution.
Yeah, we have one more question. Yeah, we can hear you.
Very quick comments. This may sound a little defensive, but I just wanted to make sure I clear the air. Number one, the FDA does accept data from foreign clinical trials. There is a specific regulation, 312.120. As long as any trial that is conducted in the same standards as the US expects, that data is acceptable from anywhere in the world. Point number one. Number two, the idea about mistrust, of greater mistrust from overseas trials is probably not true. The reason is because I was in the Division of Compliance doing the inspections, and if you go back to our database, the level of clinical trial inappropriateness is pretty much the same as in the US as we see overseas. If you go to the database, the percentages of what we call the official actions required or official OAI inspections, they're very similar. They're not very different. So it's probably the mistrust is probably more in the manufacturing area, and the manufacturing is because there is more volume being manufactured overseas. There's a lot more that we can talk about, but I just wanted to bring that.
I'd like to comment on that because I've had some experience on the auditing and all that. And you're absolutely right. FDA accepts Anvisa and, all the India, all the different agency data. This is true. But the sponsors don't always know. And I think it's a cultural disconnect. I'm a white girl, so I can speak, and I speak Spanish, and I have a house in Mexico, so I get the culture. But that's part of the disconnect is that, for example, just from a Latin perspective, they always say yes, right? Everybody says yes. It's a polite thing to do. But the yes is not always yes. So I feel like there's often a cultural disconnect in the sponsors with the relationship either to the CRO or to the sites, and that's part of the problem, is that now the United States, all they want is these investigator meetings that are on Zoom. No, it doesn't work. It's like a rare patient. You need to see this person. You need to touch and feel and see how competent they are. Because the other point about audits is that we've done like 5 audits in Latin America. Why does Latin America get audits? Because we enroll so many patients. So when you're the top enroller in a clinical trial, you're the first one to get audited. So it's not the data, it's that whole cultural, disconnect.
Absolutely. There's a lot more we can talk about, but I think in the interest of time, I'll stop there.
Thank you for those comments.
Maybe we'll talk
Tina,
more during my session, too.
Tina has a...
Just a couple comments, just going back to Galina, yourself, Sarah. Just a couple things. In terms of even what Mohammed said, medical tourism is very much a reality for clinical trials, clinical research, and I do want to point that out. Something that SIA has done successfully is, one, help to set up sites in India where patients from Bangladesh, even from Iraq and Northeast Africa have been able to get in and get access to injectable medications as well as oral pills for their IBD. So creating sites where there is a potential for medical tourism can create access. The other point that I want to make that we haven't had a chance to go into, but I do want to emphasize as we close off this session is involve patients. So patient advocates who've been in clinical trials, have them speak to patient populations that are underrepresented. Use that to help create trust, but also bridge those cultural gaps. The other thing that I just want to highlight, something I've been involved in a lot is reviewing protocol designs, with pharmaceutical companies, CROs, et cetera. We need to do a lot more of that in order to help bridge those cultural gaps too, to make sure these trials are palatable to the patient populations that we're serving.
Yeah, great points, Tina. When you talk of medical tourism, for example, India, open heart surgeries are done at like $5,000, essentially with a 5-star rehab facility and so on. So a lot of people go from different parts of the world to get their angios and open hearts and bypass and all that. The other part is the CAR T-cell gene therapy that we access here in the US for about $500,000. India has developed the first one for $50,000, so 10 times price difference. So these offer, when patients share their stories and access what they are doing in different countries, we can learn from each other and access treatments at an affordable price somewhere else in the world. And patients with rare diseases we know are willing to travel the globe. And so this global aspect and cross-border aspect can help ultimately have patients win. So thank you all for joining us in this session. We will take a quick 5-minute break. If you want to do a bio break or a coffee, pick some coffee, and then come back here for the next session. That will be led by Reena.
Thank you, Harsha.
Thank you all.
Reena, can I try and share my presentation? Hello, am I audible? Am I audible?
Hi, ma'am. Yes, you're audible, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. So can I just share my slides and see once because there is a break now?
Yes, ma'am, you can share now.
Okay, so I'll just try and share my slides. Can this be seen now? The slides can be seen.
Yeah.
Can you see my slides and is it
Ye-
okay?
You can drag the bar to the bottom.
Okay, so it is not going further down.
Okay, you can share entire screen, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, and is the screen okay now?
The black bar is still there.
Where? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it okay now? Is it okay now?
No, we cannot see your screen. Yeah,
You
now
can
it's
see
complete.
my.
Yeah,
Is it
now it's
okay?
complete. Now just yeah,
It's okay?
that's perfectly fine. You can,
Sharing now?
ma'am, you can move 1 or 2 slides.
Yeah. Can you see them moving?
Uh,
Can you see them moving?
no, just wait.
Can you
Yes,
see them moving?
yes. Now it's fine.
Okay. So should I stop sharing now or should I just
Yes.
minimize?
No, you can stop sharing.
Okay. Thank you. I cannot find the icon for stop sharing. Where is it? Hello? I can't find the icon which says stop sharing.
This is Bushra. Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom of the screen.
So share, it shows share, but
Share,
it
just
doesn't
click
show
share.
stop sharing.
Yes, it will show stop sharing.
So can you help, please?
Can you hear me, ma'am? This is Bushra.
Bushra. So there was
At the
somebody
bottom,
helping.
just look at the bottom of the screen. There will be starting from your left hand audio, video, participants, chat, react, and share with an arrow.
More.
Can you see share with a green with an arrow pointing upward in a green box?
Yes, it is there, but it's not showing me stop sharing. Yes, I have.
It should usually. So on when you click, you see a window opening.
Yes.
Is it opening?
So I can is the screen visible now or it's gone?
Yes, the screen is visible. I can see your slide, which is the first title slide.
I cannot take it off. I don't know what's happening.
Remove it from the slideshow. Right now, your slide is on the slideshow.
Yeah.
Move it from the slideshow.
Is it visible now or gone?
No, it is still visible. I can still see your title slide.
I don't know how will it go because it is.
Excuse me, everyone. So just wanted to remind everyone that coffee is actually on this side. If you walk out into the next room from this door, you can find coffee and refreshments there. So the breakfast was out there in the morning, but moving forward, all the refreshments will be on this side if you like to grab some coffee.
I feel like he is not a professional. He is like getting so nervous and he's getting stuck.
Okay. Can you announce on the mic to get the slides up? Just announce.
Can we get started? Yeah. Session 2, slide deck. Can you hear me? Welcome back, everyone. Good morning. Hope you had a good break, picked up your coffee, and ready for the next session, where we will be highlighting the screening and diagnosis landscape across the Indian subcontinent, as well as the United States and the UK. So we have the next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we have a lineup of great experts and panelists today. So we want to start with a plenary keynote by Dr. Madhulika Kabra. So I don't need to introduce myself. I'm on the faculty at the University of Minnesota Center for Orphan Drug Research and also a board member for Indo-US Rare. And it's my privilege and honor to introduce Dr. Madhulika Kabra, who will lay the ground for this session, where we will be focusing on screening and diagnosis. And as Asha mentioned, it's one of the working groups that we have been working on. The working group 1 has been on screening and diagnosis. And one of the goals today is to kind of identify all stakeholders who will be benefit and who will be players in this particular topic. And we want to start with Dr. Kabra, who will provide a landscape about the Indian scenario on screening and diagnosis. Dr. Kabra is our, for those of you who were here, you may have heard about her. She's one of our Abbe Meyer Cushy Bridging Rare awardees for 2025. She is an emeritus scientist at the Indian Council for Medical Research, based out of All India Institute of Medical Science, New Delhi. And she has been a distinguished academic researcher at AIIMS, Delhi, renowned for her prenatal diagnosis and exome sequencing, as well as advancing care pathways for genetic and metabolic disorders. And today she will be talking about the landscape in India. And without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Kabra. Dr. Kabra, if you can share your screen and take it from here. Yeah, we can see you. We can see you, ma'am. If you can share your screen. And
Reena, can I project my slides and start, or what do you want me to do?
Please go ahead.
Your voice is breaking, Reena.
Please go ahead. There is echo. Can you see me? Please go ahead. One second, ma'am. We can't hear you. Ma'am, are you able to share your screen?
So are the slides visible?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Are the slides visible?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And is it okay now to start?
Yes.
Okay. Can I start, Reena?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So good morning and good evening, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Harsha and the whole team for inviting me for this summit, and Reena for a very, very kind introduction. For this particular session, my presentation is just a beginning to set the ball rolling, and I'll be talking about diagnosis and screening for genetic disorders in India. Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Right. I would be talking about the scenario in India about the screening, which would include carrier screening and newborn screening, and diagnostics about known and unknown undiagnosed disorders, and the challenges and way forward. It is really nice to see that in our ancient literature, medical literature, there is a mention about genetic disorders, prevention of genetic disorders, lifestyles, birth defects, etc. And let us see where are we as of now in this particular area. So I would first be talking about carrier screening, which is going to be a little more as compared to the other two, because this is really coming up and very important. So the approaches to carrier screening could be, we can screen for disorders which have a high carrier frequency, like in India, we all know hemoglobinopathies. It could be tier-based, as has been suggested by American College of Medical Genetics. It could be targeted based on the common variant profile in a particular country or a particular region. It could be ethnicity-based if you have founder mutations, and a panel can be designed for that. Or it can be exome sequencing, which can be offered at different levels, and we will be talking about this in a little more detail. So hemoglobinopathies, you are all aware that it is very common in India, and as was stated in the earlier session also, in Pakistan and other countries, and the carrier frequency may be as high as 3 to 17% in certain areas. And the prevention program is quite well sort of understood, because it has been undertaken by many countries. We do not have a national screening program for thalassemia, for carrier screening for thalassemia, but many states have such programs. And then there are multiple institutions where screening and prenatal diagnostic facilities are available, and we have guidelines for prevention and control of hemoglobinopathies in the National Health Mission guidelines. And additionally, I think it would be important for all of you to know that there is a government-funded program on sickle cell disease, which talks of control of sickle cell disease by 2047. And then this is a very comprehensive document which you can access on the internet with all care pathways, not only for screening, but for management of affected individuals and prevention, and also newborn screening. And this is the data which I could get from the from the site. And this is, I think, till August, about 60 million people have been screened, and these are mainly in the high-risk population. Some low-risk areas are also there. 2.5 million individuals have found to be affected, and about 1.67 million are carriers. There's provision for counseling and prenatal testing and newborn screening also. The data for that is not available as of now. So when we are talking of a screening program, it cannot be restricted to areas which are, say, big cities and big institutions. So this particular program was rolled by the Department of Biotechnology called Ummeed, and you may know that Ummeed means hope. And this was a multi-institutional program where the tertiary care institutions were undertaking training, were giving training to the clinicians in the area of genetic and rare disorders. But additionally, they had also adopted an aspirational district where there were two components going on, and this was our aspirational district from AIIMS New Delhi. Dr. Neerja is here, and both of us were coordinating this program. And our aspirational district was Haridwar, which is a holy place. Many of you may be knowing it. And this is just a snapshot of the work which was done, and it was quite successful, and all institutions found it very feasible. And apart from training, the components of high-risk screening in the mother and newborn screening for 5 disorders and structural birth defects, and screening the mothers for hemoglobinopathies and offering prenatal testing. And this has set up a model for having a prevention program or a community genetic service program at the level of the periphery, at the district level, and it is now being undertaken in many more districts and institutions. The second important disease which I would like to tell you about, which is spinal muscular atrophy, and which is quite common in India. And these are 3 publications, all from the north, which state that the carrier state of SMA is very high in our country, and it is approximately 1 in 40 in all the studies. Now, this is important to screen for SMA because of this high prevalence in the country. And the other issue is that people are now recommending screening for SMA for the newborn screening also, because the treatment is available with good outcomes. But as of now, accessibility to treatment for our patients is not under the rare disease policy, and it is being worked out. And the other issue which comes when we are talking of carrier screening and prenatal testing for spinal muscular atrophy, the variable phenotype is there, and which may not be governed independently by the SMN2 copy number, which is a usual screening procedure. So there are some ethical issues here, but many countries are practicing newborn screening for spinal muscular atrophy as well. Now, the second way, which I was just discussing earlier, could be a tier-based screening, which is recommended by American College of Medical Genetics. And here what they say is that tier 1 could be common disorders plus risk-based screening, and tier 2, 3, and 4 could be based on the carrier frequency. So this is not possible in our country because we do not have data for the carrier frequency in different populations, though tier 1, we can design our own screening system based on the prevalence of various diseases in our country. Now, if we talk of ethnicity-specific panel in India, there are many communities which have founder mutations and some common disorders, but this is a unique community in India, the Agrawal community, where there are many founder mutations have been identified, and some institutions are actually offering a panel of mutations which can be tested if the couple wants to get it done because of the high prevalence of these mutations in that particular community. If we talk of exome sequencing based screening, there are many large studies worldwide, and one example is JAMA 2016, more than 3 lakh couples screened. And there's another study which is recent in NEJM from Australia. So what they come out with that instead of doing a panel-based or a restricted gene screening, whole exome sequencing gives you better results and is better even in the low-risk population. We do not have many studies from India which has screened low-risk population, but this is one study from Gangaram Hospital, which was led by Professor I.C. Verma, late Professor I.C. Verma. And here 200 unrelated low-risk individuals were screened, but for limited number of genes. And to the surprise, there was a high carrier frequency of deafness, which we know is quite common in India. But then the cystic fibrosis carrier frequency came out to be very high, which was 1 in 22, and also for Pompe. So thalassemia was filtered out here, but then we know the thalassemia carrier frequency and SMA would not be picked up here. So some results, but this is a small sample size and more studies are required. So the concept of high-risk screening, which I referred to earlier also, is there, and many institutions in India are following this, which could be specific high-risk screening indicators or some suspicious high-risk indicators, and which is being practiced. So this particular data we collated from our institution and retrospectively collated data of for 137 couples, most of them being high risk, and categorized them into different categories. Category 1 being most likely to be related to the monogenic disorder, and out of 137 individuals, 53 we could diagnose carrier status in 53 patients, and the overall diagnostic yield was around 39%. And as expected, the most common variants were in the autosomal recessive inheritance. So the recommendations for India as of now, hemoglobinopathies is quite clear. SMA is building up and the carrier frequency is very high. This could be another candidate. CF carrier frequency is quite high, but screening for CF, because the mutation delta 508, which is common in the European population, is only there in about 15% of Indian patients. And for this, we would either have to do exome or a whole the sequencing of the CFTR gene. And exome for the selected high-risk couples is quite acceptable. But to integrate this with the existing system, we have to increase the awareness, check the feasibility, accessibility, cost, and implementation plan has to be there in practice. So based on this information, the Indian Academy of Medical Genetics has come up with the recommendation for carrier screening, and this more or less includes the same which I have just discussed: essential, hemoglobinopathies and spinal muscular atrophy, and high-risk screening where there is a doubt. And many other associations for fetal medicine and obs-gynae have also vetted this. Now, coming on to the second aspect of screening, which is newborn screening. And newborn screening was actually initiated in the project mode very early on in India in late 80s. And there have been many studies, but the large study which was done, it was funded by the ICMR. And you can see there were 5 study centers, and over 1 lakh population was screened here only for these 2 disorders, along with the high-risk screening. And later on, another study came up, SERP project funded by the Department of Biotechnology. This was led by Dr. Thelma and Dr. Seema Kapoor, and they screened 200,000 babies here. And then they also included to generate some epidemiological data for small molecule disease also. And then there are state programs, so we do not have a national newborn screening program in India, but there are state programs, namely the important ones, NEEV, which means Foundation in Delhi, and Shabalam in Kerala. These are the 2 newborn screening programs which are going on. And I've already referred to the Ummeed program, which is sort of trying to network and take this screening network to the periphery as well. So the incidence data for, because we are talking primarily of rare disorders in the SERP study, the overall collective frequency of inborn errors of metabolism was as high as 1 in 8,000, whereas the incidence of biotinidase deficiency and galactosemia was low. And this sort of builds the tempo for thinking of having expanded screening in a phased manner, because these disorders are common. And the second thing is that now with the National Rare Disease Policy, these patients can be treated because the treatment for these is being funded by the National Rare Disease Policy. So this is just to show you the Shabalam and the Hridayam program. This is for the CCHD screening, and this is the NEEV program. And another program which is there for screening children from newborn period to 18 years is Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram, and they screen for many other diseases other than genetic disorders. The screening pattern is quite set, but the challenge lies in the follow-up and care pathways, and which are being worked up for these programs. So all these programs are comprehensive newborn screening program, and not only include dried blood spot, but also structural birth defects, hearing, and CCHD, and high-risk screening. And the NEEV program also includes hemoglobinopathies. And then, as I said, there is a move to build up a very robust system of referral and management, and this might become difficult because there is a moving population and they may go from one place to the other for pregnancy delivery and they may be staying somewhere else. And this is the Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram data, and a large population, about 141 million population has been screened. I would just like to bring to your attention the defects at birth, 2.5 million, and developmental delays, which are 15.7 million. And a large proportion of these may be having some rare genetic disorders. And these patients are being followed up. They are being given treatment, but exact diagnosis, we do not have the details of the exact diagnosis of these patients. The comprehensive NBS program at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, led by Dr. Neerja Gupta, is a comprehensive program and started recently. And apart from other disorders which I have told you, the tender mass spectrometry is also being done to the expanded newborn screening, but only for the babies who are born in within our hospital. So coming on finally to the genetic services. So almost all investigations which are required for investigating the genetic disorders are available, including the NGS-based testing. Prenatal diagnostic facilities are available, but they need strengthening. Facilities are more available in the private sector, so the cost is an issue. But because of the availability of diagnostics, we have been able to maintain the ICMR registry for seven groups of disorders, and about 25 institutions are contributing, which include all centers of excellence also. Except one. But then awareness and early diagnosis still needs to be strengthened, and there is an emphasis on centers with comprehensive facilities. Thereby, we have centers of excellence built in by the government. And very important component for genetic tests, particularly genomic testing, are issues of quality assurance and other regulations and accreditations, which have to be really worked on. So these are the centers of excellence, 15 as of now, started with 8, varying experience and expertise and facilities. Collaboration and hand-holding is required amongst the centers also. The National Rare Disease Policy supports some equipment money and consumable money for these centers to improve the diagnostic facilities. Another important thing is the non-representation of Indian data in the global databases for variant identification, and there are some databases which are available representing the Indian variations. But one important repository which has been come up from the Department of Biotechnology, and all researchers have to deposit their data here. And you must be knowing that India has recently declared the 10,000 genome data, and we are expecting that we would be able to calculate the carrier frequency for various rare disorders with this data, and then indirectly calculate the incidence of prevalence of rare disorders, and that would enable us probably to define rare diseases in our country. The definition for rare disease does not exist in our country as of now. And I would just mention there is a move towards research, and there are undiagnosed disease programs going on. This is funded by the ICMR, which is led by Dr. Ratna Puri, and they have enrolled a large number of families and found out solutions for these families. And she's also involved in the Undiagnosed Disease Network International, which shows the importance of the collaborative to these families. And another program, which is Mission Program in Pediatric Rare Genetic Disorders, which is led by Dr. Ashwin Dalal and Dr. Thangaraj, funded by the Department of Biotechnology. Many institutions are taking part, and AIIMS New Delhi is also an institution which is involved, and Dr. Neerja is the lead here. And they have recruited more than 2,000 patients of unknown diagnosis, and they do exomes and genomes depending on the requirement, and then try to sort out the exome data and genome data. And they are going to the functional level to actually sort out the problems of these families and the sort of resolve the maze of these undiagnosed diseases in these families. And finally, this is a National Genomics Core, which is again funded by the Government of India. And here the researchers can get help in their research by getting the tests done and also the data analysis. The hub is in the NIBMG Kalyani, and there are other centers which are collaborating. So this is a real very good resource for people who are doing research in this particular area. And I will end this presentation with this very recent paper which has been published in Cell, And the collaborators are from India and US, multiple centers in US and even more in India. There are about 18 centers, and this data they have taken out from a study which they were doing on aging population for dementia, and about 2,700 individuals from different regions of the country, representing almost 23 states in India, have been evaluated by whole genome sequencing, and they have found founder effects, they have found endogamy, they have found rare disorders and unique variants. So this actually comes down to the same question, that we should have our representative global database, our representative database, and would also have implications on diagnostic and screening programs, which we are planning to work on. And they have actually talked of the evolutionary history and how actually with mingling of the population, the endogamy has set in, and we have this kind of pattern. So to summarize, we are in a very exciting era of genetics and genomics, which has evolved world over and also in India. We have facilities for diagnostic testing, genetic genomic tests, but then I have already told you the limitations. Carrier and newborn screening is building up. Care pathways need strengthening in a hub and spoke model, and this is being worked on by the Government of India under the rare disease policy. Government is supporting the COEs and supporting this cause for rare diseases. The databases have to be strengthened with Indian data. QA/QC and accreditation and regulations are extremely important, and there's a move towards this as well. Cost of testing is still high, and we have to find some ways to support patients, because it's out of pocket in most situations. When we are talking of the cost is sort of subsidized in many situations, but maybe still high. And therefore, we really need to be very judicious about using these tests and increasing the awareness, not only amongst the doctors and professionals, but also amongst the public. So I would just want to thank you all for this patient hearing, and I'd like to acknowledge the ministry, state governments, various funding agencies, my own institutions, colleagues, patients, and families, and bring you greetings from AIIMS and ICMR. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kabra, for that excellent If you can switch slides to the other slide deck, please. I would like to now invite the panelists to the podium.
Can I stop sharing now?
Yes. While we are doing, please come on over. I would also like to invite.
Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, if Dr. Pillai and Dr. Afroz can come.
If you're saying something.
Pardon? Some delay? Yeah, so I would like to have each of our panelists introduce themselves, and I would like to start with Dr. Pillai. If you are online, if you can quickly, each of you can introduce yourself and tell us how you are contributing to this area of screening and diagnosis from your respective countries. Dr. Pillai, if you are online.
Dina, we can't hear you.
Microphone is on. Dr. Pillai, if you can come online, and yes, and Dr. Afroz. Yeah, if you can quickly introduce yourself. Yeah, thank you for joining. And if you can quickly introduce and let us share with us how you are contributing to this field of screening and diagnosis from your respective centers or regions. Dr. Pillai? Okay. Maybe Dr. Cunningham, if you can.
Rina?
Sure. Can you all hear me? Great. I'm Dr. Tushaka Cunningham. I'm a molecular biologist, and
Can you hear us?
Now we can hear.
Can you hear us? I mean, we can hear. I don't think they can.
Feedback.
Rina, can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Your voice is echoing and we can't hear you properly, Rina.
I think we should write on the chat because I don't think they can hear us. Let me write. There is a lot of echo and we can't hear.
Please do.
Okay, I'll continue. So I'm a local biotech entrepreneur. I have a company, Polaris Genomics, that's located right here in the Prince William Life Science Accelerator. And we develop genetic diagnostic tests for mental health conditions. And we're developing a first-of-its-kind genetic diagnostic for post-traumatic stress disorder for the military community. We're in a pivotal clinical study with that, and so I have a background in developing genetic tests.
Trinita, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dr. Kabra, but I don't think
so then
Davina can hear us.
We can hear each other, but I am not sure. I don't think they can hear us.
I agree.
And neither can we hear them. There is occasionally some echo sound
Can you hear us
I
now?
can't hear anything.
Looks like there is echo.
It's technology. We're communicating across continents.
Lot of echo.
It's amazing that we can even do that.
The sounding comments, that's right.
That means they're exciting.
Yeah, Dr. Mishra, maybe if you can introduce us.
Hello. Hello, I'm Dr. Vijaya Mishra. I'm a mother to two lovely boys. Professionally, I'm a medical biochemist working in the Department of Biochemistry at BP Koirala Institute of Health Sciences, Nepal. And I'm a board member at Rare Diseases
Srinita,
Society.
we can all hear each other, but probably Reena can't hear us.
Yeah, so I'm a board member at Rare Diseases Society, Nepal. And
what should be done?
Yeah, can I continue? So it all started after losing my firstborn to preterm delivery at 9 days of her life. I have known the pain of losing a child, and that pain led to passion.
What do we do?
Kind of discovered, or I discovered my purpose in life to contribute in the field to save the lives of newborns. And being a medical biochemist, I thought newborn screening was a perfect program for me to work and contribute into. And my professional interest lies in newborn screening, in inherited metabolic disorders, and rare disease diagnosis and patient care. In regards to newborn screening in Nepal, we do not have a national newborn screening at place currently, and our work as a team is actively involved with high level of advocacy with policy and decision maker, where we want to focus on implementing newborn screening, capacity building, infrastructure building, creating awareness to the healthcare and the professional and the community, and try to bridge the gap that exists for babies born in Nepal. So from the global standpoint, the motivation is to bridge the gap, and the motivation is actually very simple. Every baby born in Nepal, in every corner, they too deserve a healthy start to life, and we are working towards bringing newborn screening to Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Madhusudan?
Hello, real pleasure to be here. My name is Madhusudan. I'm Madhu for short. I like to describe myself as a repurposed scientist. So I'm 30 years ago. Interestingly, I fell into this role of leading on the work that LifeArc does, who I represent here as the head of charities and patient engagement. Starting off with EB, actually, way back. Interestingly, my boss then said, there is a conference on EB in Marbella. Why don't you go? And he promised me very good weather. I didn't know anything about the disease at the time, and of course it rained for 3 days in a row. But what changed my life at that point is to see the children who were suffering with EB at the time, and since then have been working in the rare disease space, mostly as a pro bono role, advising patient advocates, charities, not-for-profits, etc., as a role funded by LifeArc, and listening to families affected by rare diseases and making sure that their voices are help shape the decisions that we make within LifeArc. Who are we? LifeArc is based in the UK. We are a not-for-profit that has both R&D capabilities and are self-funded from medicines that we have created through antibody humanization and live off that, and have now pivoted to actually focusing entirely on the rare disease space. We focus on areas with unmet need as a whole, but there are 2 or 3 areas that we focus on, and one of them is to try and fix the significant barriers that exist within the ecosystem. Our area of focus as specialty is very much in the middle of preclinical and clinical translation of academic research into the clinic. But what we're trying to do is to support and convene networks in the ecosystem, which is one of the main reasons why I'm here. Love the work that Harsha and team do through the Indo-US Rare. We love to accelerate product development and getting treatments to patients, but understand fully that the diagnostic odyssey that the rare disease community faces is one of the biggest challenges. We assembled a task force report last year, and the report was published earlier this year. And that outlines the recommendations primarily aimed at the UK, but I can see that the challenges that are faced in the area of newborn screening and diagnosis is kind of across the board, across the world. So collaboration, bringing communities together, bringing regulatory and everyone that has data, the fragmentation, etc. All these systemic challenges that need to be addressed to bring an ecosystem that together would help overcome all the challenges, and that's how I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe people on Zoom can hear us now. So Dr. Pillai, if you can comment, introduce yourself and also comment on, in the United States, we have a federated program, and which I believe has been around for several decades now, but I'm assuming there are still challenges. So if you can comment on the challenges you are somebody who's in the forefront of newborn screening at the University of Minnesota, so if you can comment on that, and also about the carrier screening. Looks like in India, the carrier screening is how they are doing it, but I believe it's very different in the United States, so if you can comment on that as well.
Here at the University of Minnesota. First of all, thank you, Harsha and Reena and all the other amazing organizers behind the Indo-US Rare for inviting me and giving me a chance to speak here. And you brought up a really good question, Reena, that now that we are entering actually into the 6th decade here of newborn screening, we have actually achieved a lot, moving from screening for just one single disorder, such as PKU, to now more than 60 disorders that includes many inborners of metabolism, like hematological disorders such as hemoglobinopathies, endocrine disorders, and even like neuromuscular disorders such as SMA as well as DMD. And that's truly because of the advancements in the lab technology that we have right now, the improved follow-up systems that we have, and the close collaboration with the Department of Health in each single state. But I have to say, despite achieving all these things, there are definitely a lot of challenges that are still remaining because, as you all know, like in the US, it's not a federal mandated screening program, but it's a federal recommended screening program. That means it's finally up to the states to decide when they want to start screening or how they want to screen. So there is still significant variability in which conditions are screened from state to state. Though I have to say most of the states are RUSP or Recommended Uniform Screening Panel aligned. And some states such as Minnesota, Illinois, New York, and such are really proactive that they even screen for disorders that are not even on RUSP. So this actually creates concerns about equity, like, where a child's chance of early diagnosis and treatment is based on where they are born. And I would say this could be partly due to many issues, like, issues related to funding, issues related to having lab of infrastructures for different states, and most importantly, workforce shortages. For example, there's a real workforce shortage for clinical geneticists who are supposed to actually see these anytime there's an abnormal newborn screening call. Like, you know, it's usually the clinical geneticist who actually sees these patients, do follow-up diagnostic tests, and actually do follow-up cares for these patients. And there's a lot more ethical considerations that we are actually moving into, as many states as well as private entities are actually going into or using whole genome sequencing as a part of newborn screening. So with this, you know, there are many questions about consent for newborn screening, the data interpretation with the genome sequencing, or what do we do with even the variants of uncertain significance, or even what do we do with the late onset disorders that are actually picked up by newborn screening. So we have achieved a lot, but there's still a lot more that we need to learn. And this is definitely an exciting time to be in genetics as we learn together, not just in the US, like across the world, where we can actually share the data and the knowledge from one person to the other. Talking about carrier screening and the other diagnostic screening, I think carrier screening is more popular, and though there are still like challenges, because obviously the insurance needs to cover that. Both the patients as well as providers need to be aware of these different carrier screening panels that are available, and also like the availability of genetic counseling, or like, you know, make sure that there's a genetic counselor who can actually counsel the families about the pros and cons of like doing carrier screening and such. The same applies to the regular diagnostic tests as well. Even though we have, like, you know, the comprehensive genome sequencing that includes the regular genome sequencing with methylation testing, looking for trinucleotide repeat sequence, everything is one single test. We all know that there are still the diagnostic journeys for these ultra-rare disorders we have not shortened yet, and that's something, again, that as a community we need to work on to help these patients and families.
Thank you, Dr. Pillai. 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 That's a lot of thanks. Thanks. Yeah, and now I would like to. Can you hear me now? Okay. So now I would like to have Dr. Bushra introduce herself, and also comment on, like, just hearing about this in this landscape in India as well as in the US. How does Pakistan do, or where you are in your hospital and in your region?
Thank you. My name is Bushra Froz, and I am working in the capacity of a clinical geneticist and biochemical geneticist. I have the honor of being the first formally trained clinical geneticist and the clinical biochemical geneticist. And on my return to my country to work here, I started the first formal genetic, metabolic, as well as the prenatal genetic services in Pakistan. And I was not very surprised that when Ma'am Kabra was presenting her scenario and setting the stage for what her experience and dynamics in India is, we are not very different from what India is facing or has faced. We may be much behind than what India is. We do not have national level newborn screening for any disorder, and there are pockets of newborn screening conducted at some private hospitals, including our hospital. We started newborn screening in 2019 with the congenital hypothyroid screening, and over the last almost 6 years, we have screened over 75,000 babies for congenital hypothyroidism, and our prevalence for the congenital hypothyroidism is 1 in about 1,200 babies, which is obviously much higher than the global prevalence, but similar to what other countries with similar dynamics and demographics report. We tested our newborn screening system, the whole system of getting the samples at time, transporting the samples to the laboratory at time, getting the newborn screening results at time, and then communication of those results with the relevant clinical team as well as the patients and the families, then ultimate retrieval of the so-called well babies with the newborn screen result positive to the healthcare facilities for the diagnostic test, and then intervention in the form of the treatment, timely treatment.
Yeah.
So we have been, we actually tested the whole system for this and then gradually included and expanded our newborn screening panel. And at present, we are screening for 2 endocrine disorders, the congenital hypothyroid and the congenital adrenal hyperplasia, and 12 inherited metabolic disorders through the LCMS-MS. 9 being the core IMDs and 3 secondary IMDs are screened.
Okay, thank you.
We have learned a lot through this whole system of newborn screening, but I think this is, I'm talking about just one tertiary care hospital in the most so-called city of accessible health. Health in Pakistan is actually not equitable and not equally accessible to the people in this country. About 60% of our population lives in rural area who do not have access to quality health.
Yeah, and that offers a very good segue
for them, actually, newborn screening is really pretty much out of their dreams. And they even suffer, and like in the earlier session when the patients, the representation of the patient's speaker were talking about the challenges of diagnosis, and Ma'am Kabra has also mentioned what challenges we face as clinicians and the families and patients as the sufferers to get a diagnosis. It is a real challenge in this country because we do not have, we are still highly dependent on outsourcing of molecular testing. And Ma'am has also highlighted that a lot of our genetic variants are not reported in the
Can you hear me, Bushra?
Population.
Yeah, sorry to interject. I just, because we need to wrap up soon. So I just had to switch gears to ask one other question. I mean, I think with the technology innovation, looking at Dr. Cunningham here, I know that there is a lot of focus on genomic sequencing and all that. I know Dr. Kabra mentioned about exome sequencing. Are there any technology or AI used down the pipeline that will be useful for low and middle income countries, like as countries like Nepal are thinking about initiating newborn screening? Are there any thoughts that you can share which would be helpful for those countries?
Sure. I mean, I've been in this space now for over 25 years, and if I stretch all the way back to when I started my PhD 25 years ago, we had just published the first draft of a human genome, the National Human Genome Project. Think about that, 25 years ago, first time in human history, we had a draft of the 3.2 billion base pairs that make up individual human genome. That became our reference genome. And as we have progressed in the last quarter century, we've sequenced millions more. But still, as was mentioned at previous presentations, there's a very extreme lack of genetic diversity represented in there because of the groups we've been sequencing from. It hasn't been representative of the global population. That's to everyone's detriment. So, but the technology has continued to evolve, and now we can sequence at the level of a single cell. Right, which is quite amazing. You can look at things at the DNA, RNA level in a single cell. It's still very expensive, but the cost of sequencing has come down dramatically, and we're now at the level of where for less than $300, you can now do a whole genome in this Western world, right? So I think sequencing should be democratized towards every country. If I were running any of these countries, I would mandate that the newborns get screened. I'm part of a group called BabySeq. I'm an advisor for a program called BabySeq, which is run by my colleague, Dr. Robert Green, which is really trying to advance the ball on newborn screening here in the United States and beyond. They have an actual study where they're sequencing 5,000 newborns, and they found from initial observations in that study that even looking at several hundred of those newborns, 11% of them have actionable, clinically actionable genetic mutations that had not been detected. So there's definitely a mandate for us to do that. It's going to save a lot of costs in the long term. And as we continue to advance with the technology, get more rapid sequencing methods, more accurate sequencing methods due to the AI. Again, the AI and the math helps us interpret the sequences better. Everyone should be able to do it. So I hope that our future is like everyone has access to this technology, not just a chosen few wealthy countries. Over.
And as an advisor, as a philanthropist, like how do you help countries from the low and middle income countries? I mean, is it beyond just funding them for developing programs for screening, but instead like capacity building and training of the work?
That's a good point, actually. So something that we've tried to do is through, because I don't know who mentioned, I think it was Dr. Pillay, mentioning the lack of training even our clinicians have in the UK for being ready for this. So I don't think it's even if you can compare countries in that respect. I mean, even the UK, for example, the heel prick test is only now using a pilot expanded to 200 using the whole genome sequencing. And that said, when you do that in parallel, there is a capacity issue, there is infrastructure issues. How do you translate that? How do you learn from countries like the UK and then transfer that technology overseas? And I think to Harsha's earlier point about India being the trailblazer in this and to try and bring the costs down, I think that is where. But having said that, it's easier said than done. There has to be some kind of systemic, thought-out, policy-based recommendations that whoever it is actually could be, not for profits, but however we can bring that technology and make it indigenous in India at a cost that is affordable, because we're lucky. I mean, in the UK, the NHS, once it gets in, then it's looked after. But how do you translate that technology? That will be the challenge.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience to this panel? If not, any closing thoughts? Any questions for the other panelists? Dr. Mishra?
So as a closing thoughts, I would say we're like sitting in between UK and USA and talking on behalf of Nepal, I would say that where the future is going towards whole genome sequencing as for newborn screening, Nepal, the baby born in Nepal are struggling to be diagnosed for congenital hypothyroidism disorders, as simple as that. So we are looking forward to technologies which can be implemented to our low middle income setup and collaboration which can help overcome the hurdles that are there. We do not have like a national newborn screening program or a rare disease registry in place. We are trying to follow the print of India because mostly we kind of fall into a similar background. So we are trying to start up small for the newborn screening, starting with simple treatable disorders and then gradually scaling up. And we would like to, when talking about advancement in technology, what should be thought of is instead of thinking of one size fitting for all, while we are collaborating, consideration should be done at the what level the other countries are at for the newborn screening development. So in that way, true collaboration can happen because advancement in technology cannot be taken from vast to some places where we don't have anything as a foundation. So we are kind of laying that foundation, and we are very positive. Works are being done in regards to bringing everyone together to build a roadmap for newborn screening in Nepal, and yes, and we hope someday the cries of the babies in Nepal will be heard, and we will be starting something for the babies. And thank you. As a closing thing, I would like to thank Dr. Harsha and the Indo-US Rare team to having me here and to represent Nepal, for the voice of Nepal to be heard. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for such optimistic closing thoughts. And please join me in thanking the panelists. And we'll be continuing with session 3 now.
So now for the next session, so we are running behind. I think some technical glitches have been resolved, and fingers crossed. With the next session, I like to invite the chair for the next session, Dr. Johnny Don, to come on stage and carry forward with the proceedings of the next session.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Donnie John. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit here in Northern Virginia called Novus Group Central. We focus on providing life-saving medicine and health services to the uninsured and underserved throughout the U.S. So I get the distinct privilege of moderating the next discussion, where we have some distinguished panelists. Some are not available to join us in person. They will be sharing their messages through video. And myself and Dr. Kuntal Shen, we will be having a fireside chat after we go through the videos. So first, if you can get the slides up. So one of the speakers we'll be hearing from today is Dr. Neeraj Gupta. She's an additional professor at the Division of Genetics and Department of Pediatrics in All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi. Then you'll also hear after her, Dr. Chirmile is the co-founder of Symphony Technologies, a data analytics company, and he currently teaches drug development at UPenn and at the Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai and Delhi. So if we can cue up Dr. Gupta's presentation, please. Well, they're going through some of my slides.
Can't hear. Can't hear.
Srilata?
Cannot hear. I'm not sure if everybody is able to hear. I cannot hear.
Can't hear.
We can't hear.
Maybe they are able to hear. Project or by integrating the genomic data in countries through public and the private labs. A very good morning to one and all. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizing committee to give me an opportunity to speak on care pathways for rare diseases in India. As we all know that around 8% of global population is affected by a rare disease, which approximates to about 350 million individuals with rare diseases, with around 70 million people from India. Of these, 75% of the individual belong to the pediatric age group. There are 7,000 rare diseases where only 95, where more than 95% of the conditions do not have any FDA-approved treatment.
That's what I was
thinking. Of these 7,000 rare diseases, 80% are genetic in nature. And the average time to diagnose these rare diseases ranges from 5 years to 7 years, depending upon the resources. So with these global figures, it is likely that no one country or continent can solve alone the problems posed by rare diseases, as patient needs are similar in all countries. So if you look into the definition, each country has its own definition. And in India, there is no standard definition as yet. Epidemiologically, individual data for most rare disorder is not available. Some data is available through community-based studies for hemoglobinopathies, and data is being generated from newborn screening projects and the ICMR Rare Disease Registry. So data is being generated through various other programs like carrier frequency, calculation of carrier frequency through Genome India project, or by integrating the genomic data in countries through public and the private labs. A major breakthrough happened in 2021 when National Rare Disease Policy of India was released by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It has set the framework for creating awareness, diagnosis, prevention by creating Center of Excellences, integrating ICMR registry, funding the treatment and promoting research for rare diseases in India. So there are two sources of funding. One is through Crowd Portal, where which is where the voluntary donation for patients of rare diseases happen. And the second is the limit, which is a financial support of up to 50 lakhs is provided by Ministry of Health through the Center of Excellences. It translates to around $56,000 US. So in this National Policy for Rare Diseases, there are three groups basically. In group 1, it includes those disorders which are amenable to one-time curative treatment, such as hematopoietic stem cell transplantation, which includes several lysosomal storage disorder, adrenoleukodystrophy, a primary immunodeficiency syndrome, and a few skeletal dysplasia. The second is liver transplantation for metabolic liver diseases, renal transplantation like for Fabry disease or polycystic
Nisha is saying that we cannot hear on the Zoom, but on the attendee platform they are able to hear.
Requiring long-term, lifelong treatment, having relatively lower cost of treatment and benefit has been documented. For example, food for special medical purposes. So for several metabolic conditions, disorders that are amenable to other forms of therapy, such as hormone therapy or specific drugs, like NTBC for tyrosinemia, growth hormone for Prader-Willi syndrome, Noonan syndrome, a pancreatic enzyme replacement, like for cystic fibrosis, as bisphosphonate or IVIG, benzoate, which is used in small molecule conditions. The group 3 is the largest group, which includes diseases for which definitive treatment is available, but there are challenges to make optimal patient selection for benefit, and it has very high cost and requires lifelong therapy. And it includes most of the lysosomal storage disorder for which enzyme replacement therapy is available, and Duchenne muscular dystrophy, spinal muscular atrophy, cystic fibrosis, potentiators, enzyme replacement therapy for hypophosphatasia, and many others. So one important point is that this is not the only list this was the initial list which was available, but the addition of these new diseases into the rare disease list is a dynamic process, and it based upon the availability of newer therapies and the evidence, the list is being revised. And so has happened in last 4 years, where you can see that the diseases which are highlighted in yellow have been included in over these 4 years, when based upon the request by various physicians and the increasing availability of the treatment in India. So as such, there have been certain responsibilities and activities which have been assigned to Center of Excellences. And first and foremost is to create a local committee at each COE center, opening of a dedicated account for treatment, and to sync with the hospital administration for the process of procurement and spending the funding which is available from the ministry. So a consortium of Center of Excellence has been established, and where AIIMS New Delhi is designated as a nodal hospital to synchronize prevention and treatment efforts and to coordinate with other COEs for various activities related to rare disease. And these activities include education and training at all levels, screening and antenatal, neonatal, or high-risk screening, diagnostics such as cytogenetic, molecular, or metabolic diagnosis, prevention by prenatal screening and diagnosis, and research in the area of low-cost diagnostics and therapeutics and treatment of rare diseases, which is essentially comes under the ambit of National Rare Disease Policy. So there are 15 centers across India, and this is the care pathway at a COE, that the patients are referred from state medical colleges or private hospitals to one of these COEs, where a confirmed diagnosis, with either a confirmed diagnosis or the diagnosis is made or revised based upon the experience of that center of excellence, and the specific treatment. If the condition falls under the list of the rare diseases, as per the policy, the specific treatment is initiated. And for the condition where the specific treatment cannot be initiated, the supportive treatment is provided. So it is important to remember that all these rare disorders, they require multidisciplinary care and continuous follow-up as per the disease. A limit of 50 lakh is there, as I mentioned earlier, for the support. And the patients are enrolled as per NPRD, as per the policy. However, one important point to note is that those patients who are beneficiary of through any government agency and are getting reimbursement, they are not included in this rare disease policy. So there are a few components of care pathways which happen at the level of Ministry of Health, which means identification of disorders for treatment, which is discussed further in the Central Technical Committee for inclusion in national policy of National Rare Disease Policy, and the financial assistance from the ministry. So once the disease is included in the rare disease policy, then the guidelines and for management are reviewed. At the level of COE, the diagnosis is made and the local adaptation of these management guidelines is done. Cases are selected based upon the inclusion-exclusion criteria of those guidelines, which are actually evidence-based. And the treatment is initiated after procurement of medicine at the level of COE. This is followed by regular follow-up and the multidisciplinary care as per the condition, and connecting the patients with the various support groups. And then this is also followed by prevention in terms of expanded family screening and genetic counseling, and the prenatal diagnosis is offered. Newborn screening has also been initiated and is a part of this component of care pathways. So the important thing here is that once the patient comes to a COE, then it is important that the patient, depending upon its need, is integrated with the existing health system in parallel. So some efforts are also made in this particular direction. And clinical and the basic research as applicable is also continued. And it is also important to periodically evaluate these care pathways, because based upon the various opportunities, these pathways are integrated with the existing health system. So the care pathway might change. So as I mentioned that all these referral pathways, they were not in place earlier, but because with this National Rare Disease Policy, these rare pathways are sort of now improving. The referral pathways are improving because the patients are sent to the particular COE in that particular region. And as you can see that they are located in north, northwest, central west, east, and the southern part of India. So there are around 15 Center of Excellence, as I mentioned, across India. And it's a patient choice where they want to go for the for having the treatment. So once the confirmed diagnosis is made, and then as I mentioned, the treatment is started and the beneficiaries, reimbursement beneficiaries are excluded. Sorry. So then the most important part is that the ministry envisage it as a hub and spoke model, that this care, that center of excellence, they work as an hub and spoke model. And for this, the training is happening at peripheral, training of peripheral healthcare workers, training of clinicians in the district and the state medical colleges are happening, so that these state medical colleges, which are around 388 and nearly 400, they are connected to a COE so that specific treatment, a patient doesn't have to travel long for getting the treatment, and it can be these medical colleges can help the patient to receive the treatment and the supportive care through this hub and spoke model. However, there are challenges in planning these care pathways. There were some initial challenges and there are some ongoing challenges. The initial challenges were, and it's an ongoing challenge as well, that rare disorders are highly heterogeneous group of disorders, and there is still a limited awareness at all the levels. And there is lack of diagnostic facilities in small cities. And as I mentioned, the specific treatment is available only for 5%. And there is limited literature for management and guidelines for many of such rare disorders. So cost of diagnostics is also an issue. And these therapies, because these therapies are expensive and lifelong therapies, so it is also an issue. Selection of cases is an important consideration, because whether it is useful to give the treatment in advanced stages of disease is questionable. Sustainability of treatment is a major issue, and then there are many ethical and social and legal aspects if the treatment is not provided. Then there are challenges of implementing this rare disease policy at COE, because you need to make aware the hospital administration about this particular rare disease conditions, and also generate awareness in your own hospital that such policy exists and the patients get benefit out of it. There has to be a coordination with other divisions and departments, and along with the finance and the billing section. And there are challenges in procurement, and there is sometimes anticipated delays as well. So what is the current status in India? So in terms of increasing, in terms of awareness, it is being increased, as I mentioned earlier, through professionals, public hospitals or government, parent support groups. Diagnosis is being made available in public and private sector. The cost differs. And there is availability of molecular diagnostics, and which has become affordable to some extent with availability of next generation sequencing. And there has been a creation of ICMR Rare Disease Registry, which is now at in its 7th year and is doing quite well in capturing these patients with rare diseases. So there is improved diagnosis, improved awareness, which is leading to improved diagnosis and capture in the registry. In terms of treatment, the treatment is provided either through the Compassionate Access Program or reimbursement or through court cases. But with this rare disease policy, the treatment is extended to several patients in various categories of rare disease policy disease groups. And there is relaxation of DCGI rules for drug trials and the experimental therapies, which is an important thing for the new trials to happen. So treatment is available, but still it is not accessible to all, and all the attempts are being made to make it accessible to all. So for this, the research and the drug development for rare disease is at its peak, and various government agencies like ICMR, DBT, DST, they are conducting studies for genetic therapies and the novel drug molecules. There are simultaneously there is ongoing projects for discovering novel genes and underlying pathways, and the networking is being done with basic physicians, basic scientists, and clinical clinicians. So the affordable treatment is likely to happen and is being available. Like for example, there are certain conditions for which the medicine is made in India, and it is sort of indigenous product in India, which is made on Indian soil for Gaucher disease, Tyrosinemia 1, Dravet syndrome, and Wilson disease. So as we have some if we look into the current status of prevention, the prevention is happening at primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, but it requires strengthening at all the levels, which requires resources, which is being provided by Ministry of Health to all the Center of Excellence. The treatment facilities for rare disease patient is available at many COEs, and I'll share a small experience from my hospital. So it's a multidisciplinary team effort. So for group 1, we have hematopoietic stem cell transplantation for mucopolysaccharidosis, ALD, and other lysosomal storage disorder and osteoporosis immunodeficiency. This has been done and is ongoing. For group 2, we are patients are getting benefit through growth hormone therapy for various genetic condition for tyrosinemia, osteogenesis imperfecta, cystic fibrosis, and immunodeficiency. For group 3, enzyme replacement therapy is being provided for Gaucher disease and various other lysosomal storage disorder. However, for other group 3 condition like DMD and SMA, the gene therapy and the small molecule therapy for SMA and DMD is provided through Compassionate Access Program as of now. So these are certain success stories. We initiated first enzyme replacement therapy under rare disease policy on 5th of October. And under this rare disease policy, we did our first successful hematopoietic stem cell transplantation for MPS 1 in October 23. So these were exciting moments for all of us. So this is the list of 21 conditions for which HSCT has been done at our center under rare disease policy. And you can see that it includes lysosomal storage disorder, adrenoleukodystrophy, immunodeficiency syndromes, and skeletal dysplasia. So this is our first patient of adrenoleukodystrophy. And this was his first MRI, and this is the MRI 2-year post HSCT. This is our first patient of MPS 1, and you can see that his facial features have improved over a period of time after 1 year of post-transplant. So under this ambit of rare disease policy, we have also initiated expanded newborn screening at AIIMS New Delhi in September, and it is a multi-speciality collaboration of genetics, neonatology, endocrinology, ENT, cardiology, obs and gynae, orthopedic, pediatric surgeon, and neurology, because it includes point-of-care test as well as sent-out test both. So there are several ongoing programs on rare diseases in India, and first and foremost was this UMMEET program, which is unique methods of management of inherited disorder, which includes training in genetic diagnostics, which was carried out by 6 training centers initially. Creation of Nidan Kendras, which is diagnostic centers for diagnosis of rare genetic disorders. And the Aspiration District, where it's kind of outreach project where newborn screening and antenatal screening for thalassemia was being performed. There is another big program which was initiated by, again, Department of Biotechnology, like this UMMEET program, where it covers 15 centers across India, and it is primarily targeted on pediatric rare genetic disorders. There is an India Undiagnosed Disease Program, and it includes 3 centers. So there is another program which is happening in the Delhi State of Health Mission, which is known as NEEV program, which is a neonatal early evaluation vision, and it includes actually the newborn screening, both the point of care test and the sent-out test. And we have one Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram, which includes which take care of this newborn screening and many other conditions with developmental delay. So I'll come back to this slide, which I showed earlier to suggest the way forward. So we already have Center of Excellence, but there is a need to have at least one COE with expertise per state. There's a need to strengthen the referral and the networking, like in hub and spoke model that I mentioned earlier. And we need to ensure that based with this hub and spoke model and at least one COE, there is universal access to treatment. We need to strengthen the awareness component and need to sustain it for a long time, like is happening in other countries. There is a need to strengthen the various screening and the diagnostic tests for diagnosis and prevention, especially when the number of COEs are increasing. There is a need to involve other government systems for supportive care and sustenance, for example, for patients with disability. Due to a rare disorder such as Duchenne muscular dystrophy, we need to integrate with other systems so that these patients can get more benefit of disability and can avail the supportive therapy through DIC, etc., which is under the Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram, and get the physiotherapy and the other sorts of supportive treatments there in their particular district and don't have to travel a very long way. Then there is indigenous drug development, as I mentioned, and there are many more to come, and drug trials are being conducted, and there are many drug trials and cell and gene therapy based trials are being planned and will probably be conducted. And there is a need to have an industry partner to facilitate all this drug development, and so that it can reach to most patients with rare diseases. Then there is a need to promote this research and research collaboration, national, international, basic scientists, clinicians for multi-omics analysis for rare disorders, which includes bioinformatics, metabolomics, functional assays, and gene discovery. So with this, I would like to end and would like to acknowledge various funding agencies, DBT, ICMR, AIMS, DST, and our colleagues from various divisions at AIMS, the AIMS Local COE Committee, Humanitarian Access Program, which are helping these patients to get the treatment, and various parent support groups, which are an essential pillar for these patients. So with this, I end. Thank you very much for the patient listening. Thank you.
Sharmili's video next, please. So what was interesting from Dr. Gupta's presentation was learning about crowdfunding in India to find access to therapies. So how many here have heard of GoFundMe here in the US? So if you think about GoFundMe, one of the largest components of GoFundMe that it's used for is for healthcare access. So there was an analogy made not too long ago that said, if you looked at health insurers, and if GoFundMe was considered a health insurer, it would be one of the top 3 health insurers in the US, because so many people set up campaigns to pay for their medical bills. Personal bankruptcy, the #1 reason for personal bankruptcy in the United States is medical issues, medical bills, the financial toxicity for affording treatment for care in the US. So this is a universal conversation that we need to have in terms of not only looking at access, but also affordability of these treatments. Is she available online? Yeah, it was recorded, so I didn't know if she was going to be able to join us. So let's listen to this.
Good morning. My name is Dareen Chirumale, and I'm from University of Pennsylvania, and also represent the Indian Association of Muscular Dystrophy in Solan, India, whose founder, Sanjana Goyal, has done an enormous amount of work in that area. I'll be speaking on the topic of R&D and innovation. Let me share my slides. So thank you for the organizers for inviting me to share my thoughts on R&D innovation in rare diseases. So a quick word on the Indian Association of Muscular Dystrophy. Sanjana Goyal, shown here, and her family started this organization in a remote place in north of India called Solan in 1992 to provide holistic therapeutic approach for patients with muscular dystrophy. And their mission is to integrate therapy, diagnostics, and analyze data. So what I want to talk today about is the R&D innovation for rare diseases, the advances, challenges, and opportunities in the context of the Indo-US rare Foundation, which is doing phenomenal work. The topics I want to cover are the WHO policy, the excitement of AI, ML in diagnostics, advances in advanced therapies, and a few of the challenges, and then finally call to action through the 4 working groups that have been designed in this conference. So starting with the policy, it was very exciting that the WHO, a group of people across the world met and developed a policy to prioritize equity and inclusion for rare diseases. And among the many, I encourage you to read this policy, but the 4 things that I took away relative to what I'm going to speak on is large-scale newborn genomic pilot programs to be initiated, proliferation of diagnostics tools using AI, as I mentioned, cell and gene therapies entering these late-stage programs, and the bottlenecks in manufacturing and how to overcome them. Tremendous scientific advances have been happening. Whole genome sequencing, whole exome sequencing are becoming generally commonplace for people who have access. Gene editing using base and prime editing, AAV, lentiviral vector platforms are becoming much more amenable to developing these therapies for rare diseases, antisense oligos, mRNA platforms. All these platform technologies, including biologic drugs, monoclonal antibodies, not listed here, and cell therapies, are becoming fairly usable for developing drugs against rare diseases. Modality, let's call it modality independent, addressing by the biology first. The diagnostic area is very exciting with genomics, imaging, and electronic health record data, looking at patient registries and natural history studies, the ability of all these advanced technologies like the LLMs, AI-based LLMs, to analyze this data and to find biomarkers using input and output parameters, patterns to define how disease pathogenesis occurs is just exploding. And it's a very exciting field in this area. The challenges, the clinical development continues to be a challenge with small heterogeneous populations. Defining endpoints for rare diseases is very critical. And that's where the patient advocacies through the registries and natural history studies is so important. Validated biomarkers, statistical complexities, and a few studies are now possible to do. Regulatory challenges, reimbursement, access continues to be a challenge, and harmonization of these regulatory processes, though progress has been made, a lot of work needs to be done in this area. And one of the biggest challenges I feel is the manufacturing and supply chain. Very few organizations and companies cater to developing drugs for rare diseases, and consolidating some of these and incentivizing these manufacturing groups to manufacture these products is very important to provide opportunities for them to help developing drugs for rare diseases. The Indo-US collaboration through this Indo-US Rare Symposium is fantastic. Some of the activities include the registry and natural history data set sharing, harmonization of regulatory processes, capacity building for manufacturer training programs, and public-private partnerships, funding entrepreneurs, funding new ideas is also a key component of this partnership. So in summary, rapid advances in the platform technologies for cell and gene therapies for rare diseases is making it possible to develop these diseases for drugs for these rare diseases. Although it's a very small fraction of the 10,000 diseases that are being addressed, I also think that that's an opportunity for entrepreneurs. Diagnostics is becoming much more efficient. Regulatory harmonization needs to happen. Key challenges I've mentioned, and also the collaboration will result in specific activities that we need to do year on year. So for this year, I think one of the things that we focused on in Working Group 4, for example, which is the R&D Innovation and Manufacturing Working Group, we want to find the roadmap of R&D, of things being done today, fund some pilot programs, work with the regulatory agencies to develop specific guidances for developing drugs for rare diseases, support regional manufacturing, and get the advice of patient advocates for governance and equitable access. So I think these 4 or 5 action items can make a very precise roadmap of what this group could do and achieve in the context of this Indo-US symposium. So thank you very much for inviting me, and look forward to further discussion in this group. Thank you so much.
So if you could put my slides up now, that'd be great. So I work with health systems, academic institutions, and pharmaceutical companies across the country, really focusing on how to humanize the healthcare experience. As a patient advocate working in underserved communities across the country, accessible care is not easy to come by. Health disparities is something that we research all the time, and we don't need to restate the facts. We don't need to have another white paper explaining why different communities are marginalized and continue to be disenfranchised. So one of the things that when I talk about the patient care journey, oftentimes we talk about the patient care as if they only have one illness at a time. Most patients are complicated, like many of us. We have multiple things going on in our lives. We have a bunch of things that we need. Okay. We have many things that we need to juggle in our day-to-day activities. But when it comes to medical illness, there are so many more comorbidities that we have to manage, whether it's diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia. There's multiple things that oftentimes get segmented. So you go to see multiple specialists for one thing at a time. So when we talk about the patient care journey, let me see if I'm getting this right. It's often getting to the mountaintop. I often use this image of the mountain where just climbing to get to the top, getting the patient access to see a doctor or a provider is an accomplishment itself. But the real challenge is just as dangerous as it is to climb up the mountain, it's coming down the mountain. So when we look at Mount Everest, people that climb Mount Everest is a major accomplishment, but the number of people that fail on the descent is even greater because we're not thinking about what are the things that needs to happen when the patient comes home. So the obstacles when they come home, we often we don't take it into account are the communication. Did they understand what the information was being provided to them at that medical visit, at that clinical interaction? Did they have the time to follow up? Oftentimes, we ask patients and we ask family members to do so much. They need to go to multiple venues to get labs drawn, to get another appointment, to get screened. We don't take into account the safety. Do they feel safe in their neighborhood or in their community to go and access care? And especially around the globe, we don't have infrastructure in some places where people can have accessible roads for transportation to get to a medical facility. Then we also have to talk about food insecurity. Do they have the right food in order to manage their illness? You know, as patients are very complex, food is one of the most primary parts of treatment. Without proper food access, you can't have continuity of care to really drive outcomes. And finally, safe housing. Do they have a safe place to live where shelter is a big part of their stability of their life, their routine? Next slide. Can you go to the next slide? How many of you guys use Google to look up health information? Anybody? So if I ask the question, how many people use Google to find health information on a daily basis? How many of you think happens in a day? So when my slides come up, I'll give you the exact data, but there's over 1 billion searches per hour on Google. So health-related questions every day, 1 billion. So that's 70,000 searches per minute that happen on Google. So one of the things that we have to realize as clinicians, as researchers, is that people are looking for information. Whether it's behind a paywall in a published database or it's in a public domain, people need information. Whether that information is reliable or relatable is a different story. So this is a cartoon that I found that is very relevant to what's going on right now. I've already diagnosed myself on the internet. I'm only here for a second opinion. So when we have 1 billion searches per day on Google to find health-related information, this is the reality. People are not looking at our alphabet soup titles behind our name. They are looking for answers. And they need to find answers that are relatable, that are meaningful. So as clinicians and as researchers, we have to really be mindful of how are we making sure the information that we are publishing and we're sharing is actually functional to the people that need the resources. So the World Health Organization after COVID has really done a lot to raise awareness of an issue called the infodemic, where people are struggling to find information. There is so much information on the World Wide Web that not all that information is accurate. So we in the medical community and the research community have to be really aware of where is the source of truth. How are we getting the information to the people that are looking and searching for this information so that way they are not finding information that's inaccurate? Because everybody's looking for an answer and a solution, and it's not always easy to find. And this is really where people can have influence, where you see on social media a lot of people turn to TikTok, Facebook, WhatsApp groups, Instagram to find health content that may not be reliable or relevant. Next slide. So one thing I always talk about is what good is a diagnosis if you can't afford to treat it? When you look at some of the most expensive drugs, this was a report published by Becker's Hospital recently, how many people can afford, if it's a cure, a one-time cost of $4.25 million for treatment? So a lot of the conversations we've had over the past morning and yesterday was really talking about accessibility. Affordability has to be a big component of it. When you make rare diseases a priority and create new innovations, we also have to think about what is the ability for people to afford that treatment ongoing. Because if one family member has a genetic condition and other family members down there in their family system has that same genetic disorder, how does one person or one family continue to pay $4.25 million for a treatment? There are conditions that are newly diagnosed, new treatments, but now those treatments are being pulled off the market because nobody could afford the treatment. So we have to find that happy balance of how do we create innovation, but at the same time create a sustainable way of affording that therapy. We can't just focus on, let's get them to the doctor, let's get the research done, let's create the registry. We need to think about what are the long-term needs of the patient, their families and their communities at hand. So, well, we don't have lunch yet. Sorry. We are running late, so we would have been done a little bit early. I want to invite Dr. Kuntal Sen, so we're going to have a little fireside chat. Dr. Sen is a co-director of neurogenetics clinic at Children's National Hospital and the assistant professor of genomics, pediatrics, and neurology at George Washington University.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Kuntal. It's wonderful to be invited to this summit. Thank you, Harsha. And it's so great to see so many stakeholders in rare diseases from the DMV area all in the same room, thinking creatively about how to support our families. I think many of the things I wanted to mention were beautifully covered in Dr. Gupta's talk and what Don covered. But yeah, I'm primarily a clinician and I also do research and education simultaneously in rare diseases. And when I think about care pathways in rare diseases, I think of it in two different umbrellas, right? So the first category is your undiagnosed patients who are coming in with unexplained symptoms. And it's become better for them. I think 5 or even 10 years ago, they had prolonged diagnostic odysseys ranging from 5 to 10 years just due to how slow and difficult genetic testing was. But thanks to exome and genome sequencing, I think that diagnostic odyssey has shortened, but we have to continue working to spread awareness, and we have to educate our general pediatricians and internists that you always don't think of horses. Sometimes it's zebras. That's a message that needs to keep coming. So that's the first category, which is your undiagnosed patients. And when you have a diagnosed patient with a rare diseases, I think it starts from delivering the diagnosis. So at the very get-go, when you are revealing a life-altering diagnosis to the family, you have to be very thoughtful. You have to have a genetic counselor, a social worker, hopefully a psychologist as well. And some of the messages that need to come through are that, A, it's not your fault. There's nothing that you did or you didn't do that caused it, because there's often that stigma in genetic diseases. And then you say that this is a very rare condition and we are going to learn about it together. There might be times when you find out about a trial or a research study before I do. So we are all a part of the same team, and that's something I tell the parents. And after the diagnosis is revealed, I think it becomes that partnership, that long-term care and multidisciplinary support that Dr. Gupta so nicely covered in her talk. And I specifically focus on mitochondrial disorders. So we have started a multidisciplinary clinic with a dietitian, with a GI specialist, physical medicine and rehab, social work, and it makes all the difference. I think if you can become a one-stop shop, it really becomes very helpful for the families. And then the last part, really, we now have disease-modifying therapies in the form of ASOs and gene therapies. But that's available for a handful of conditions, and it's very expensive, as Dawn mentioned. So really working with your insurance companies, your lawmakers, your hospital pharmacy to make sure that we are actively addressing it, not just at big academic centers like Children's National and Boston's Children, but also at smaller hospitals and clinics. So yeah, I think those were a few of the things that came to mind when I was asked to talk about care pathways in rare diseases. And happy to chat, answer any questions, and I know Dawn had a few other thoughts that we were hoping to discuss.
Thank you so much. Hello? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So a question that I have for you is, mental health remains a major global health topic that often receives insufficient attention. So as a clinician, could you discuss the critical role of mental health support, including specific strategies in a comprehensive care pathway for both patients and rare diseases and their family members?
Yeah, that's such an important topic. Thank you for bringing that up. So yeah, our patients with rare neurogenetic conditions are now living longer. They are going to elementary school and middle school and high school. So previously, degenerative conditions and life-limiting conditions, we now have survivorship, and that means they are going to have their mental health concerns. So autism, ADHD, depression, anxiety, this is very rampant in our patients with rare diseases, and it's been poorly studied. I don't think there's enough data about this, because the focus is often on the acute crisis and when they end up in the hospital and the ICU. So how do we stop their seizures? But now there's a big focus on understanding the neuropsychological profile, and our clinic has benefited immensely from having a neuropsychologist as a part of the team. And I think the family advocacy groups do a great job, because just two families talking about how their kid with the ultra-rare condition behaves or how their day-to-day is plays a big role. So I do think this is an active area of research, and as neurologists and geneticists, we need to continue to partner with our psychology colleagues.
Yeah. We do a lot of cancer education within my organization, and when we do cancer education for the community, we talk about the caregivers a lot. We talk about not just the person that has the cancer diagnosis, but what does the family go through exactly? You know, in terms of the children, the husband, the wife, how can they be more supportive? Because a lot of times people are just nervous. They're not sure of the illness and knowing how they can be a part of the solution. And it's very stressful to be a family member that you have to become a caregiver or if there's a life-altering event. And that's often not discussed, really looking at the impact that the family has in terms of the caregiving journey and what are the mental health resources that could be available. Patient support groups, like you mentioned, are an excellent way of getting people connected so they feel that they're not alone, that they have a way of communicating with other people that are experiencing the same journey and their same burdens, but also thinking long term, because what happens when, as you mentioned, people are living longer with these illnesses, what are their long-term caregiving needs? If the parents are not around, who's going to take care of their child as they become adults? Those are major concerns that people have. So along those lines, in terms of chronic illness, you mentioned how people are living longer with their rare diseases. So that means that people can get diabetes, they can get high blood pressure, they can have all sorts of comorbidities that are focused on that chronic disease space. So where do you see the focus on managing chronic disease becoming part of this unique way of addressing how we clinically manage people with the underlying rare genetic disorder?
Yeah, that's another very important area to cover. We are actually doing a special issue for the Pediatric Neurology Journal talking about survivorship in rare genetic disorders. And this is something every author has talked about, that as these patients are living longer, common multifactorial diseases like diabetes and obesity and hypertension, we are recognizing these in patients with rare neurogenetic conditions. And there are no guidelines about what kind of interventions are indicated and which should be avoided. So in such cases, we just think creatively. We think based on the underlying mechanism of the rare diseases about which medication could be helpful or which should be avoided, and we sort of make a shared decision-making with the patient family and their internist. And another big gap is that pediatric geneticists are historically situated within children's hospitals. So we do a good job of educating our pediatric subspecialists about how to think about these kiddos with genetic disorders, but that's lacking in adult hospitals. So we oftentimes have to build strong partnerships and make sure we are doing didactics and education to kind of come up with that partnership. And I have a few colleagues who did residencies in internal medicine and adult neurology followed by medical genetics, so they are kind of acting as a big resource in that setting.
Thank you. So I'm going to open up to questions because we have just a few more minutes before lunch.
I just have a very short question because I'm on this health trail. As a physician and your colleagues, as a physician and with your colleagues, has there been any data to show, and you know it's my mantra here, about ultra-processed food? Because we know it's very inflammatory, so these kids with rare disease, ADHD, autism, what have you, mental health. Is there any effort that's actually made by you and your group and how to train people? I feel like nutrition is super lacked in our community of medical doctors in the U.S.
Yeah, that's such an important topic. I think, just to repeat the question, this was about role of dietary therapies in neurodevelopmental disorders. So I think if you reach a precise diagnosis that a patient has autism or epilepsy secondary to XYZ gene, in those cases there are certainly some guidelines, like certain metabolic conditions like pyruvate dehydrogenase deficiency are very treatable with ketogenic diet, and there are some urea cycle disorders and organic acidemias where you have to restrict their protein. And for conditions like that, we have registered dietitians as a part of our care team, and that's a very important part in their care. But if you have an undiagnosed patient with autism or ADHD, I think that area of research is hugely lacking. And we had a decade where there was a lot of mention of gluten-free diet and things like that to control symptoms of autism. I think that research sort of fizzled out and is not being actively conducted, but it's certainly interesting.
There is a big movement for food as medicine here in the US. There's George Washington University and others have a lot of research being done for food as medicine, really looking into what you point out, how nutrition is such a key role in terms of health outcomes. The challenge is that it costs a lot of money to eat healthy. So, exactly. So it's a matter of trying to change the perspective in terms in communities of understanding how to access good sources of natural foods, but also making sure that they're able to kind of ongoingly have access, have an accessible way of getting the foods on an ongoing basis.
So thank you for those questions. We have one last question, and before that I just want to mention that there's some questions being posted on Slido, and Rena is getting answers to those questions offline, pulling them from the speakers and depending on the question. So keep them coming on Slido, and we'll have one last question for this session.
Thank you, Harsha. Thank you so much. My name is Nandita. I come from India to attend this conference, which Harsha has so kindly allowed us to. I come to talk about SSPE, which is subacute sclerosing panencephalitis. Our 8-year-old niece has been diagnosed with it. And I would like to understand, you were talking about disease-modifying therapies and gene therapies. We'd like to understand, how that can be explored for SSPE, because right now SSPE seems to be falling under cracks from every direction. It is not part of the rare diseases policy in India. It is not considered to be genetic as such, but I don't know if it is an issue of immune problem, then for all you know, it might be genetic. So it is just about, no one is talking about SSPE, but there are so many children like my niece in India who are diagnosed right now. In fact, we have data from NIMHANS in Bangalore. Last year alone, 422 lab-confirmed cases were there only in NIMHANS. So we can extrapolate, so if you can.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Nandita. I wouldn't consider myself an expert in SSP at all, but I did see a couple of cases during my med school in JJ Hospital, Mumbai. And again, just for everyone, it stands for subacute sclerosing panencephalitis, which is a rare sequel of measles infection. And this is so important that oftentimes we equate rare diseases with genetic disorders, but that's not true. We have rare diseases which are caused by infections, and we have rare diseases which are caused by autoimmunity and rare tumors as well. And they all come under the umbrella of orphan diseases or rare diseases. But yeah, I think there's active research going on in this particular entity. There might be genetic or autoimmune risk factors which make certain patients more susceptible to get that complication as opposed to some other kid who gets measles. And again, I think the infectious diseases teams and those societies are actively conducting research. And then the most important thing, it's a vaccine preventable disease, so that should be where our focus lies on. Yeah, so that was my take on it.
So Saikat, if you don't mind, can we take this during lunch break? Yeah, we are running late. So I'll hand it back to Donnie John to...
Well, I want to thank Dr. Sen for joining us and the other panelists. Thank you, Harsha, for having this event and allowing us to share our insights.
Thank you so much. Give them a big round of applause, please. And I sincerely apologize for mixing Johnny Don with Donnie John. Sorry.
Happens all the time.
Thank you. So here is what we will do. The good news is all the remaining sessions, we have in-person speakers. So no online virtual speakers for the next couple sessions. So I think the technical glitches will hopefully vanish magically. And so thank you for bearing with us during the morning technical glitches and appreciate all of you. We have 15 minutes now. So may I request all of us to go grab the buffet lunch in the exhibit hall this way and come back here with meal on your plate and a drink, and get settled and start enjoying your meal, and let's have the next session start in 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
What will do?
Okay, let's get started. So thank you all for your cooperation in getting the lunch and getting back here. I think we are only 5 minutes behind now, so I think we are in good shape and can make up the rest of the day. And to lighten up the mood and also get our spirits uplifted even more, we have with us Kapil Patel, the happiness spreader. And so without further ado, I would like to invite Kapil here to tell us how to be more happier, more livelier, and be well. Come on, Kapil, take it away. Do we still have the slide, please?
While we are bringing the slide, but let's raise your hand if you have used GPS or Google Maps to reach here. And if you are on the Zoom, probably you might have used GPS or Google Maps in last 30 days for sure, right? Yes. Now picture this. No GPS, no Google Maps. You would be probably lost, missing exits, missing flights, missing events, isn't it? And probably blaming your spouse for the frustration and stress. We blame our spouse for every frustration and every stress, isn't it? But on a serious note, we have stress, sometimes anxiety, sometimes we get overwhelmed, and sometimes we get lost at work, right? What if we had a GPS for happiness at work? Wouldn't that be great? A GPS that can help us to find the happiness. GPS for cars gets us to places, but your inner GPS gets you happiness. Generally, I take almost 60 to 90 minutes to turn on this GPS, but today we have 5 minutes. So in that 5 minutes, we will just turn on our gratitude. GPS, 3 micro habits for happiness booster. What are these 3? GPS. G, gratitude. P, purpose. Yesterday we talked about turning our pain into purpose, right? And because when we turn on our purpose, purpose turns pain or any chore into a mission, right? S, smile. GPS. So we'll just go ahead and quickly talk about gratitude. And Harsha might say, come on, Kapil, gratitude, we all know gratitude. Gratitude is a common sense, right? But is it a common practice? Have you read or heard a book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People? Raise your hand. The author of that book, Stephen Covey, said, what is common sense isn't common practice. Gratitude is a common sense, but isn't common practice. So let's put gratitude into a common practice. Just for a few moments, I know you are eating, but for just few moments, I would like to everyone to just quickly stand up for a few seconds. Yes, shake that energy, move your body. Now, all together, even though if you are on a Zoom, please, we will just breathe in and breathe out. So move your hands up, both the hands together up while breathing in. Now breathe out and bring your hands down. One more time, breathing in, breathe out. All right, now next slide, please. For just few moments, I would like to invite you to close your eyes. We will just do one quick gratitude exercise. Now, next, please. Now, just for a few seconds, think about any gratitude moment, any gratefulness moment that you can think. Maybe, one connection you have made today, or one things that you have learned, one patient you have helped, just any small moment. Relive that moment. Your first breakthrough, or the reason why you joined this industry, this healthcare, to make the difference. Experience that moment again for next 15 seconds. Now take another 30 seconds to think about one more moment. Experience that moment when you are grateful. It can be any small moment. Your first salary in healthcare, or the first patient you have served. Feel what you have felt at that moment. Relive that moment. Keep your eyes still closed. Now another 30 seconds and relive the third moment, any precious moment that you are grateful about. Now before you open your eyes, just think about what did you experience in these few seconds of gratitude exercise. Did you experience joy? Did you experience calmness? Did you experience that relaxation? Now slowly you may open your eyes. Just 3 minutes of gratitude exercise can turn that stress into calm, right? Now please have a seat. Just all it takes is 3 minutes of gratitude exercise. Turn our stress into calm. Turn our frustration into focus, isn't it? GPS, gratitude. So remind yourself to turn on your gratitude today, tomorrow, and do this 21 days exercise, just 3 minutes. Give yourself. You are giving so much for this mission that you have, but take that 3 minutes to reconnect with yourself, to turn your inner GPS, right? So let's continue. While you are changing the lives, connect with your inner GPS, inner gratitude, inner purpose, inner smile. And if you would like to have a one-on-one session or group session for your team, I would be happy to offer a complimentary session. You can sign up. So thank you. Let's turn on gratitude and GPS for inner GPS. Thank you.
Wow, I definitely needed the deep breathing exercise and the GPS. Thank you so much, Kapil, for giving us the GPS. I did not know it existed in me. So now, I just want to remind that during your next networking break, when you go back to the coffee area, there is also exhibit tables there and posters from many interns and students. So please take a moment to look at those posters and talk to the interns who have been standing next to those posters. It was my bad not reminding everyone to go there. So next time when we have a networking break. So now for the first panel discussion and session of the day, of the afternoon, post-lunch, we have an industry panel that will be moderated by Jill Ersack from Soleno Therapeutics. She's heading up patient advocacy there, and she's kindly agreed to fill in the shoes of Dr. Anish Bhatnagar, who is unable to be here with us as the CEO, who is also on the board of Indo-US Organization for Rare Diseases. We have been grateful to Anish's leadership and support in getting the summit and also the organizational guiding from an industry corporate perspective. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Jill to take this session forward. Thank you, Jill.
I'm going to start at the podium while everyone sits down. Good afternoon. Is everyone awake after lunch? I love the GPS. That was great. Everyone is so busy that people need to sit down and think and take those 5 minutes, which is really difficult. So thank you for reminding me of that. Harsha, thank you for having me and having us come today to have our panel. It's been really wonderful to get to know everyone here today. So I'm Jill Yursak. I am the Senior Director of Patient Advocacy and Government Affairs at Soleno Therapeutics. I am standing in for my CEO, Anish, who, sorry you couldn't be here today, but says hello to everyone. So I work at Soleno Therapeutics, and we work on pediatric rare diseases, thinking about specifically in the PWS community. So I have the pleasure to work with our patient advocacy groups and also build out a government affairs shop at Soleno Therapeutics as we are growing as a company. So just to get us started, rare diseases really remind us that innovation and equity must go hand in hand. While scientific progress has accelerated globally, millions of rare disease patients still lack diagnosis, treatment, and hope. Today, we're bringing together a really great group of panelists today to explore how we can collaborate across borders to drive innovation, ensure access, and amplify the patient voice in orphan drug development. So let's get started. I'm going to sit down because you can't see me at a podium, too short. So let's get started. I'm going to do introductions first. So if everyone going down the line, starting with you, Carla, can introduce yourself and why you're working and dedicated to working in rare diseases.
Perfect. So good afternoon, good evening. My name is Carla McDonald. I'm the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer for a biotech company in Boston called Entrada Therapeutics. And I am an active advocate in many ways and areas across my life. And I think rare disease and all diseases are quite important to focus on, but I think amplifying the voice of patients who are often left out of the healthcare system is probably something that I'm most passionate about. And certainly rare diseases and people living with rare diseases are an important part of that.
Hi everyone, I'm Sonat Handa, and I am leading a consulting company called Biovance Consulting. And to your question, Jill, why I work in rare diseases is that my last experience with Horizon Therapeutics, I was introduced to rare diseases across the world, and I realized that this is one of the most underserved population. And the fact that we don't have enough data about rare diseases and what treatments we need, that underscores why somebody should be actually working on that. And I'm so glad to be a part of the team which built rare diseases and to be a part of this particular group, which is focused on rare diseases. So that's what motivates me, is to work for those who we don't actually have much attention to.
Good afternoon, everybody, and to those on the line from India, a very, very good evening. My name is Sanket Shah. I am a physician and a health economist, currently working for Jazz Pharmaceuticals, but I've been in the rare disease R&D and commercialization space for nearly a decade now. And as a former physician, I saw enough on the hospital floor to motivate me to change careers exclusively into research and focus on bringing rare disease therapies to markets around the world. And why specifically rare? It's because most chronic disease states, which have been a focus of development for the pharmaceutical industry, somehow we have managed to bring patients closer to living as normal of a life like you and I, or very, very close to normal, whatever the definition of that normal may be. Rare disease patients will not see that reality for decades. And they do not have the same resources or the focus or the dollars being spent on making their lives like you and I. They will not go to school like you and I. They will not hold jobs like you and I. They will probably not survive as much as you and I. And that is a problem, which is why I am focused on the underdog in the fight. And in this case, it's rare disease patients.
Thank you. Hey, I'm Parv. I'm working for Amneal Pharmaceuticals with research and development facility located in India. I'm like people are having lunch, but I want to thank Kapil for a moment. I was so very happy if GPS stops working, my wife doesn't know where I am. So thank you for making me happy, at least. Sorry. So to make the things lighter, just a joke apart, but rare disease is a wonderful event. Thank you, Harsha, for bringing all of us together. And I echo all my panelists, whatever they said, I echo that perspective. But in industry, from an industry perspective, I see very less representation per se, a rare disease remedy to be manufactured. As you know, the first thing is the business case. And luckily, my organization really helped us in putting the step forward that yes, we really want to serve both the countries. Amneal is an US-based pharmaceutical company, and we are also located in India, so that would serve both the nation and the patient population would be finding the remedy, at least in some cases, some rare disease space that we would be able to serve in a better way.
Thank you. All right, so let's dive into our first topic, the power of patient advocacy in shaping orphan drug development. So in the US, patient advocacy has been instrumental in shaping R&D policy, shaping policy and R&D priorities. In India and in lower to middle income countries, advocacy movements are gaining momentum, but need greater support and structure. So can you comment, how can we empower patient groups in India to play a similar role in early drug development process to meaningfully influence orphan drug R&D priorities, especially in conditions where rare disease patient populations are small and geographically dispersed?
Perfect. So I think I'm going to start off with this one, and I have a very specific answer, but I think I'm going to start off a little bit more generally. So patient advocacy really is giving voice and power to a community that has not traditionally been given power within the healthcare systems. A lot of the power is usually with the medical provider or the government or the reimburser. And often families or individuals with diseases feel unseen, unheard, and unsupported. And so when I think of patient advocacy, it's not just about drug development. I think it has many steps. And for me, the first step is acknowledgement, validation, education. So people who are living with a condition that they may or may not know is a condition, is that just normal for them? Is there something specific? What could it be? The very first step is seeing patients and ensuring that they feel seen and heard, and start to build a sense of community. Am I alone? Am I not alone? And this is a really important step in particular for the rare disease community. The next step is starting to provide medical support and community support. And we know that even for rare diseases where there isn't a specific curative therapy available, we know that simply developing opportunities to diagnose and put patients on some kind of a care path can drastically extend the quality of their life and often their longevity as well. And so to me, that's the second important part. And the third important part, which is often why people talk to industry, is that transformative therapeutic aspect, which is how can we get to a point where there's some innovation medicine that will become discovered, invented, and then ultimately made available to as many people as possible. And so I think that three-pronged approach is really important, and it's very empowering, because for a lot of folks in the world, getting to that medical intervention or that transformative therapy is not necessarily a step they get to. So making sure that we see the various phases and support the various phases are really important. So that's sort of my general answer, and I'll just do a quick specific answer, because the company that I work for, Entrada Therapeutics, we have a program, several programs across neuromuscular diseases, and our lead programs are in Duchenne muscular dystrophy. And we're pursuing Duchenne muscular dystrophy because of direct engagement with patient advocacy organizations here, initially in the United States. And so, you know, I think a lot of times people think drug development is very purposeful, and it is, but there's also a lot of serendipity in drug development. where you think you're developing one thing and then new data comes out and it points you in a new direction. And when it points you in a new direction, the first thing you do is you look at the attributes of that new direction or those characteristics and say, is there a disease out there or a condition out there that this might be relevant to? And in our instance, when it started to point to neuromuscular diseases, we were able to benefit from the education and unifying force that is the Duchenne muscular dystrophy advocacy community. And it came with it not just a tremendous amount of clinical or patient experience, rather. They also brought a lot of other experience around natural history studies, around previous clinical experience, around animal models of disease. And so as a company, we weren't starting from scratch. There was actually a lot of building blocks that were already available that we were able to leverage and build upon. And so based on that, we continued to advance our Duchenne programs and actually have built a pretty broad portfolio of therapies. So there's a lot of things that make up patient advocacy across those 3 stages that I started off talking about. And they're all really important. So I look forward to kind of digging into each of those a little more with this panel today.
Great, thank you, Carla. And is there any models that you know about that are really effective in that collaborations with patient advocacy and industry that's worked in your experience? Carla and anyone else who'd like to comment?
Several examples that we can pull, especially in the U.S. where advocacy has been sort of the anchor drive. It's been the force driving change. So I come from a background of rare disease, so cystic fibrosis is probably the best example I can think of where a movement started by a group of parents resulted in Vertex Pharmaceuticals and CFTR modulators that now keep these patients alive for 40 plus years, right? Sickle cell disease, growth hormone deficiency, we were talking about Magic Foundation, a couple of minutes earlier, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, even the Rare Epilepsy Network that I happen to do a lot of work with. There is a lot of organization around these groups, and the more organized they are and the more heavily they can build their influence on the Hill and within industry to advocate, the more I have seen the needle move on important decisions like inclusion of endpoints in clinical trials, funding basic science research to move target discovery and molecule synthesis along, forcing regulatory pathways to accept bare bones data sets and allow experimental therapies to come forward just because of unmet need, in something like a Duchenne. So I think in the US, even in Europe, there have been very, very great examples of how advocacy has driven development and commercialization forward. In India, when somebody asks me the question, all right, how do we get advocacy groups organized? My first question as a health economist is who's paying for it, right? And if we succeed in bringing therapeutics to India by some miracle, who's paying for it? And back to Parva's initial point, is there a positive business case on the P&L that we can forecast? And unless the answer to those questions is yes, we're going to keep hitting, we're going to keep stalling. And so I want to dig into the ecosystem around this a little bit more as we make progress.
Yeah, and that's a great point to make, because what I was going to say, which aligns beautifully with that, is it's cross-functional engagement, and that's kind of a corporate term, but it's how many people who represent different parts of the solution can get together in one room, and it's why conferences like this are so important, because to make a drug, you need a whole bunch of different communities to come together. You need the patient community and the care partner community. You need to have the medical community in terms of the hospitals. You need the research community as we figure out how to advance our science and what models to leverage. You need the biotech and pharmaceutical community, because they're the ones who actually, like a lot of the early ideas come out of academia, but the drugs get developed in industry. And then you need the governments, because we all know governments are often the payers. They're often the ones who are bringing the drugs, but they're also the ones who are regulating the drugs and setting the bar. And then finally, which is a group that we often don't talk about very often, is we need the investors. We need people who really want to take a risk and invest capital to fund what we're doing. And I think it's the ecosystems that have effectively brought all those groups together that have been the most successful. And I think a lot of people come to Boston, which is the area where I live, A lot of different countries come there because they want to capture what makes Kendall Square or the Cambridge Life Science ecosystem so successful. And it's not one answer. It's really a combination of community engaging with a singular purpose over time that has brought that forward.
So just to add to that, you're absolutely right about the separate communities that we have who need to come together. I feel sometimes you need that one individual or one group who's bringing them all together, because these communities don't necessarily talk to each other, they just recognize. But we need somebody who can look at the entire landscape and say, okay, how do we bring all of these together? And that person or that group is focused only on that part. That is what is needed to drive the whole community forward.
So I would agree. Can I ask him a question? Sure. So who do you think is the best convener? I'm not going to take over the moderator role.
Well, this is an example, right? So Harsha and the board, this is a great example where we come together and we are talking about these things, because nobody is a subject matter expert in everything. And you need to have individuals like the folks that we have in this room or on the panels over here who recognize the importance of all of these and, to be honest, has had some experience across all this and can bring people together. That's why we have folks who are medical doctors, MBA researchers, everybody coming together. This is a great task force, but I don't want to lose more time.
No.
Maybe I could throw in one thing just for the audience to sort of, ponder about. Yes, these are all great examples, but when I try to draw distinctions between advocacy movements that have been disproportionately successful versus those that are struggling, and this is again my N of one point of view, money has been a huge focus. It took a very rich, influential person to start the cystic fibrosis movement. And that element, a person of influence, a person of money, somebody whose kid was suffering and they felt motivated to dedicate the rest of their life and resources to that movement. These have been starts of influential movements, and movements that lack resources tend to fragment or decelerate over time. So if you want to start something, make sure there's money.
Agreed. It always comes down to money. And what I've seen, also to answer your question, is that people work in coalition and think about the nonprofits that work together versus the nonprofits that compete with each other. They're so much more successful if they are working together in unison in that coalition. I've seen things fall apart in the opposite, which is awful. And I think even with our own companies, and from an industry perspective, there's an organization called the Rare Disease Company Coalition that we can, even in rare disease, big and small pharma can come together with the same purpose of how we can advance treatments in rare disease, even from a company's perspective. So anything in coalition, I'm a huge proponent of. So, all right, so we need to move on. So I'm going to move on to manufacturing. So as we have drug discovery to delivery, manufacturing obviously becomes a critical piece in that puzzle, especially for rare diseases where small batches, high costs, and complex technologies can really intersect. So I want to pose to our panel, how feasible is local production in India, or is it more beneficial to manufacture in the US now, given the administration's priorities for Made in America?
I can start. So I think to your point, the last thing that you said, that it really depends upon which therapy we're talking about, first of all. Are we talking about small molecule therapies, which are pills, basically, or are we talking about the biologicals? And the small ones, the small molecule ones, those are pills, they have been traditionally, for the last few years, being manufactured in India or other countries and then being shipped over here. Whereas the large molecules or the cell and gene therapy, that has a different challenge to be actually manufacturing somewhere else and to bring it across. But this has gained later, in the near term, it has gained a lot of attention because of the entire Make in America and the tariffs, etc., right? That has caused everybody to think about what is to be done. So I don't think it is so much as Make in America or Make in India. I feel it is more of a system where everything has to be connected. So the way I think about it is, for the small molecule, you can still have manufacturing going on in India, and then that can be shipped here, which is going to be actually good for scaling and good for economics. Whereas in terms of the large molecule or cell and gene therapy, we can start with building up the innovation and the entire initial phase over here in the US, get it to the stage where you can actually scale out and then ship it out to India and then have the entire supply chain, not only in India, but outside. But what has happened is that when the administration announced about the tariffs, many of my partners, client partners, they started wondering, what should we do? And there were many instances when they actually decided to pause even analyzing what they should do, which was a wrong approach. My advice to them is that we don't know what exactly will happen, as we have seen that the MFN policies and the tariffs, everything keeps changing. So the right way to proceed, in my mind, is that you come up with scenarios, the best case scenario, the mid case scenario, and so forth. And you decide how to proceed today, but then make sure that you have agility in the system so that if anything changes down the road, you can quickly adapt to that particular new environment. In 3 years' time, we don't know what will happen.
Parv, would like to go ahead.
Yeah, I would definitely echo his viewpoint. And in India, there are more than 600 FDA-blessed small molecule production company. So for producing small molecule, India is definitely a great manufacturing sweet spot. So for small molecule, yes. Per se, biologics and biosimilar, when we are talking about rare disease, the volume game is not there. So in usually biologics, we always talk about the volume game. And I would say there, Made in America is definitely making a lot of sense because the volume game is not there in biologics that way. Another thing is in India, yes, biologics are emerging, but not that way. The FDA-approved plants are not that being found. But yes, per se India-based manufacturing cannot be ignored. So per se, helping the patients in India, definitely how the fiscal aspects are getting formed or reformed, and the regulatory perspective getting reformed. That way, in India, biologics can be evolved and evaluated as a manufacturing aspect. Per se, CAR T-cell therapy and all, I'm like, India is emerging, but however, I'm like, I would say cell and gene therapy, CAR T therapy, there would not be, I'm like, people always ask, hey, there should be a sharing of information in IP regime. I'm like, nobody's going to be sharing their information. But yes, I'm like, as my panelist stated very rightly, that all industries across, whether it is in India or America, we need to learn from one aspect in America, what we have learned, that industry and university collaboration works very nicely. So India has to learn that particular aspect to bring that particular change and reform for the newer technology. I'm like, there can be a great collaboration with universities, and that would probably help India a lot in terms of emerging with cell and gene therapy or CAR T-cell therapy.
So just to add over here, this is something Jill, you, me, and Sankeet were talking about. We have used the word India a couple of times in this entire conversation, but this, as Harsha set the stage last night, it was not only about Indo-US only. It is about LMICs too, which is the low and middle income class countries, right? And with technology, with the latest AI going on, with the hype and all those kind of things that we can actually leverage, we should see how we can actually build manufacturing as well, which will also help in actually supplying products to the patients in those countries too. So even though we've used India, but it is applicable to other countries in that region too.
Exactly. There's so much opportunity when you think about how, thoughtfully how we can get to other countries, not just the big ones that everyone thinks about, right? Okay, so I want to move on to now commercialization and pricing, so which is always a hot topic, right? So developing orphan drugs are always a challenge already, and making it accessible is another, right? So in markets like India and other low and middle income countries, affordability remains a very major barrier, even for life-saving therapies, which is very frustrating for families who are impacted by rare diseases. So I wanted to discuss how we can make commercialization sustainable for both patients and companies alike. So what are the barriers, such as regulatory, IP, or infrastructure, or anything else, that need to be addressed first for commercialization?
How much time do we have?
I know, it's a lot. It's a heavy question. Go ahead.
Affordability, yes, it's a major concern, and there is a reason why molecules that have not lost exclusivity rarely ever make it to India through affordable channels. Or somebody has to break a law to get a therapy shipped over by buying it in some obscure European market. The way I think of it, to boost the attractiveness of a low to middle income country market today, there are a few things that we need. One is IP protection. It's always on people's minds that this will get ripped off and it'll be produced at the 10th of the cost. And it has happened, with Hep C agents and whatnot. I think there's plenty of case studies where this has happened. So I get it. It's a legit concern. The other piece is insurance penetration. We can't pay out of pocket for this. It's single digits insurance penetration, and there is no managed care system in India that makes it possible to pay for high cost therapies. And the way we price these therapies, they're not priced for a low to middle income country. These are priced for managed entry markets like US and Europe. And so when it comes to pricing for India, Bangladesh, Africa, we're going to have to rethink how we price, very, very, very differently. And the last piece is really the ecosystem. I don't think we have the research ecosystem, the commercialization ecosystem support from the Modi government just yet to boost pathways into managed access kind of agreements into India, which is why state governments and even private corporations cannot take advantage of, even if they have the dollars, they cannot take advantages today. So setting up those pathways is a little slow, which is why a lot of us don't go there.
Right.
Yeah.
So just echoing into whatever Sanket just mentioned, it's definitely a system issue. It is not just the price, etc. But we should also think about what are the different models that we can use to actually commercialize. And that will require not only looking at India, but other countries too. Can we go in with partners, distributors? Which drugs are we talking about? So for the IP, for example, definitely small molecules can easily be replicated, which is definitely a fact. But the large molecules, biologicals, to invest, to build to scale so that it is actually low cost, because despite whether you build out over there, patients still can't afford the US prices, so it'll have to come low. So how can you build those initial big volumes and get it sold or brought to the patients? So there are these concerns to think about. How can we contract with the state employers, which could be like the military or whatever have you, the state governments in in the Southeast Asia, etc. So we have to look into those issues, and that can be done by patient advocacy groups. That's very important, because it's only the patients and the patient advocacy groups who will bring to the attention of the state government, where in India we have so many other diseases to think about first before they go to the rare disease. So that's why this is not really their top priority to be spending so much money. So that is going to happen only when we escalate the importance of rare diseases.
One other bold idea that I want to leave the audience with also is the idea of homegrown R&D. We are currently thinking about bringing drugs from elsewhere into India, but the folks that started up ImmunoAct, and I think there are partners here that did their clinical trials, they demonstrated that R&D can be homegrown and manufacturing can be done even for cell and gene therapies at a tenth of the cost. So it is doable. And now how much do we want to invest in homegrown R&D? And if you look at what's happening in China, a third of the molecules we are buying in the US today are coming from China. India is decades behind in R&D infrastructure. So if you want to manufacture locally without pissing off a US power, produce locally. Do R&D locally, do homegrown manufacturing. And that sets up India, China, a lot of the neighboring markets. But that's a very bold idea, and it's decades from reality.
Sorry to just say that part, but we had this discussion. It's a very good idea. It's bold, but it's strong and it's good. And the challenge was, because for the last 80 years, is what you said, that America was the place which welcomed innovation, which fostered innovation, and lots of people like us, most of us, have come from different countries because we had the funding and the will to innovate and spend big bucks. The problem is that if now we have to start building in those other countries, which is doable, which is we are seeing is the reverse brain drain happening, it's still going to take some time for people to go back, for folks to invest. So it's not that we should not do it or it will not happen, it'll just take time. The question is, what do we do in that interim period?
And I'm going to talk a little bit, we talked about patient advocacy, I'm going to talk about just broader people advocacy, because you brought up the fact that a lot of people came from India to the United States to pursue their post-secondary education and then stayed and are contributing. I'm Canadian and I've lived in the States for 30 years, and I actually do a lot of work with my government in Canada as well. And there's real power in that. So how do we look at the expats or the global communities from India in this case, or Canada in my case, and say, can they contribute back? Because there's a lot of advocacy that can come. So for example, story and connection is really, really important when you want to change people's minds or bring people's focus onto something. So if you have an impactful story, just like patient advocacy groups often use, they'll use storytelling to emphasize why funding and prioritization needs to be made. You, as a country, have a tremendous number of advocates that are sitting in the United States now who are sitting in positions within this country, both at a government as well as at a corporate level. And those are all stakeholders that can help to continue to bridge between one country and the next, and can also share a lot of their insights that they've gleaned during their career as we look at improving and building out health systems in other countries. So there's a lot of empowerment that comes through individuals, particularly in research and industry and government, and all of us understanding that and making sure that we're leveraging our connections and our perspectives are really, really important.
Absolutely, that's why we are all over here, absolutely.
So let me give you an example, like how that would answer many perspectives of manufacturing, etc. So you rightly said, it's a bold step, and we took it. So we can manufacture Me Too drugs in India. And one of the Me Too drugs that we manufactured in India, we wanted to launch in regulated market. Of course, as an industry, we wanted to go for a regulatory market to launch and seek our opportunity there. But when we had talked to various clinicians and certain patient advocacy group approached us, and they said that this is for the rare disease, and why don't you even plan to launch in India? Now, what at least an industry can do, per se, manufacturing, etc., that we did it in India, that we hired a socioeconomist PhD and tried to perform the survey. And the number that was astonishing, like it wasn't the number that we thought it would be that small in the patient group. It was really concerning. And then we really thought that it does make sense to manufacture the drug for India and also perform India-centric clinical trial. So the perspective is, yes, patient advocacy group can do well. And as my panelists stated that a organization can think to have For an example, when we say India, but of course, other countries can also use that module, like make Me Too drugs, which are far better, and you can drive as per your technical abilities, and that will really serve the purpose to the community as well. So.
Thank you. So, looking at our time, and try to keep us on time. Where's Harsha? It's around here somewhere.
Harsha's there.
Okay. You know, we're talking a lot today, and I want us to bring us back kind of full circle, and thinking about how can India and lower to middle income countries work together strategically to really advance the rare disease agenda, right? So looking ahead, so if you could pick some top priorities, less than 5 because we don't have a lot of time, for the U.S., a broad collaboration on rare disease over the next 5 years, what would those be? You want to start, Carla?
I'm going to start with collaboration or pre-competitive space. So there's a lot that happened, like we'll talk about IP and different things, but there's a tremendous amount of innovation that happens in the pre-competitive space where we can learn from each other. And I don't think we have to reinvent the model from scratch when it comes to advocacy and a lot of this. I think we can look at some of the larger diseases and see how they've managed to progress programs. We can look at some of those successful rare disease cases like you mentioned earlier. You talked about CF and a few others. There's a tremendous amount of learnings there, and we don't have to go it alone. There's a lot of power in numbers, as we know, and bringing together various rare disease groups and people who are committed to rare diseases. A lot of the structures that's needed to attract investment can be got when working together across disease areas. There's certain things that are specific to one condition or the other, but a lot of the foundational work can start in tandem with other groups. So I would say collaboration is really, really important.
So one area that I would say is basically the technology, the AI, which is out there. As we know, many of the companies have actually started building their hubs for data analysis and correction, et cetera, in India. We know of certain large companies doing that. And we know there's a lot of talent over there for technology and AI. And in rare diseases, the main issue is that we don't have much data because we don't have many rare disease patients. So developing drugs with that limited amount of data, we need to have the tools. Long back, in silico was the way to develop new molecules rather than first testing. So one area of collaboration between US and India or other countries would be in using AI tools to develop new products.
The one area that is ripe to take opportunity of today while we wait for the IP protection, the ecosystem maturation and insurance penetration, all of these macro things, the one opportunity in front of us today is really what I think is managed access programs. This is resource-wise a very intensive one, but going individually to either state governments or local networks to contract managed access programs and set terms that allow for entry of therapeutics from here for rare disease cases in India, and under certain contractual obligations, I think that is an opportunity that we can execute on today. And so that's an area where I would look.
I do agree with you on collaboration, but at the same time for the emerging country like India, COVID gave a big lesson, and that is repurposing. And I would say that there are a lot of good molecules, and we need to even look into the horizons where a lot of molecules were dropped out because of many unknown reasons. And we need to identify those molecules as a key target for repurposing it to, of course, with a good collaboration with multiple technologies now available, and the use of AI would also help, but repurposing will really help a lot in a country like, emerging country like India.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And I think when countries are looking at expanding engagement, either with the United States or other countries and looking for investments, I think proof points are critical. So if you're sitting on the corporate side and you're trying to decide whether or not you want to manufacture in India or you want to run a clinical study in India or whatever else, insert here in India, I think companies are looking at speed, quality, and reducing risk. And so as a country, if you have some examples that you can point to, some case studies where you've demonstrated success, I think that reduces the barrier for entry. And I don't think you have to win at everything initially. You have to pick a few things where there's a competitive advantage and sort of double down in that area and create those proof points and get people used to investing in, working in, expanding in. Because perception is reality. And so there's two things. There's what's really happening on the ground and how it works. And then there's the perception of people outside of a country that are going to make investment decisions and whether or not they see the reality that you see or there's a perception. And the best way to fight that is through solid proof points. So that was my one thought to add.
No, I think these are all really good ideas, and as there's so much that needs to be done, right? And there's so much opportunity, I think, for collaboration. And I always go back to patient advocacy, and I think having those fierce moms and dads, I'm talking about like in pediatric rare disease, and fierce advocates, stepping up to the plate all over the world to really share their voice with the local governments, especially around payers that could buy in from that perspective, and to the industry partners. I think the more effective you can be too. And I know that's easier said than done, but I think in the US, I think there's a lot of good models that are starting to be adopted around the world that we can really help build up other countries to really do the same and really to be effective. So those are things that we're looking at also globally. Okay, so 10 minutes. All right. We're doing great. Okay, so I'm gonna ask one more question, and when I ask this one question, I want everyone to think about their own questions, and I'll come to you. Does that sound good? Okay. All right. So this is always, final thoughts. But if you could change one thing tomorrow, which is always a hard thing to pick, to improve our collaborations on rare diseases, especially between U.S. and abroad, what would that be? Anyone?
Well, if I can start.
Go ahead.
I don't think it's more about, I won't say it's a change, but I would say what is happening here should be accelerated.
Right.
This kind of discussion, bringing together, this is the third summit. I am looking forward to the fourth and the fifth and all this, because these kinds of discussions, meeting folks like Sarah, who's focused in LATAM, meeting folks from India, and then meeting Matthew, who's worked in India and US. I mean, I didn't know all these individuals, but we are now over here and we are talking about how we can collaborate. These are ideas which I don't think anybody would alone come up with. And then even after you come up with idea, what's good is an idea. It's implementation which is hard. Ideas are easy, implementation is hard. Quoting Guy Kawasaki, by the way, here. But that's what I think we need to have. Accelerate this kind of discussions, these meetings and collaborations.
Agreed.
The one thing that I would do if we were to start effecting meaningful change is I would move back and open a clinical trial site that had everything built to US standards and could allow for companies to reduce their risk and come in and select India as a clinical trial site to start generating more data in a population that has been historically underrepresented, and use that as a bridge to homegrown R&D and influence companies that are doing homegrown R&D. Yeah.
Well, I would definitely say for the emerging country like India, what should be changed. Definitely the IP regime need to get solidified properly. Marketing exclusivity has to be properly thought out, carved out. That would be really an incentive for a pharmaceutical company to perform the drug discovery. And another thing, which is very important. Like we talk all about the encouragement. But I'm like, in terms of intellectual property rights, lot of reforms are really required in emerging countries like India. That is the one change really is very much required. That will, and market cap. The country like India for manufacturing, etc., like the market cap is one of the hinder which pharmaceutical companies may get refrain even to put the drug into the market. So there has to be a government and pharmaceutical company. They have to come together with a right approach to create a kind of a distribution ways where there can be an appropriate funding, appropriate launch of the molecule, etc. So these are the things I would say is essential for the emerging country like India.
And I would sum it up by saying, and I'm way oversimplifying this, but it's prioritize your ask. Like what are the things that can have the greatest impact on the rare disease community in India? The second thing I would say is determine who your advocates are, who are the people who are best positioned to bring together that cross-functional thinking or consensus. And then the third point would be to equip them or empower them with the story and the proof points they can use to demonstrate how India can be successful.
Thank you so much. And my wish is, this is an amazing opportunity for all of us to come together, but this is only once a year. So I hope that we can think of, between ourselves and other groups, ways that we can come together on a more regular basis, if not in person, but just to share ideas. So let's think about that too. Okay, so I can't really see, but who has a question? Okay, go ahead. Thank you. I'll stand up now.
Thank you so much, panel, for insightful discussion, and we are sure that as a team we can make this rare disease aware everywhere in the world. I'm Vishal, representing Amneal Pharmaceuticals. So my question is continuous into your last question, what we could change. What strategic shifts are most urgently needed out of regulatory, commercial, and scientific to make a rare disease research more sustainable, more viable investment option for any industry across India and US?
Anyone want to start?
Well, so just to rephrase, you wanted to understand what are the strategic shifts for ensuring across regulatory, commercialization, and advocacy?
Scientific.
Scientific,
Yeah.
all right. So I think there was again a discussion and exchange early in the session which was about mistrust or lack of trust in the clinical data, robustness or truth, so to speak. And I was speaking to, again, I'm going to talk about Matthew's been across all. It is because of now the close relationship between CDSCO and with FDA, that is not the case. But manufacturing, to Sarah's point, there are concerns over there. So strategic shifts that need to be done, I would say, is to leverage data and AI and virtual monitoring, etc., so that we can actually have more trust between corporate and the clinical trials, as well as all the other players, investors for that matter, who can actually trust those data points that we get to ask them for funding. So that would be in terms of the entire regulatory and scientific, and of course commercialization, manufacturing. I think I go back to the same point, is that we should think about it as one world. It's really one world, and I'm not saying it at a high level, because everybody's affected. Rare disease patients are existing in Southeast Korea, South Korea and all that, and I'm talking about that too. How do we get them the drugs? I don't see many people from that part of the world over here, but I work with partners who are launching over there. How do we work with that? So I think it is looking at an overall picture in that respect, but I don't want to go beyond. I would like to welcome my panelists to speak.
I believe you asked the question about fostering rare disease research in India and building up the scientific muscles, right? country of 6, 7, 8 billion people, how are you going to find these patients? You want to do rare disease research for which you need to be able to find rare disease patients at any given moment of time. These publicly available data sets, the pooling of data, this doesn't exist in India. Far from the Nordics or even Europe or the US. And so I guess the first step is make it easy for any entity to find and tap patients for rare disease research in India.
So we have a comment here.
A very quick comment to the question of what one strategic thing. I mean, this was a wonderful presentation by the panel, fired off a lot of questions in my own mind. No time to discuss them. But the one thing that I think can solve it is us developing a new business model. The business model, the problem is we are trying to tailor a business model that is designed in a capitalistic society to a socialistic environment around the world. We need to come up with a model that will apply across the world. And that is a challenge, and it will be probably address all the difficult pain points that you've addressed.
So Matthew, next summit, you will present that new model.
I was going to say the same thing.
Better yet, start a company so we can quit and join you.
One more question, I think? Harsha will pick.
I'll skip it short. You know, Brazil, and I think maybe, Sonat, you and I talked about this, they have a very interesting policy, speaking about what you said, and that is that any company has to come in and they have a 5-year period in which they have to provide drug. Because one of the challenges is if it's not approved, you got to provide it for the rest of their life, and that's not a good idea commercially speaking. So Brazil has adopted, and they've just kind of put it in implementation mode, a 5-year model where you have to provide drug post-clinical trial for 5 years, and then you negotiate. So maybe that's the model we could look at, because they are a country that is being successful in rare disease clinical trials globally.
Just FYI, Germany also you can launch, and for 1 year it's free pricing, but then you go to the negotiation table, and if you, during this 1 year free pricing, if you priced higher than what you finally negotiate, you have to give it all back. So it's the same. So that's what things, but I know Harsha wants to get us out of this panel.
That's interesting.
Well,
So,
actually, if
we
you don't
had-
mind, I'll throw some more optimism here just so that we have something positive, is Dubai, Saudi. You can get US reference pricing when you commercialize in Saudi Arabia, depending on your launch wave, and they've developed a system. Well, sure, they have oil money, there's resources there. Point being, until the government acted to create an access system, to promise this, it wasn't a viable market, but it very quickly became a very attractive market. That's what we need.
So there were several hands up here. I'm going to have two of them do 60-second comment or question. We don't have a lot of time.
Thank you so much. So quick question. As part of SAIA's private support group of patients who have GI disorders, mostly IBD and a lot of IBS and colorectal cancer, one of the things that we hear all the time is, okay, so this drug exists, and I know we're talking about free pricing, but when we talk to patients in India and Pakistan, a lot of times, as I was saying earlier on the panel, these drugs are like their entire year's salary or 6 months' salary for them. Now, and a lot of these drugs are already approved there. So the patients have these drugs, but they can't access them. How do we make that possible when many rare diseases, as well as autoimmune conditions, are not even recognized by the governments to be serious disorders? I think more so than a lot of what we've been talking about, I think we need industry support as patient advocacy groups to also talk to the governments to create some of these pricing schemes that you all are talking about in Dubai, in Brazil, et cetera, which don't exist in parts of Asia. How do we do that?
So, why would the government be interested in looking at this particular issue? Only when they come to realize how much of a disease burden that particular condition is. So we need to have data, we need to have smart economists like Sanket over here, to actually go and come up with models which will tell how much of a drain it is going to be to the health system if that is not addressed. And that can be we don't have much data for that, so that requires modeling, for which we need good technical, again, I go back to AI and all that, we can use various kinds of models, coming up with different scenarios, showing to the government how much it will cost if you don't take care of this, is going to be one of the ways that we can actually get their attention. And then the further things will follow, this patient advocacy, the collaborations. That's just one idea, and I'm keeping to 60 seconds.
Yeah, there are two things I would answer try to answer in a sentence. One is you look at the IP regime and try to produce Me Too. So IP is definitely a very key perspective. And what he said additionally to that is a socioeconomic study group. So a country really need a socioeconomic study group. That would really solve the purpose. You need to have your own research and development program, which will bring the real efficacy, and you can really come out of the intellectual property if you can generate of your own.
Great, thank you. I'll try to be very quick. My name's Meg Major. My question is for you, Sanket. Earlier, you were talking about how innovative access models will be critical to progress, and I see that you're working for Sanofi, which I just love what that company is doing in terms of global health access with their global health unit, around the Impact brand, the not-for-profit brand that focuses on LMICs, and their other work around capacity building, and as well as their humanitarian programs. And I'm just wondering, I understand that those focus mainly on NCDs, I think even cancer. Could that sort of a model apply for rare diseases? Is there any learning that we could take from that? And then just kind of a side comment that I do think it would be worthwhile for this community to look at kind of progress that's being made in the cancer field, especially around UICC and the Access to Oncology Medicines initiative. So, yes, thank you in advance for your insights.
Sure. So, quick point of clarification, I never worked at Sanofi. I work at Jazz. No, that's completely all right. We're still in oncology, but I just wanted to point that out. Let me make sure I understand your question clearly. So, the first part of it was access model. So can we give the mic back to her for a second? I just want to make sure I understand the question clearly for
we are almost
not
out
the
of
first
time.
part.
In fact,
I understand. I'll be super quick. Yeah.
Well, now I feel bad. I'm so sorry. I don't
all
know
right.
how
Please keep going. Yeah.
I got that wrong. But the work that Sanofi is doing in terms of providing access unbranded to its products for key NCDs in 40 of the lowest income countries, and how that's been a self-sustaining model that they then use to invest into capacity building in the health systems where they work in those focus countries.
So I'm not entirely familiar with Sanofi's programs and what has been successful. What I have been privy to is companies like Novartis, Novo Nordisk, having their drugs go into the Indian market through very specific contractual arrangements with municipal governments in Mumbai, in Pune, in a couple of other cities. But these are all very, very small and micro access pathways for specific populations. I haven't seen anything work at scale yet. And it's because smaller entities can guarantee pooling of risk and resources, and can come up with have the power to contractually sign these agreements. But until you widen the risk pool to a large enough of the population and are able to then pay whatever price, even the lowest price, even if it's at cost of goods sold, it's still a very, very high amount. But unless you're able to come up with a large enough risk pool to kind of pay for that, it's still not sustainable enough. So I owe you a response on what Sanofi exactly does. So I'm going to talk to you after this and make sure we set up. I have friends there, so hopefully I can find out more. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think with that, we can give a big round of applause to this panel.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you, panelists. Nice job.
I think the session really opened up a lot of bunch of a can of worms, as we say, and hold on to those questions and comments for the working group session so that we can address those questions during the working groups. So now, for the next session, I'd like to welcome please take your seats. We will have time for networking soon after this session, so please take your seats back. Okay, so let's get started with the next session. It's going to be Mr. Venkatesh Krishnaiah, CEO of Cloud Throttle. And this is a session sponsored by Cloud Throttle. So I'd like to request Venkatesh Krishnaiah to give an introduction about Cloud Throttle and the introduction to this session on AI and technology.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Venkatesh Krishnaiah, founder of Cloud Throttle. It is an honor to sponsor this session, Tech, Bio, Innovation, and AI in Rare Disease. At Cloud Throttle, we plan, monitor, govern cloud spendings, so teams stay on track and in control. This session brings together leaders across technology, life science, and AI to explore challenges in rare diseases, global federated learning, 60 principles of AI, hype versus reality, best practices, regulations, and priorities of US-India collaboration. Our moderator is, for this session is Harsha Rajasimha, founder of Jiva Clinical Trials. Welcome aboard. So our panelists are Dr. Christopher Boone, Oracle Executive, and from Oracle Corporation. Next panelist, Dr. Mandeep Kaur, founder of Wheelin Consulting. Next, Himanshu Pansara, CEO, co-founder of The Good AI. I would now invite Dr. Harsha to lead the discussion.
Thank you so much, Venkatesh, for your sponsorship and support for the summit. So it's exciting to have these leaders here to chat about AI and technology innovation and its role. How can it help advance the grand challenges that we have been talking about all day about rare diseases? So I'm going to present a few slides and then to set the context, and then we'll dive into some topics, and we'll make sure we will have a few minutes for Q&A. So welcome, Chris, Mandeep, and Himanshu. Appreciate your time and leadership here. Can I get my slides, please?
I think there's coffee break now.
So while they pull up my slides, what I wanted to do in my opening remarks and set the context is this whole valley of death in life sciences, which I'm pretty sure everybody in this room is familiar with. Takes $2.5 billion to bring one new drug to market, which is not sustainable. And two, it takes about 9 years average to get through the clinical trial process, 8, 9 years. And so how do we run drug development and accelerate clinical trials in a more efficient way that can make sense in the rare disease context, orphan drug development context? And so this life science valley of death, starting with drug discovery, where artificial intelligence is actually starting to have a huge impact in producing a number of new candidate drugs in a very short span of time using big data and AI and all the magic that happens there. So that time frame is getting shrunk more and more with having high confidence candidate drugs. And then moving into preclinical research with animal models and non-clinical research that takes about 2.5 years. And this is industry-wide averages, right? And then getting into phase 1, first-in-human clinical trials, about a year on an average. Phase 2, 2 years. Phase 3, 5 years. And so if you look at the clinical phases, that's 8 years of clinical trials and 1 year for the FDA review, roughly, give or take. Yeah, or maybe even more. And so about 9-10 years is what we are seeing even after we have the drug get into clinical phases. And that's awfully long, and none of us can wait that long, especially in the rare disease space where you have a child diagnosed and you know the time is ticking. We have a rush, and we have a sense of urgency that no other chronic disease patients might feel the same. And so how do we get through this, and where does AI and technology play a role in this valley of death? And so the industry-wide goals that have been set is to make drug development faster, cheaper, better quality, and reduce risk. I think I will add from the previous panel. And to reduce drug development timelines from about 9 years down, we can't control FDA review process, but FDA has actually started implementing AI in their own drug review cycles. And so FDA has actually taken the leap in accelerating the review process by reducing manual activities during that phase. So as the industry adopts this and accelerates the clinical trial phases, I think that that's going to be an imperative that the whole industry has taken to bring it down to 5 to 7 years. You know, it's not going to go from 9 to 1 year or 0 years, obviously. So there's only so much that acceleration can be achieved. But 5 to 7 years is a reasonable goal as an average, and in some cases, more close to 5 than 7. And from a cost point of view, if we can reduce the cost by maybe 70% of this R&D, and the big part of why it costs $2.5 billion is not because of the one drug that does pass the valley of death, but it's because of the 9 drugs that die in the valley of death. And so if we can reduce the drug failures, especially late-stage failures, that can actually speed up and bring the efficiency that the industry is seeking. The challenge is the current infrastructure that supports clinical trials is fragmented. And the infrastructure, the biggest transformation in clinical trial infrastructure is going from paper-based clinical trials to electronic data capture. And that started 15, 20 years ago, and the industry has mostly adopted, although there's still some trials that run on paper and pencil, for most part, EDC has been adopted. Now, the COVID pandemic-driven decentralization brought a deluge of digital tools to this infrastructure. And so we have 15 to 30 tools that make up the clinical trial infrastructure from a data and execution point of view. And it's also still heavily manual. And so in an infrastructure like that, you can apply AI at best as Band-Aids in patient recruitment. So the circles around those boxes are intentional to indicate they are silos. And so you can potentially apply AI within those circles and maybe between a couple of those circles to connect the dots. But what's needed is a seamless end-to-end infrastructure that can actually help drive the efficiency that we are seeking. But to do that, we need to look at it in the context of what the patient journey looks like, especially in rare diseases. Patient is central to everything, as we heard earlier as well. And so in rare diseases, many patients remain undiagnosed for a long period of time before they get a proper diagnosis. And if they are lucky to be in the 5% of the rare disease where there is an approved treatment, they at least have a way to access these therapies if it's affordable and they have insurance and whatnot. And depending on where they are in the world, they may still not be able to access it, even though it's there somewhere else. And then being diagnosed with a disease where there is no approved treatment means the best thing that can happen to them is hopefully enroll in a clinical trial for an intervention, and that's better than the standard of care, and so that's probably the best thing that can happen to a patient right now, as there are more diseases in development phases than already having an approved therapy. And so having clinical trial as a care option becomes a critical aspect of a patient's journey. And so in each of these phases of the patient journey, there is opportunity to utilize that in getting through that diagnosis, understanding of the natural history of the disease. So if there is no clinical trial, the patient should at least get in a natural history study. And so we hear, particularly in India, many times patients and doctors feel there is really no value in getting a diagnosis if you can't treat or help the patient in any way. But at the same time, not having a diagnosis denies the patient a seat at the healthcare table. And so knowing the name of a disease can at least get them started with access to care and potentially participating in a registry. So if the registry is for epidermolysis bullosa and the patient does not know what disease the patient has, there is no chance that the patient can be enrolled. And so that's basically the context we need to keep in mind as we think about artificial intelligence. And so as part of my own passion over the years and making clinical trials more efficient, accessible, and address this grand industry challenge, over the last 5-6 years, we have developed a modern digital infrastructure that streamlines these siloed activities into a unified platform that essentially makes the clinical trial process go faster in a multi-center study, whether it's single country or multiple countries, and have multiple users that have to collaborate in this clinical study, between sponsors, CROs, clinical researchers, and patients ultimately. So all collaborating in real time, so they are from their own devices with no extra hardware requirements. And so this, if we can have this infrastructure in a way that's streamlined and compliant with the FDA requirements, you immediately simplify the complexity, and you are able to deliver AI in a way that's embedded in the infrastructure rather than as Band-Aids between a couple of those siloed boxes that I showed earlier. And so what does the clinical trial process look like? I have at least 9 boxes there, and like I said, there's at least 15 to 30 different tools depending on how granular the tools are. For example, just for sending text messages between physician sites and patients, there could be a tool used just for engaging patients by SMS. But to simplify that, I have shown 9 boxes there, which you can see, but that's the core part of the clinical trial operations and process between patient recruitment, data management, randomization, trial management, and decentralized patient engagement. Doing all of this in one unified platform, which is purpose-built, not stitched as an after-the-fact, not coming from multiple vendors, but actually built from the ground up. That's basically what I see as the bleeding edge now, if we have to truly realize the efficiencies of AI in delivering shorter timelines and the cost savings. So to summarize my opening remarks and to set the context for the panel discussion, the problem that we are focused on is 90% of clinical trials are conducted in 10% of the globe. 90% of the known rare diseases have no approved treatments available. And the infrastructure that's currently supporting drug development is old, fragmented, manual, and is growing in cost and complexity, and not decreasing cost and decreasing complexity. AI is an extra cost, an extra layer on top of everything that we already have, which is already messy to begin with. And so don't build a house of cards and build on top of a broken legacy infrastructure. Start with the modern digital infrastructure. So with that, let's stop screen sharing, please, and let's dive into our panel discussion to hear perspectives from our speakers here today. And so let's start with the grand challenges. So I focused primarily on the valley of death and clinical trials. I would like to hear from each of our speakers, what other grand challenges do you see in life science industry? So let's start with Chris.
Well, first of all, excellent job with the comments. I had some notes that I jotted down, and he covered every single one of them. So, that's perfect. No, you're good. I think that generally, I think the grand challenges are that we have over 10,000 rare diseases that have been identified, and to the fact that you had in here only 90%, greater than 90% of them don't have any treatments or cures at all for them. So I think that's the grand challenge that we have to sort of overcome. And this is definitely a global problem. It's not just limited to the US or even India. So that there's that missed opportunity of really knowledge share, which we did very well during the pandemic, but not so much thereafter. I think that what we're dealing with the particular rare disease community is small sample sizes, inability to get to sites. You talked about that. Inability to recruit the right patients, inability to, to sort of have the appropriate infrastructure that would allow for that level of a collaboration across the globe. And so I think where the fundamental, and then honestly, there's, and one thing that's probably that you didn't mention is the lack of investment. I came from the pharma world myself, and honestly, there was very limited sort of interest in investing in the rare diseases space, mostly because it's not viewed as being as profitable as some of the other therapeutic areas that have the potential to be blockbuster drugs. And so I think that when you start to get into that particular issue, so there's a lack of a technology infrastructure, there's a limited ability to identify these patients and recruit them into trials for further research, which also limits the representation or the issues that we have within trials. And then there's complete underinvestment in the idea of conducting these types of studies, and I think that still poses a problem.
Yeah, Mandeep?
So I agree with everything that's been said so far by Harsha, you and Chris on this level, and I'm sure Himanshu is going to agree with us as well, because I think some of those intricate themes or the commonalities that we have is very similar. So I think starting with even your first slide, Harsha, when you talked about the life cycle of an asset, life cycle of a molecule. So when you think about even starting with the proof of concept, looking at a preclinical work, getting into the clinical trials, 9 boxes that you refer to, every single one you can consider a challenge in itself. And how do we address that challenge with AI or other tools that are available? To even commercialization, I've done 19 launches in my career. I've done 4 M&A deals, and I will say that in every single one of them, when I have been through that, I will say that personally, challenging in every sphere. And to bring that analytics, data analytics, AI component in that mix kind of goes a long way. Along with the whole commercialization of an asset, when you think about that. Even so, I will say life cycle of a molecule, AI can play a part, and that's a challenge right now. So if we can even take piece by piece in that conversation, besides looking at the full picture, I think we'll be able to address that very conveniently. I think one challenge I want to also highlight based on the discussions we've had so far, and Chris, you already mentioned a little bit about it, about the rare disease community. When you bring in the regulatory piece, I know we talked about FDA today extensively, so I'll put a little bit more info on that level as well. I feel like regulatory bodies kind of also navigate where the industry is going to a certain extent. Right now, FDA is saying that we're not going to do any kind of tox work, any toxicology studies, any animal testing, because we want to move into analytical side of things, right? So now everybody's going in that direction. More to come on that, but this is a very recent conversation on that topic. When we were doing paper CRFs, I was one of them doing the paper CRFs, and now I was the first one who did the EDC as well, doing the submissions electronically, which was a Herculean effort. Before you had to make printouts and send boxes and boxes to FDA, and now you do it electronically. So I believe that the challenge that slowly is getting addressed, but is coming from the top, is the regulatory bodies as well, and I'm sure we're going to talk more about that too.
No, I think so I've been an AI builder organization for quite some time. I have seen rare disease very closely as well. I was actually head of HEOR team at Reata, which did Friedreich ataxia, right, which is a rare disease as well. one of the things that, and somebody was talking about, what's the business model that can help us be successful, right? And especially in the growing economy, right? So here, resources in the US are quite easily available, right? You talk about AI, cost compute, and stuff like that, right? But when you go to overseas, you will find a lot of patients, right? 1.8, it's not 1.8. India is about 1.4 billion population. I monitor India very, very closely. And one of the things that we've seen is, India is growing fast. It's growing knowledge-wise also quite fast, so there is awareness. Somebody was also talking about what's the most effective way to strike success and balance, right? And the community-based approach, right? Like you talk about healthcare. Today, the community-based approach is very successful, partly because you know exactly who you are targeting, and you can measure them as well, right? So today, AI is not just about acceleration, but it's all about predictability as well. So efficient, effective, empathetic, right? So it is all about that. So we have to strike a balance in terms of how do you make sure that all aspects plays well, right? So one thing we have to keep in mind that if you had to leverage the new way of doing stuff, or rather be successful in the new way of doing stuff, you cannot be doing it all ways, right? So AI has to be built in AI manner, right? So again, coming from Silicon Valley, Palo Alto, right? This is how our brain wired, right? So one of the things that we've done internally is we have started to do this, what we call is a framework called Flash Build, okay? And that Flash Build, it may not apply to all parts of the life cycle, but it can apply to some of the life cycle as well. Like, for example, let's say we talk about one, how do you economize the trial, right? How do you accelerate the trial, right? So all these all these levers that I just talked about, right? It has to come together. So some of the facts that are not in our favor is, like, for example, let's say before AI came in, each query that we fire up on Google was $1. Today, with AI, it's $10, right? So you have to make sure that we actually have to be very frugal and cost conscious as well, right? So I think rare disease, if all the levers are played well, we can basically, there is a chance that we can win this game as well, okay? Particularly when you talk about going back to India, right? Good population, good awareness as well. So in terms of finding a large population of rare disease patient, absolutely quite high. What's popular in India? Somebody was talking about it, right? The public-private partnership, okay? PPP, they call it, okay? And that public-private partnership, like, for example, let's say when you go and set up a shop in India, Sanofi, all the big pharmas have their shop in India. One of the things that can be possible is what tax break and stuff like that they would get. Let's allocate some portion of that for rare disease, okay? And so that's few ways. So these are some of my comments in terms of how we can accelerate, how we can economize, how can we leverage the best resources to game this rare disease ecosystem as well.
Yeah. So to get back on the AI conversation, right, and tech innovation for federated learning, when we talk about globally distributed population and different regulations in different geographies, how are you in Oracle looking at the federated learning space?
I mean, I think we have to embrace it just like everyone. I mean, every country that we operate in, which is well over 100 different markets, has some interest in doing research. And that's what I find to be fascinating now, where it's like, I think that either in your opening remarks or somewhere I saw that someone had it about well, you did, 90% of the trials happening in 10% of the markets. And so generally, it used to be that if you were able to just conduct the research in the US and the UK, it was pretty widely accepted around the world. What we find now is a trend where every country wants to do their research on their own population, and that includes trials. And so they're looking to build this sort of research capability. Now, what that means for us, with an interest in sort of establishing a global research network, is that there's a number of data sovereignty laws that exist within many of these countries. They don't want to see cross-border data sharing. And there's privacy reasons, there's what they feel like are existential threats with, when it comes to war or bioterrorism and a number of other things. So we have to be totally respectful of those local regulations that have been put in place. And it seems to be the federated models are the ones that sort of get us closer to it and that seem to be much more accepted. So what we're doing with that is that, you know, for us, it means also building that infrastructure within each of those countries to enable that or unlock that. And we do that through the Oracle Cloud. And that's expansion globally, which you probably have heard about if you're tracking it. We're doing it through the ability to sort of expand our EHR platform, which has some native research capabilities and AI capabilities built into it. We're doing it through the expansion of many of our life sciences applications that exist within our portfolio. So the idea is that it's not a single strategy, it's a multi-pronged approach to building infrastructure and just meeting many of the countries where they are.
Himanshu, you spoke about the 6E principles, and so can you explain what kind of frameworks exist? What's the 6E?
Yeah, no, so I think I touched upon some of the E's as well, right? So being, so I think I alluded towards some of the frameworks that are used, right? For example, let's say we talked about flash bill, right? And that flash bill, what that means is we actually inherited that internally before we start advocating to the community, right? So what was done by traditional team in about 3 to 6 months, we started doing that in a week's time, okay? And thanks to my partner, who is actually a chief AI officer, right? And so speaking of that 6E principles, right? So every step of the way, you want to make sure that these E's are embedded. So starting with being effective, empathetic, efficient, right? And most importantly, how do you make sure that these E's continues to help you scale as well, right? So I think from inception to scale, right, every step of the way you want to make sure that the best framework or standard practices that are followed in the AI world is followed by the team.
Yeah, so if we talk about AI and tech innovation, there is a lot of hype out there. And so let's talk about what's hype versus reality. Where is AI actually being implemented here and now, and where is it a dream, a distant dream, or a near-term achievable goal? Let's start with you, Himanshu.
So here's the thing, right? It's rubber meet the road situation now, right? So anything that AI was being done, number one, we have proven evidences. Proven evidences. We're working with some of the CROs who are working on rare disease. They are looking for very effective and cost-effective solutions, right? We actually built, like I'll give you one example, a very real example. Subject tracker 360-degree. What a typical data management team of roughly about close to a dozen people, right? They were handling a trial volume of about 30-odd trials. And today, because of the solution that we have put together, it has become real for them. That 12-member team is now able to handle about 3 times the volume of that trial, okay? So in our world, that hype is not hype anymore, it's real, okay? AI has shrunk the timeline. AI has enabled the resources, and in fact, they've augmented the resources to do more for less, right? So it is real, and we just have to embrace it. Like I said, it's not an overnight adoption. It is a gradual adoption. And with the proper change management in place, it is an achievable reality.
Yeah. Mandeep, what are you seeing, hype versus reality?
I think it's reality where we are right now. I think there's a hype behind it too, so I don't think it's a versus thing. It's like a combination in that some form as well. I think in the pharma biotech world that I live in, I'll say that it's more we are behind. You know, so when Himanshu is sharing about, or Chris is sharing about Oracle and what Himanshu and his team is doing, you know, from a tech standpoint, I think pharma is behind, biotech is behind. And I will say it just comes down to also the appetite of the organization. So some organizations, and I know we mentioned Sanofi, I worked at Sanofi before, so there was an appetite at Sanofi, for example, and still does, to incorporate AI early on. But it was a long and arduous process, and it's still going on. I think we have seen success in finance, we have seen success in HR, which is still very much important part of organizations as well, but in clinical trials, it's still work in progress. In drug discovery, it's still work in progress. You know, and that's where, you know, I was sharing the example of FDA and regulatory bodies to kind of, in some form, pushing the industry in some form as well, that if you're not gonna do animal tox or animal studies anymore, and we're gonna do data analytics to come up with the modeling and figure out if this is a drug we wanna move forward with and has got the right patient profile to support it, that's different. Right? That's different from that perspective as well. I think also with regard to the industry, the reality, the reason I say the word reality is because we have to. AI is no longer the future conversation, it's the present right now. Because we have to make it happen. In some forms it's been thrust upon us. In some form it's just the reality and efficiency that comes with incorporating AI in that process as well. The other thing I'll say, the hype is who's going to get the finish line. And I think everybody's been talking about it and how we're going to get the process. I think where the nice symbiosis that can happen in this conversation will be if the tech and pharma comes together, which is happening, but in the sense that there's a good alignment and we can kind of move forward to the finish line fairly quickly.
Yeah. What are you seeing, Chris?
You know, I agree with Mandeep. I think that there is an element of hype and an element of reality, if you want to use that term. But I think that the real value is going to come in pretty much the unsexy work that nobody wants to talk about. The more administrative things, like I love using Zoom Companion now. Not that I ever took notes, but the people, it's better than the notes the people that did take it. So I think that those types of things are where you see a tremendous amount of, you know, you don't really focus on it, but it does reduce the overall expense and you do see greater efficiencies. But generally speaking though, I mean, we've been down this path of AI for a while. I think that Gen AI has gotten a lot more popularity and certainly seen much more mass adoption from just an everyday consumer. But you know, back when I was when I was at Pfizer, we were doing natural language processing with a lot of the HR data that we were doing. We were getting to the point where we were doing much more training of machine learning models. I think the fundamental challenges we had then, we still have now. I mean, it's not the AI technology, it's the data sources that we're typically relying upon to address. And I think that that's one of the things that I don't see enough focus on just the quality of the data that we're using to build and validate many of our models. Going back to your question earlier around the federated learning, that's really where that comes into play, right? I mean, it's like, how do you improve the quality of that data so that you can train those models and they're at the highest degree of accuracy? I think that we'll start to see more and more, similar to what we've seen during the dot-com boom and, and the tech boom, is just this mass consolidation of many of the companies and solutions that we see now. I think that there's going to be increasingly a number before we get to that point, but I do think at some point you'll start to see consolidation of many of these solutions that are being out on the market right now.
Great. So now from a regulatory perspective, there are, like you pointed out, Chris, there's administrative and logistical types of tasks that are less regulated and less imposing on, say, clinical outcomes of the patients and less risky to automate or adopt AI. How clear are the regulatory guidelines in the US or Europe or globally? And is that a hindrance or barrier to adoption of AI?
Clear as mud? Is that a response? No, I think there are varying regulatory, and we're wrestling with this challenge. I think that you're seeing a number, even if you look at it just within the US, you got 50 different AI regulatory frameworks, and they're still trying to figure out privacy at the state level. There's no national framework. So that's the US and it's separate. And then you imagine sort of how it looks in the EU, how it looks in India, how it looks in other countries in APAC. I think that everyone is sort of creating their own AI framework, which I understand, but I think from a global supplier's perspective, it makes it extremely difficult to be in full compliance with every single variation of the regulatory framework. And it's not that I'm opposed to it. I just think that if we can get to some level of global harmonization around many of these AI frameworks, it would be beneficial to everyone, essentially. But I think that, I mean, honestly, we're still wrestling with privacy issues as it pertains, and then you layer on the AI issues on top of it, and it becomes extremely complex. So I think that it's probably going, and then there's different sort of philosophical views on it. The U.S. takes the position that less regulation increases the innovation, and therefore you're going to err on that side. EU tends to sort of err on the side of citizen protection and preservation, and so they would actually rather get out in front of it and restrict it. So I don't know if there's a right way or a wrong way. All I can tell you is that it's clear as mud.
Mandy, you have been part of global organizations. What have you seen this conversation go?
I think very similar to what just Chris said. I think it's kind of, there's no harmonization. I think that's the succinct version of that. I think from a pharma biotech perspective, I think that's like I was sharing about the regulatory component. They kind of are navigating in that conversation, this discussion in a certain way. But I will say that, I mean, China, as some of us talked about, excuse me. Sorry guys, I didn't have a voice, 48 hours ago? I think this panel is aware of that. We were on a call together, and I didn't even know sign language at the time, right? Zoom call. So apologies for my tickle in my throat. I'll say that from a regulatory standpoint, Harsha, the important thing you have to think about, the important thing you have to think about is that China, we were talking about that, China has kind of taken the innovation to a different conversation. It's expedited, there's a sense of urgency, and now we are kind of thinking about U.S. as as a country to figure out how we want to move forward and how to do that, because they had a 5-year plan, and then I heard about the Brazil 5-year plan from an access standpoint, where my understanding all along for Brazil was the patient had to sue the government to get the access to the medication. So now it still happens, right? I just launched a product, I think 2 years ago in Brazil, so that's why I was aware of all the pricing pieces. So I think it's a very government-initiated kind of appetite, and that is from a government and federal standpoint. But I have to give credit to the states. California just implemented a law. They have some guiding principles to support it, so that's really good. Hopefully other states will also play a part. But then it goes back to Chris's comment about harmonization. Even within the country, if you have multiple components, think about on a global scale, it gets even more exponential on that level. The other thing I want to mention is when you talk about organizations, like small to mid-sized biotech, pharma, I will say where it comes down to adoption, the reason we have seen less adoption of AI or digital, I know it kind of sometimes gets used interchangeably in pharma land, it's because of the leadership. So, if the leader is not completely on board with what that means, they will use that funding to support something else. Right, and it's difficult to make those decisions. We all have been a part of leadership committees, so we understand there's not just one thing you have to decide on. You have multiple things that you have to consider when you make a decision for an organization. But I think the reason we are able to see some organizations rise to the top, because they committed in their investors, to the investors, to the shareholders, to the community, that they will invest in AI. And as an organizational unit as well. And with the very simple mindset of not just AI, but how it's going to help the patient outcome, which is very critical for success when we talk about different therapeutic areas, not just rare disease.
So that brings us to, leads us into this next topic of how can industry effectively adopt AI, right? And so we see often two extremes. One which says AI still hallucinates and it's not reliable and it's bad, and the other extreme where the good AI sits and there is all about implementing AI the right way and use it effectively. And when we ask a simple task from a colleague, can you draft an article, a blog, or a white paper, or give me a summary of something, Earlier, we would have to assign the task and wait for a couple days or a couple weeks even to even get a rough draft. And then if the draft is toss it in the trash can and start all over again, wait another couple weeks. Now it's all happening almost in real time if you can interact and use prompt engineering and get some, at least a good starting point with which the humans can then work upon. That's, you need a different kind of mindset. And where are you seeing in that spectrum in your experience, of course, being in Silicon Valley versus wherever else, but the challenge is more in the workforce and the colleagues we work with internally, but which we have somewhat of a control if we are an AI organization versus a typical life science ecosystem where it's complex and we have all the way from a chemistry-focused pharma to a tech company, right? So what are you seeing in this ecosystem?
So here is what we have followed. Before we preach anybody to the industry, right, this is what we follow internally as well. So anything that we've done, today we are on the journey to build molecule-to-market platforms, right? And the platform starts with biomarker discovery. Followed by that, we go into some of the efficiency platform, which is what we call as proto-AI. All these platforms are built on 4 or 5 foundational stuff, which is what we call is gamification of experience. You are in the system, you almost intuitively know exactly how to navigate the platform, right? You don't need an SOP, you don't need orientation, right? The other foundational aspect that we keep in mind is best practices built in. So if you had to follow an SOP and still perform your job, in today's day and age, it's a fault, okay? The third element is knowledge built in. So if a trial or any, like for example, when we talk about rare trials, right? Okay, the data is important, patients, trial data, everything is important, right? So if the trial is done somewhere in the world, right, it needs to be available to everybody so that they can build on top of it and not repeat the same mistake, okay? So knowledge built in. And the fourth element is very important for a profitable organization or operational aspect, right, which is what we call as unification of skills. So today, and I was listening to one of the service industry CRO, right, they are 50%, bottom 50% is giving them a productivity of 37%. And the top 50% is giving them a productivity of 17%, okay? So that's a real off balance, right? So now we have to do the math, right? Do we spend money on upskilling the bottom 50% or do we spend money on the top 15% to educate them, right? So essentially to Mandeep's point and Krish's point, right? The investment that we have to make, it has to be multifold, right? So the mindset has to change, right? Both the people who are making decisions and people who are influencing them as well, right? Speaking of that CRO that we were talking about, right? We've gone through the entire journey. They have upskilled, meaning they have upskilled their workforce. They have rewritten their SOPs as well. They have rewritten the work instructions as well. So if you have to run an organization, especially service organization, and if you have to adapt AI, you had to have that AI mindset first, okay? And we've seen that firsthand with a lot of the customers that we are working with, a lot of the decision maker at the customer as well. In fact, bulk of the organization, whether it's healthcare and life sciences, we actually have become the navigator for them to write their procurement process or procurement guidelines for AI as well, okay? And again, this is something that we've followed internally and then we preach to the client, right? Anybody who has done AI, non-AI and trying to do AI, they cannot build AI, okay? They can use AI, but they cannot build AI, and we are the perfect evidence of that. Anybody who are doing .NET and Java and stuff like that, and we ask them to build AI, it's faulty. Because the mindset is different, right? So if you have to build and use AI in the right manner, you have to have, first thing is the mindset. So
Mandy, Chris, did you have any comments on that?
I think mindset That's where my comment about the leadership piece as well, that in the internal leadership, it's the ones who make the decision, they also have to have that, and I'll use the word growth mindset.
Yeah.
Because it's, you can feel like you've been doing this for a very long time, and when we go there, we get there. We've been doing it for a long time. Like I was the first one to admit that I did paper CRFs and did the submissions to FDA with the printer, right? And now at the same time also did the EDC. So that was the mindset, but it was just bringing how you bring everybody along in that phase as well. I think that will do wonders for biotech, pharma space.
Do you think that was your individual sort of desire to move from? Okay, so yeah, and I think that this is a great topic.
And I was a decision maker.
And she was a decision maker, so she was the boss. So I think that this is fundamentally one, I think, of the single greatest challenges any leader will face at this particular time. And it's interesting seeing how many of the leaders across many of these companies are approaching it. Some are very much, we're going to grow our talent, our AI talent organically. We're going to reskill and upskill our workforce in order to achieve that. Others feel like they want to go a path where they want to hire an entirely different talent profile. And so you're seeing these mass exodus of folks leaving these organizations. I'm not telling you anything that you haven't seen already. And so philosophically, you start to tap into what type of culture are they effectively building as an unintended consequence to your hiring decision of your talent. Now, so for myself, I mean, I struggle with this, right? I lead a research organization made up of PhD epidemiologists, outcomes researchers, policy analysts, MDs, the whole gamut. It's very much an interdisciplinary business. And many of these folks have prided themselves on their subject matter expertise. And now we move to a world where a lot of the things they knew have been effectively democratized overnight. So that knowledge worker now who prided himself and has trained many, many years to be that person, and again, I'm not opposed to it. I'm just telling you the struggle and the fear and anxiety that the workforce itself is getting, and to where we're seeing a level of organizational resistance to moving some things forward. So I'm just being completely honest with you guys. I think it, by and large, will be the determining factor of how successful AI adoption. You can't riff everybody, right? And so you also need to retain a level of institutional knowledge, and it's going to be fascinating to see how every leader approaches it. Myself, it is sort of it's a dual strategy. We certainly want to upskill and reskill the folks who are particularly interested in engaging and staying on and doing the type of work we're doing. And then we're also creating a pathway for folks who want to offboard as part of that, and that's just a real situation.
Yeah, those are real fantastic comments, and AI certainly has changed the world post-ChatGPT, right? In just merely 3 years since the launch of ChatGPT, I think things have really changed dramatically at a speed never seen before. The adoption of number of users on getting on an AI platform in the last 3 years, nothing has matched it ever till historically, right? So I think this is reality. And one wrapping question, while if you can line up with any questions from the audience to the panel is, where do you see the opportunity for US-India collaborations and partnerships for AI? Noting that we have had our national leaders, the president and the prime minister, say AI is America, India, and not artificial intelligence. So with that, where do you see the opportunities for US-India to collaborate?
No, I think every platform that you can think of, at the end of the day, they are all data platform, right? And Meta being Meta actually touches about 43% of the world population in terms of their products and platform. And off of that 43%, it's about 39% is India population, right? So as far as population covering that data, right? I think India has a rich amount of data as well. It needs to be regulated. As long as we do that, the world can really benefit from there, right? So you talk about any disease, you talk about diabetic, oncology, neurology, any disease that you want to work on, a rich amount of data exists, okay? A rich amount of population exists which can lift the entire world as well. By the way, just to let you know, off of that 1.4 billion population, that's about 60% can speak proper English. So as far as awareness goes, right, that trial needs awareness, right? Healthcare needs awareness, right? So awareness and consuming the right amount of the campaign data, right? Absolutely possible, okay? So I see immense potential in terms of cross-pollination, leveraging both economy to benefit from each other. Like, for example, let's say US is good about innovation, but innovation needs data, and that can come from India very, very well.
Mandy?
I think innovation. I'm going to pick up on what Himanshu said at the end. You know, innovation. I think innovation, data management. You know, I know tech partnership will be probably more seamless. I think the biotech pharma partnership, I think it just comes back to the same conversation about how we want to bring, because drug discovery, there's a lot of opportunity of AI in drug discovery. Some are using it effectively and some can go a long way with that. And then manufacturing, I know we discussed manufacturing and how AI can play a part, so I think that would be another aspect. But I think it also comes down to, not to make this a geopolitical conversation here, I think it just comes down to the appetite of US as a country, but also how to partner with other countries to make this more productive.
Chris?
I don't want to follow her geopolitical comment. No, I'm joking. No. I'm going to refrain. No, I think that generally the collaboration between India and the US is a tremendous amount of opportunity for all the reasons Mandeep just said. I mean, it's like basically thinking about it in terms of actual areas of research and focus, a little less on the technology. So if we were to focus on more of like how do we improve drug discovery and development utilizing this combination of technologies, and we actually share the knowledge and information and collective wisdom that we generate from that and curate from that, and then you could just apply it to every industry you can potentially think of. So I do think that in order to circumvent a lot of the uncertainty around geopolitical tensions, it's really going to start with forums like these, where you're bringing together thought leaders and researchers and practitioners and corporate leaders and whatnot to really start to create what I like to feel like is a more bottoms-up approach to driving innovation and collaboration across the countries. I think that'll be, to me, would create much more of a stable foundation rather than the instability that goes along with the political tensions.
Great. Thank you for those fantastic points. Let's start with questions, and please keep the question
while
comment
they are
to 60
warming
seconds.
up with their questions, I have a comment to mention, a comment to share and a question myself. A few weeks ago, actually you, Harsh, Victoria, and myself were in a conference, and the conference was all about AI, all about implementation of AI, all about the big pharma implementing, retooling, and tooling their AI shops so that they can actually implement this digital transformation in the spectrum of research. So you have presented information, very good information, about how important this is to expedite clinical medical product development. And in all of this, it's not about, as Mandeep said, this is the present, this is happening right now. It's not the future. But we have, and what we learned in the conference is, it's all about AI agentic to create flows on the data, and we were talking about this, Victoria. And so, how do we reconcile all of this? Let's talk about solutions, because there is hesitancy. They are trying to put these departments together. At the same time, they're letting go some of the heads of digital transformation, and they just are reluctant to implement some of these. So how do we turn the table to overcome the hesitancy to implement all of these solutions? Ideas from all of you. Like a 60 minutes, 60-second idea.
No, 60 minutes.
Okay, so I'll say mindset, change the mindset. They need to have the growth mindset to support it. So they can talk about it, but implementation is all about growth mindset. Because you as a leader not only have to show and stand up and present yourself in that, but you have to bring the team along with you. Some who are not used to it, just like I think, Chris, you were referring to your team, you have MDs, PharmDs, PhDs, and they are subject matter experts, and now they feel maybe they can just do a Google search really quick, and I'm paraphrasing you. So, so there is that hesitancy, right? So I think that's the part. The first is the growth mindset. Second is training, like Himanshu was saying. Awareness. If you don't know something, it's okay. We all are learning together. So training. And then I think it's also follow through. After you have implemented, seeing if it's working. Because I know a lot of us probably, when I say the word value proposition, everybody reacts differently, but that's the reality when we are running a business. So to see your investment go through, you have to make sure that there's a value prop, but also the follow through to kind of see through that process that it's working. And if it's not working, you have to figure out what's the piece that's not working. So I think those are the three things that I'll highlight in less than 60 seconds.
Thank you, Harsha, and the organizers for this. This has been a fantastic day since morning, and I think one session is outdoing the other session. I mean, I don't know what to pick, what not to pick. It's unbelievably nice. But, Mandeep, I think you nailed the point there. So I am a biologist who turned out to be a bioinformatician. So for me, I can tell you the awareness, knowledge, but more than that, to overcome that intimidation. So when you guys were talking about leadership and how AI can be actually made possible from leadership, my humble comment is that awareness is definitely there, training, absolutely, I agree. But then also I think there has to be a strategy to overcome that intimidation, because biologists, PhDs, when they talk about programming and computer science or any of those technological aspects, it's very intimidating. So same thing for leadership, I believe. So I think coming up with strategies to kind of smoothen that would definitely help in my humble opinion. But at the same time, I always wonder, is there any kind of a, I don't know, for the lack of a better word, like consortium for leaderships who can actually go into the group meetings or however you want to call it, and get them to be a little bit more hands-on, more accustomed to understanding AI in its applicability, in how to deal with it, and what are the challenges that are there and things like that. I'm not aware if there is any, but if there is some that you can know, then please do share. That'll be great. Thank you.
So let me just interject here. Yes, there is the IEEE Standard Association is the Electrical and Electronic Engineers Association that has been around for 150 years. There is in there the Clinical Trials Technology Modernization Network that is developing standards for the industry, technical standards for the industry, including artificial intelligence. I know this because I am the co-chair of that network. And everybody's welcome to join. It's based on volunteering.
Just to follow up on what Dr. Isaacs or Dr. Rodriguez said. The FDA has an AI steering committee. It's been in existence since 2017, and I've had the privilege of working in the AI steering committee for 2 years. And it has been very actively trying to work on AI issues. In fact, there is a guidance that has been published. You should be able to access that guidance. And also, likewise, the ICH has also come up with the guidance on AI. So yeah, I think you're very familiar with it, so you know that. You probably had a part in writing it too. So that is as far as AI is concerned. So there is leadership and activity that's going on. In fact, there are things called Model-Informed Drug Development, MIDD, which is in play right now for the generic drugs. There's also model-informed evidence, which is being used for determining the efficacy of drugs using AI tools. AI is pretty much coming into play in a lot of areas, just to give you a heads up. And I don't think leadership is hesitant. Leadership is really doesn't know where this is going. But they're kind of, what I see is leadership is telling people, go figure it out and come back and let me know how it's going. And in the real world, all this AI is happening. My understanding personally is they're doing things, but we still haven't gotten to the place where we can validate the information or verify the information, because nobody knows how to go and inspect something that is generated by machine learning tools. So that's the few comments that I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. And when I move to the other side of the room, I could say, yes, we worked together in that guidance from the FDA when we were at the FDA. You mentioned that there is no harmonization globally. How can we have harmonization if we don't have best practices across the globe? So, shameless pitch, this is what I'm trying to do in the Clinical Trial Technology Modernization Network. And all of you are invited to join us to contribute because it's for all of us.
Yeah. Yeah. So wait, that's operating under the assumption that all policy is based on best practices, is that right?
So these are not policies, these are technical standards which are actually utilized in a non-for-profit, is developed in a non-for-profit environment for the entire industry, and the information is taken by the federal government of the US to actually develop policy, regulatory guidance.
Okay, so we are up on time, but we will take one final comment, 60 seconds, please.
Yeah, thank you, Harsha. Thank you. One of the things that some of the smaller nonprofits are facing, and maybe even some of the larger nonprofits, is, we were talking about some of this Zoom transcription, trying to make things easier, but isn't a lot of this information being used to train LLMs, and what is the safety and privacy of some of our nonprofit information? I think we need to start talking about data safety and privacy, because there could be many things talked about that should not be out in the universe. So while AI is amazing, and I think there's some amazing tools, it's inequitable right now for many of us.
Yeah.
And cyber piracy is there. Thank you.
So with that, I'll make one final comment on AI, which is we are using internally for asking ChatGPT and whichever favorite AI models when a patient contacts us with either a undiagnosed diseases or a diagnosed rare disease, asking for latest information or care navigation service and so on. The amount of knowledge we can gather simply by using these, of course, they have to be verified and validated and whatnot. This is not medical guidance, but from a care navigation perspective, searching in Google with multiple keywords versus using AI tools is a great starting point and a much better starting point to begin with and not end with, of course. So with that, let's thank our panel speakers today. And we will take a quick coffee break, and then we'll come back for the working groups session. So again, to remind you, you had in your registration bag, swag bag, this working groups. There are 4 groups. And so when you come back from the coffee break in 20 minutes, we will break the room into 4 groups, and we will dive into how do we create a US-India strategic blueprint for rare diseases.
fulfill my needs so easy. I wake up every morning with a smiling face. I have to say it's easy, 'cause no one makes me feel the way you do. No love is so sweet as my love. No one makes me feel the way you do. No man can kiss me like you can. If this is what everybody's fond of, then I know I found love. You were not at all what I was looking for, but my heart's door was open. I thought I'd been in love so many times before. I thought I was so heartbroken, but no one makes me feel the way you do. No love is as strong as I love. No one makes me feel the way you do. No man can love me like you can. If this is what everybody's fond of, then I'm sure I found love. When I found you, baby, you, I say you. I had never dreamed that life could be so sweet, fulfill my needs so easy. I wake up every morning and see your smiling face. I have to say, you make it easy.
Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Hello and welcome back. We will get started momentarily. It's so wonderful to see so many conversations happening, and we want to see more of that and wish we could have more networking time. And I hate to stop the networking when so many interesting conversations were happening in front of the posters and exhibits, but I have to do this as much as I don't like to. So please take your seats back so we can get started. Okay, so for the final part in here for the day, before we break out for the networking, biotech and beer networking, and listen to what resources and opportunities are in the biohealth Northern Virginia region, let's get back to our seats and do this one activity, which I really think all of you can actually contribute your wisdom, experience, and insights from decades of experiences that you all bring from your own perspectives. As the grand challenges of rare diseases that I described a couple times already are essentially accelerating equitable inclusion, access, and affordability of therapies, right, through cross-border collaborations. That's the mission of Indo-US Rare. And what we are looking to do is no single organization, stakeholder, individual, no single entity is an expert in rare disease, as we all know. The more we know, the more we realize how little we know as individuals. But collectively, this room has the powerhouse and potentially cover more than 90% of the perspectives that are needed and necessary to start building the blueprint for US, India, and other global cross-border collaborations that can really accelerate the therapy development and access and affordability in rare diseases. So to that end, what we are going to do in the remaining time, which is about half an hour now, is we will break into 4 working groups, and the working groups are described on this sheet here. The first working group is newborn screening, diagnosis, patient registries, and referral networks. Ramya, where is working group 1? So this table and around here, you can come to Reena, who will be the moderator and co-chairing or chairing that working group. This is an existing working group that has been around for a few months. We started last year's summit when we met in New Delhi, and several of the participants and speakers signed on to this working group and have already made progress. There is a draft in place that needs to be further developed and take it towards a white paper publication or a strategic blueprint. Working group 2, clinical trials. Myself and Isaac will be coordinating that group discussion, and that's the corner. So if you are interested in participating in clinical trials working group, please move yourself towards the couple tables back there. Working group 3 will be in that area where Matthew and Isaac are going to be leading the regulatory and policy advocacy working group. So get to where the Immigrants First law firm is seated there, and that's the area where we will have a discussion around policy and regulatory. There has already been a publication from that working group in the DIA Global Forum, very recent, and that will be a great starting point from which to build upon. And lastly, affordable innovation and R&D is that working group where Madhu is seated. So please go to Madhu's table, and if you are interested in participating in the innovation and R&D and affordability aspects. Now, what are we going to do at each of these tables? The chairs will present where we are today, what are the various barriers and opportunities that have been identified to make advances in each of these areas. And the question to all of you is, what can we do to take it forward? And especially, where are the opportunities for US-India cross-border collaboration? And we say US and India as two great examples, but we are not restricted or limited only to these two countries. It's essentially global cross-border collaboration. So with that in mind, and if the end goal is to work towards that 5-year leap stretch goal, what could that goal be for each of these areas? If you want to say, here is a happy situation that we want to be in 5 years from now or 10 years from now, what would that look like? And what does it take to get from today to where we want to be in 5 years? Any questions on what is expected? If not, let's take 30 minutes to brainstorm, and then we will regroup and summarize. So the chairs of each of the tables will then summarize what was the final outcome, or like at least a outcome of the brainstorming. Okay. So, sorry to interrupt. Maybe I'll give 60 seconds if you want to wrap up within your tables, 60 seconds. Okay, so time's up. Hold on to your seats. So, these are conversations which just cannot happen in a 30-minute brainstorming session, but at least you finished it? Yeah. So, okay, working group 3 has nailed it already. All right. So, but, the idea is we wanted to have this is a starting point. We wanted to get everybody's creative juices to start flowing. And our intention is we will continue this conversation on Zoom, on a virtual platform. And feel free to bring your friends, whoever you think can contribute meaningfully to these conversations, to each of these groups. These are open. It's cross-functional. It's free. There's no legal contracts or anything like that. So please get involved as we take these conversations forward. Yes, that's a great idea.
So one interjection here. All of you are leaders in the field. Hello? Table over there, please. Hello, hello? Attention, please. Thank you. All of you are leaders in the field, and we need the energy, the contributions, and the minds of all of you to make this possible. What we're trying to create here is a blueprint for rare disease in the different buckets that, the table over there, please, in the different buckets that Harsha explained. 30 minutes evidently are not going to cut it, but if you are interested, please contact us, because these working groups, the work is going to continue, and we need your participation.
So there is an email address on the working groups sheet that was included in your swag bag, admin@indousrare.org. All you have to do is drop one line saying, I am interested in working group X, right, whatever the number is. And you will be added to the calendar invites. We meet once a month, and each group can meet independently, or we all meet as one group and then break out into 4 subgroups, right? And that has been happening already for a few months, and many of you have already participated in those working group discussions online. And we do have a draft of, each group already has a draft list of issues, barriers, opportunities, and even an outline of what's the solution space. So what we will do is, we did not want to bring what already pre-existed into these working groups, so it's good to have a fresh discussion here today. But what we will do in the following working group session is each of the moderators or chairs of these working groups will present what already exists. And then, including the notes from today's conversations, and that can be a baseline. And let's start building on top of it. And it's a brick-by-brick exercise. And we heard already at that huge table there, everybody shared so many valuable insights. And many of them were earlier captured, and many of them were not. And so we are going to keep building on that. So with that, thank you all for having participated and contributing to these working group sessions. We will assemble on the stage. Please don't go away. We want everybody on a group photo. So please come to the stage. We will take one big photo, and then we will head to the happy hour.